is doomed.
Society is doomed. Wow.
Women need to stop killing people, you guys. Too many bodies.
Yeah.
I don't have many bodies. So.
Okay. You said you wanted to tell us a joke.
She doesn't have many bodies. Well, today we are reviewing unbiased review of the whatever podcast. Well, we're off to a slow start here. So yeah, I'm just gonna review this this podcast. You know, I have a love-hate relationship for the whatever podcast because it's very entertaining. And the thing is about these types of shows, this is pure entertainment. I don't know why people get all, excited about these type of things. Like, yo, on both sides, y'all need to relax. This is pure entertainment. This is hilarious. Like, I watched the movie Avatar. I don't run around naked and paint myself blue, So y'all need to relax. But shout out to Brian, I like to give thanks because, I'm giving thanks to Brian because I was raised to always give thanks before a meal. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to give thanks for this podcast. This is great content. We're going to check it out. One of the reasons that I don't particularly like frequenting women or even individuals in general that did not grow up saying a prayer before meals or being grateful in general is because people that grew up without that type of structure, they're just not grateful people. It's kind of like the groundworks to being a grateful person. When you grow up saying a prayer before a meal, being grateful, you grew up without Santa Claus. Santa Claus is another aspect. When I would get gifts at Christmas time, I'm thanking my parents. I'm thanking my grandparents. I'm giving a hug and kiss to my mom, because she bought me a PSP. I'm not thanking Santa. So these types of things, it makes you thankful as a young child. But anyway, we're going to get into this. This chick is about to tell a joke. This chick is, woo!
My economics joke, because my mom is she was in a gang, like I mentioned at the beginning of this. And so we were very poor. And so I noticed a lot of differences between being in a very poor community and being in a very rich community. Take, for example, the eye contact. If
this chick just told a joke about the tism. It wasn't bad. It wasn't half bad.
If you're in a poor
it was all bad.
Community, not making eye contact is a sign of respect. But if you're in a rich community, not making eye contact is a sign of autism. Or
I don't understand that one.
In poor communities, you can't make eye contact because it's a sign of respect. If you make eye contact with someone, it's rude. You know what I mean? In a poor community.
The punchline?
He said, "Where's the punchline?"
To the joke.
But in a rich community, it's a sign of autism.
We missed the joke. She told the joke a bit earlier, but the joke wasn't bad. It was pretty good. Kind of an acquired taste, her humor, but she's a bit.
That's the joke.
Autism was the punchline.
Oh,
yeah. The eye contact. The indicators of being in a rich place and in a poor place.
I see.
Or in wealthy communities.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Or say
that was a decent. Actually,
no. This is not what I'm.
Okay, we got another one coming. Okay.
Okay, so oh well, fine. If you don't.
No, go ahead. Go.
This chick is a comedian, for context. An alleged comedian.
He said, "Boo." Who's close to one?
Next.
Well, it kind of has to be related to the situation. Oh, well, okay, so I like cheesy pun jokes. People, I'm a big fan of dad jokes. People always say, you'll grow up turning into whoever you needed most as a child. So I'm turning into a dad.
Okay, that one was kind of that's good. Yeah, I like that.
I don't understand that one. Could explain that in the chat if you want.
You guys' favorite comedians?
Bo Burnham.
He's a good one, silly.
Cat Williams.
Cat Williams is great.
Yeah.
Clayne, where did you send? Oh, here we go. Clayne, you got it. We're on desktop.
The one I did the roast.
Clayne
Gillis. She's great.
Clayne, if you're listening, we're on desktop, so I need you to send it to the whatever Instagram.
Honestly, this podcast is gold. And I see Brian, he's doing one show a week now. That's crazy. This is pure entertainment gold. And these podcasts are long too. This is unlimited.
But it can't be disappearing. You sent it disappearing, and on desktop we can't see it. So if you can, Clayne, just send it. Take the photo and
screenshot.
Send it normally or whatever. All right, we have Vector.
Vector donated $200. Chair 3, if reincarnation is real and you died and came back as the hottest woman in the world, I still wouldn't date you because of your past life. You're basically banging animated sex dolls.
Oh, I'll pull it back. I'll pull it back up when she's. Wait, what's going on back there? She just dropped out. Oh, okay, got it. Is it yeah? Okay.
Why would Chair 3 care
I'll pull it back up.
if some guy on the internet doesn't want to date her because she slept with people? Like, why would she care?
She might not care.
She's not going to care. She doesn't care.
Chicks do not care. That's one thing. Y'all be out here thinking that chicks care. They don't care. Chicks have an abundance. They don't set themselves into an abundance mindset. They actually have an abundance. Doesn't matter what the chick looks like. They doing better than you.
But now we know.
We'll find out if she cares when she gets back.
Okay. She's coming back. Are you coming back, Katie? You're okay. All right.
Some guy on the internet that doesn't get laid ever won't sleep with you because of your sexual history. What do you have to say about that?
You see, that's how they take it. Every time you try to give that, like, that's why it doesn't make sense to try and insult chicks like this, because they're just gonna say that you're an incel. So it's useless. It's useless.
Play it again so she can hear it.
You can say the full thing.
Vector donated $200. Chair 3, if reincarnation is real and you died and came back as the hottest woman in the world, I still wouldn't date you because of your past life. You're basically banging animated sex dolls.
Do you want to respond to that? I'm not even sure what that means.
Animated sex.
I don't know. It's
Find
weird.
anyone animated. But my past life it's work. I don't do it like I do it for the money. I don't do it. You know, I'm not like that as a person. Like, people see me on social media as this like crazy girl that takes certain like items and stuff like that. But that's not me as a person. Like my mates know me for me. They've known me from the beginning.
My mates know me for me. They know me for me.
And then it's just a front I put on.
Sure. All right, we're gonna get into some of the pre-show notes here. So let's see. We have Sav. We're starting with Sav. Sav, on your Instagram it says your public enemy, and then I think on like you also say public enemy number 1. Like, what's that?
This chick, I like this chick's look. This chick, can y'all see my cursor? This chick with the pink hair. I like how she looked. No? I don't know. I just have a thing where I could look at a chick and I know there's something about that chick. I don't know.
Oh, that's just because I like.
She gives me like, I can't say this. I'm not gonna say what race, what people. She gives me Jewish vibes. She looks like a Jewish chick. You know, not that there's anything wrong with that.
I have a lot of guns and knives and stuff, and I like shooting things and throwing knives. So it's fun.
So you're an American?
I
Yeah.
like guns.
What? Do you own them illegally?
No.
She a shooter.
Why would I admit to that?
Why would you admit to it?
Where's your
I live in
certificate?
Arizona.
Yeah,
Show
Arizona.
us your
you
certificate.
could-
But
That's why I
wait,
usually go shooting. Guys.
why does that make you public enemy?
I
Like
don't know,
you're
it's just-
you're
I just-
legally owning firearms.
This chick is about it. She's talking about how she public enemy. See, I already knew this chick is about it. I already knew.
Why does that make you public enemy?
Because
You can still shoot people with them.
Yeah,
Even
but
if-
like millions of Americans legally
Right.
own firearms. So
right. I mean, it's
You're-
just a. You know, it's not.
it's not too deep.
It's not that deep.
I'm
Yeah.
just
Oh, yeah.
But because you write in your bio public enemy, but you say the reason you put that in your bio is because you own knives and firearms. But
right.
why would that make you a public enemy?
She's being cute.
I
Brian, bless his heart, but Brian does not get it. She's about it. This chick is about it.
just.
Let her talk. She's a grown woman. She can speak for herself. Go ahead.
I don't think there was a specific reason. I just
Oh.
liked the way it sounded. So
Okay.
I feel like it's like a good
She's about it. She about it, Brian. Leave her be.
branding, you know, for that type of.
Public enemy number 1.
Sure, why not?
Who I think I want to look at some public enemy number 1s before you.
Okay.
Saddam Hussein.
Okay.
yeah.
Well,
Who else?
Osama.
Osama bin Laden.
right.
Yeah, he better say Easy. If he doesn't say Easy, I'm gonna be pretty upset.
So you
Well,
are
I don't
on.
measure.
You're a terrorist.
No.
Okay. Are you planning a
What?
shooting or something or what?
I don't know.
You said you're public enemy.
Right.
Reason for being public enemy. I own a bunch of
Right.
knives and
I-
firearms.
I also said it wasn't that deep. Like, I'm not a terrorist. I'm not
Oh.
planning on shooting anything up. I just
Thank
like to, just so everyone knows that.
Thank you for clearing that.
I just like to have a lot of guns. That's all.
That's dope.
I told you guys she was, you know.
Proud of you.
Do you like feature your guns and your knives in your OF content?
Not in my OnlyFans
Mhm.
content.
Okay,
No.
This chick has OF. Why am I not surprised?
Jim, thank you, man.
GMD Jim donated $199.
Appreciate it, man.
Wow, it's
Wow.
the Downs Amy Schumer.
That is not true, number 1, but thank you.
Bad faith and a self-proclaimed comedian. Shout out to Kilo Alpha Tango in the chat.
Kilo Alpha.
Who isn't a self-proclaimed comedian these days, right? Like, I feel like you have to self-proclaim. You know, you speak into existence.
Tango.
Apparently, they
Yo,
were good
Jim,
enough
Jim,
to think
thank you.
that I stole them, so I'll take
Oh.
that as a compliment.
Oh wow.
That's
Joke
like, you know,
thief
in the
accusation.
in the vaudeville days, people used to steal each other's jokes.
Wow. Thank you for that history lesson on comedy.
This chick is wild.
I did not steal any of those
Very
jokes, whatever that guy was.
Okay, that's cool. All right. So going back to Sav here, you said you don't know to what extent of personal business
Oh,
we get
yeah,
into, but
well,
To go to one of
But you said I won't say the guy's name, but you said you got knocked up a month ago.
Right.
Are you currently pregnant?
No.
So you got an abortion.
I did.
Okay. And then he ghosted the guy who we
Right.
won't name, ghosted you because of your job.
Right.
How long were you seeing him?
Couple
My
months.
A couple months.
Yeah.
Did he? I mean, but
He ghosted me because of my gerb. He got me preggo and ghosted me because of my gerb. Wild.
it sounds like you disclosed, so he knew.
Yeah, he knew.
But it progressively became a problem for him.
I guess.
Okay. And you said you had to make sure you won't get sued for talking about that. So you got preggers.
Yeah.
Were you on birth control?
Yeah.
Which
I was on
really?
the pill. Yeah.
Were you just fucking not taking it and shit? Or?
No, I was taking it. I got back on it
Missed a couple
for.
days.
Yeah. No, I didn't even.
Were you in your placebo week?
No.
I am not paying for premium, so y'all gonna have to deal with these ads. Yo, I pay enough. I pay for StreamYard, pay for this, pay for that, taxes, property taxes.
I'm sorry that
literally
happened to
Oh,
you.
thank you. No,
You're
it's fine.
sorry she got an abortion.
No, yeah. That's like, is it not a traumatic experience?
No.
Really?
I mean, I'm sure
Okay.
it is for some
No, I
people.
literally
Hold
had
up.
one the other day.
Wait, what?
I did not see that coming. She's like, it's not a traumatic experience. And then this chick doubled down. Look at her face. She's excited. The blonde one looking at her like, yo, you wild. She's like, oh, actually, I just had one the other day. That's wild. That is freaking wild.
I literally had an abortion like last week.
Oh, God.
Why? Can you tell us again?
It's really bad. I'm on like the pill and everything, but I do my tests like every month, like
Yeah.
pregnancy tests. Yeah, last week.
Do you know who the would have been
Here I had to
father
have
is?
it. Pardon?
Well,
Yeah,
you
it
said
was
you
my
do.
guy.
You said you do gangbang. So do you know who the father would have been, or are you unsure?
It would have been my guy.
It would have been.
Yeah,
Yo, these chicks are wild. This is the thing. Like, y'all thinking that you could look at a chick and be like, okay, this chick is doing gangbangs on the weekend. Yo, that's why when a chick is like, yo, I'm innocent, look at me, I'm like, I've seen too much. I've heard, I've seen, done. No, I'm kidding. I haven't done anything. I'm a virgin.
would have been.
Why were you so? You were like,
I didn't really
oh my
want to say it 'cause
god, I got an
don't
abortion.
wanna-
a week ago.
I know a lot of people agree.
Brian caught that. That's exactly what she did.
Yeah, it's costing me
You
a bomb
seem-
out.
You seem kind of happy about the.
It was quite
Yeah.
a 3-minute procedure kind of thing, but it's
Yeah.
yeah.
How long? How long
Chicks are cooked.
were you pregnant?
Cooked.
Like how far along were you?
Like 6 weeks. I
6
think.
weeks. Probably same for you.
Yeah.
Can I?
You can ask.
Did you get
Was he famous?
Yeah.
Oh.
Can you say what genre of fame he was in?
Like YouTube.
YouTube guy.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you get more specific, or you want to leave it
Like,
at YouTube guy? Can you say like how many subscribers he has?
I don't know. Honestly, I've never looked at his
Like,
YouTube,
okay.
but he was like destroying cars.
Destroying cars. Oh no, we know who that is. Oh no. I find it funny when these chicks say I never looked at his YouTube content. Like, yo, chicks, when a chick is digging you, yo, she is going all over your profile. She's going in the back history. She's looking at the archived posts. She's looking at she's hiring all types of people to see if she can get it. I do not believe when a chick says, I don't know X or I don't know Y. She knows exactly how many subscribers he has down to the unit.
Man, I wish I watched more YouTube because I feel like
So you can also get knocked
no,
up.
absolutely not.
Okay.
No,
She said, I know who it would be.
I just want to
Okay.
know.
She knocked up by a dude. That's all I'll say.
Wait, so you were like dating him for like 2-3 months?
Like unofficially, yeah. I'm just seeing him.
Okay.
I flew out
And it's not 42 Doug.
to Tennessee or
Did you
Tennessee.
wait? Did he tell him that you were
yeah, I
pregnant?
did.
What did he want? Did he want you to keep it or to?
Well,
get an
it's
abortion?
actually funny because when I first met him, he told me that he wasn't against abortions, but he just thought they should be only for medical reasons.
This is crazy because y'all act like you could get a chick pregnant by accident. I said by accident. Everyone's saying on accident these days. Y'all need to go back to English school. Y'all need to go back to, I don't even know what grade they taught me by accident, and it's not on accident. But anyway, you cannot get a chick pregnant by accident. There are several steps, several decisions have to be made to get a chick pregnant. Her cycle, y'all not pulling out. I've been pull out king out here. Well, not really because I'm a virgin. But on the reals, any chick will tell you, yo, I be pulling out. I'll go get tissues, you know. I'm not the dude that gets post nut clarity and dips and starts getting all grimy on the chick. I'm the opposite. Yo, me post nut, I'm like, yo, do you need some tissues? Let me get some tissues. You know, I'm waxing on and waxing off. I'm telling jokes. Y'all need to step it up.
And when I told him that I was pregnant, he was like, "Oh, well, there's nothing wrong with it. I think you should abort it." So
Okay.
a little switch up there.
That's wild. That's wild that these dudes get rich and famous and they doing these girls dirty. I understand that she has OF, but that's not a way to treat a young gal, you know? It's not the way. It's not the way.
But I was gonna abort it regardless.
Abort it regardless. Okay.
yeah.
And this, you got the abortion a month ago, ish.
Did you get the medical?
Or wait, no, you said you got knocked up a month ago, but the abortion was more recently.
I mean, that's when I found out was like about a month ago, and then I got it like that week.
Good times. Was that your first abortion?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was. She sounds. It's like, yeah, my first time to Disney. Yeah, my first time to Miami. Yeah, that's how she sounds. You know, these chicks are cooked.
Are you gonna congratulate me?
I'm not gonna say anything. But,
okay.
Okay. So big YouTuber knocks you up, ghosts you because he just, even though you told him that you did OF,
Yeah, he knew about
it was
it.
an issue for him.
Yeah.
He watched too much Andrew Tate videos, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I wonder why he really goes to her. This chick, although I do like her because I have a thing for the worst chicks, but you know, she has an energy about her that she's never really, not that she's not impressed by life, but she has the energy. I've been with chicks like this where they're just always, you know, nonchalant. They don't ever outwardly portray that they're impressed by something. So it's pretty interesting. I wonder why he actually goes through it. Is she just like downplaying everything? I don't know. Who knows? Who knows?
So you watch too much of whatever podcast. And here, wait, question. If he was like, babe, I want to be with you, let's get married, let's have the kid, would you have kept the kid?
No.
But that dude's rich.
Yeah, but
He's rich. Like he could retire you from OF. I think.
yeah. Well, I mean, I considered that idea, sure, but
Yeah.
then I would be.
This chick is young. She look at her face. She's down. These chicks are down. If y'all is about it, and especially if you have the money to take care of a child and a family, number one, just don't be blasting inside chicks that you don't want to have a kid with. That's number one. Pull-out game strong. I'm telling you, it's undefeated. Shout out to DJ Khaled. Undefeated. Because if there's no sperm, there's no pregnancy. It's that simple.
Tied to him forever, and I
Sure.
don't want to be.
You don't want to be tied to a famous
I would.
YouTuber?
If you knew him in real life, you would understand. Online, he seems fine, but
You want to link him up for a collaboration? Like you want to get him on the podcast? You want to?
Poor girl. She look at her face. If he was just about it, if he was about his business and he stood on business, he could afford it. Whoever he is. History.
Link him. Like I'll sit him right here, and he can be Team Brian.
yeah,
He can be Team whatever. Like you down to link it up? You know, do a little networking live.
No.
yeah.
Ooh, I want to know now.
No, I don't think so.
No.
Okay.
No.
Well, you know what?
Hmm.
If you know what I could do, are you kind of upset that he ghosted you?
I was. I'm not too much anymore.
Get him on the show. I'll give him a little.
Yeah.
The fuck? Why are you ghosting my girl Savannah?
Get him on the show, Brian. Get me on the show too. Yo, y'all need to call me up. Y'all need to stop having these lames on the show. And y'all need to have some melanin representation on the show, because a lot of y'all dudes that coming on that show is not about it. Y'all ain't getting no box. Y'all ain't got no experience with women. Y'all talking all types of theoretical. Yo, I'll be in the field.
Why are you
Tell him,
ghosting her,
sure,
bro?
tell him.
Why are you ghosting your baby mama?
Oh my god.
I would do it. You down?
No.
How dare you? How dare you have sexual intercourse with my dear friend Savannah and then just go? Did he just ghost you? He doesn't even say goodbye?
Yeah,
Did he make sure you got the abortion first though?
he did. Yeah,
So he would double check in.
he was double checking.
Oh, was he being all like sweet and being, oh baby?
That's wild. He must be watching Walter. He must be watching Walter be on the phone like, yeah, you at the clinic? Yeah, okay, cool. Click.
No.
Like trying to push because he's like, shit, I don't want to pay child support.
I mean, he was definitely being nicer than normal. Yeah, but
he was making sure.
Yeah, but
he was making sure you got the abortion.
it was very obvious. Yeah.
Shout out to Walter.
So he didn't pay for it either, by the way.
Oh no. That's why.
What's wrong with that?
So expensive.
Well, it was a two-person
Everything.
effort there. You know,
I mean, it
could have had it. Yeah.
It cost me like
2-person effort. That's a good point, you know, because she said she's a bit worried about getting sued. I think, although I know American laws regarding pregnancy are kind of one-sided, you got to be honest, they're pretty one-sided towards the woman. The woman is favored during pregnancy. Men don't have much autonomy over or much say over the pregnancy as a woman does. But in this case, the fact that she's telling this story, I would say that she has the right to tell 50% of the story. And she's not giving up homeboy's name. She's telling the story, but she's not really telling it. She's saying it without saying it. So I think she good.
Like $4,000.
Oh, wow.
Oh my God, it was what?
$4,000.
Wait, you got it done in the US?
Yeah.
Why am I?
$4,000.
That doesn't.
What?
That's a lot. I went to
How much was it for you?
private.
That's how much the US be charging people that aren't citizens for an abortion. 4 racks. 3,500 was pocketed by the doctor.
Isn't it just a pill
$150.
early on?
Yeah.
I didn't want the side effects, so I got it like
surgery.
vacuum.
Oh.
Wait, say that again? Sorry.
Oh, vacuum.
Yeah,
Like
The side effects, in other words, what you take a thing, and then like the kid pops out. You just think that you think it was Taco Tuesday coming out, but it's really a whole kid coming out. That's the side effects. I bet you that's the side effects. Because where else would the fetus go?
You got it. What?
anesthetic, and then you like awake, but you get it takes 3 minutes, and they just
They
vacuum it.
vacuum
but it's
Yeah,
it's like
crazy.
3 minutes of
Vacuum.
vacuum, and then you're all right after.
Yikes.
But my pregnancy test
Vacuum. Dyson. They talk about it like it's just like they're just vacuuming the car, vacuuming the center console.
still showed pregnancy on
What the
I
fuck?
hope not.
Okay.
Definitely not.
Good talk. We have some chats coming through here.
Graffito Tank
Yo,
donated
Graffito, good to see you, man.
$200. What is it with British girls being the biggest 304s on the
Hey,
planet?
Philip.
Lily Phillips, Bonnie Blue, and now this 304 in Chair 3. Like, literally, WTF.
Wasn't she on the show, Lily Phillips?
She was just on the show like 2 weeks ago.
Everyone loves her, and
Oh, she's fangirl into Lily Phillips. So
she makes racks.
She was with it?
Everyone in the UK loves, like in the
Yeah.
OF
Do you
industry.
want to be like, is she your hero?
Yeah, she makes like $500,000 a month.
Is she like your role? Is Lily
$500,000 a month.
Phillips your role
A month.
model? You're just like, when I grow up, I want to. Well, you guys are the same fucking age, but when I grow up, I want to.
I inspired
Fuck
to be
100
like
men.
Lily
Like-
Phillips. She's got her life.
That's so crazy.
That's for
Ryan, easy on the language. I'm trying to keep this a clean stream. Jeez.
those of you who don't know. Lily Phillips.
Yeah, I
she
knew
recently
that
filmed a
sound.
thing where she fucked 100 men,
Apparently she's
hours in a
pregnant
day.
now. I don't believe that.
and then she's done a bunch of other crazy stuff. Like she walks around
The
in public with like.
schoolies come on her face.
I was going to
Oh.
say it a different way, but yes.
Disgusting.
And now she's trying to aim for 1,000 dudes in a day.
She's
She's
also
like
now
a senior citizen.
Yeah, now she's doing the senior citizen. She's literally like in a retirement home.
Oh
yeah.
yeah.
Angel donated
Yo, that is freaking
$200.
Oh.
Why not look into adoption?
Oh.
I am a birth mom. Why do you think your life is more important than your child?
Any other girls? Because we got 2 like within the past couple weeks abortions have taken place.
Negative.
Any other recent abortions? Just
No,
checking, just
never.
getting a
Never.
temperature of the
I've
room
never-
here.
None ever.
Felicity,
I've
have
never
you
had one.
aborted any fetuses
No.
recently?
No.
Okay, just
No.
checking. Just wanted to check, make sure. Okay.
Mm-mm.
Do you want Savannah? Why did you want to respond to Happy Lit Angel? Why not look into adoption?
Because I would have to go through 9 months of being pregnant with a baby that I'm not keeping with a guy that I don't want to be with.
Well, you did kind of want to be with him
prior to
before the ghosting and the
right.
pregnancy.
Well, I mean, like
me too.
I liked him, but it wasn't going to be long term. We were not.
And this is on her now too, because it's 50-50 accountability. I can't just blame the dude. Like, what are these chicks doing, man? Like, what are they doing? We all talk about all this intuition women have. I ain't seen it.
Very compatible. So
You weren't. Why not?
it's like politically and
You were fucking a Trump supporter, weren't you?
yeah, I was.
Woo! I'm just kidding.
But
I-
didn't you know he was a Trump supporter
knew
before
that.
y'all fucked?
Yeah, I knew that.
Why did you fuck them?
Well, see, it's to say like he knew I had an OnlyFans and he had a problem with it. Like you
So-
know, you just
So what you're saying
it
is
happens.
Trump supporters
You know, you juggle it around, you know, OF, Trump, you know, abortion, maybe not, maybe, yeah.
have a chance with you.
Mm.
They can smash if they're famous and have YouTube videos.
That's okay.
Well, that's a fair question, right? You will have sex with a Trump supporter, but they have to make up for their
Okay, well, I never.
abhorrent. Wait, you will have sex and date a Trump supporter, but they got to make up for their abhorrent political views in some other way. Fair?
That's facts. And that's the thing. A lot of these chicks, like, they claim they have all these hard line, you know, unbreakable barriers and these standards. But yo, you show up with a check, you pull up with a Lambo, and yo, these chicks will be on a Trump supporter quicker than you could say on a Trump supporter.
Maybe. Well, yeah, but like not by fame or money. Just like
What about they have a really good character besides?
yeah.
That actually brings up a good point that I've mentioned many times on this channel, is that a lot of these dudes are looking for like the perfect trad woman, conservative, Trump supporting. You could find any chick. If you bout it, if you actually are trying to invest in a chick, she could be in any lifestyle. And if you're the dude, if you really believe what you say and you live what you say and believe, that chick's gonna follow your lead. So y'all barking up the wrong tree with these trad chicks. I'm telling you, a lot of these trad chicks, they're not even trad.
Or objectionable political views.
Yeah, I
that you-
thought he was nice. That's why I liked him.
That's how they get you,
I know.
babe.
That's how they get you. You see, Brian got some game deep in there. He got some. See the game.
For Trump.
Make America great again.
You know, on the down low, I'm kind of cool with abortion.
Yeah.
That's what got you, right? He's like, you guys were first talking like, babe, in case I knock you up, don't worry. I'll support. It's your choice to abort the child I don't
He
want.
didn't say that though. He was like,
Okay.
I'm only for abortions if it's for medical purposes only.
It was medically necessary for you to have
I
an
abortion.
abortion.
Yeah, in my
He didn't want you to get fat.
right.
What does that mean in my mind? These chicks be convincing themselves.
That
I
was the
mean,
medical reason. That's
actually
obesity.
fair, yeah.
Obesity is a medical condition.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah.
Okay, good talk.
Yeah. What about you? How many abortions have
She does not look happy. Y'all need to learn. Number one, before y'all start implementing these theoretical dating talks that y'all be watching online, y'all need to start learning how to read women. She is not happy. She's upset. She's sad. She has remorse. She's disgusted with herself. And, you know, it's a sad situation. Y'all need to stop. Y'all need to start pulling out, y'all.
you had?
I don't know. Men can't get pregnant. As far as I know, I've never had a girlfriend.
You never had a
Well, Brian, bigotry. Men can't get pregnant. We're in 2025, bud.
Wait, no, hey, hold on. There's more to that sentence.
You never had a girlfriend,
I
too?
pause frequently, which gets me into trouble. I've never had a girlfriend, as far as I know, have an abortion.
Okay.
Oh, what about a non-girlfriend?
Oh yeah.
A
Non-girlfriend.
non-girlfriend.
A girl I've been having carnal knowledge with, to my knowledge, has not had a abortion.
What if you had a girlfriend and she got pregnant and she wanted to abort it? What would you do? Would you be okay with it?
Would I be okay with it?
This chick, I think she's feeling Brian. She got a thing for YouTubers. She doesn't know how many subs he has, though. Obviously, she didn't look that up.
Really, I don't want a debate. I don't want to debate abortion right now. I don't want to get into an abortion debate.
I mean,
Well, ultimately, regardless of what I want, you know what? I'll answer it like this: regardless of what I want, it doesn't matter under the law because it doesn't matter.
that's good.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Whatever. If I'm pro-choice, pro-life, she can choose either way. If I'm pro-choice, she can keep the kid. If I'm pro-life, she can abort the kid. So in any
Right.
case, it doesn't fucking matter.
Right.
Good talk.
Okay.
Anyways, moving on.
All right.
We have a message here.
That's exactly what I was alluding to a few minutes ago, is that if a woman wants to abort, the man can't say anything. But if the man wants the woman to abort, God forbid, he still has no say. He can't. That's called, putting someone under duress or coercion. He can't make a chick have an abortion, but he can't prevent her from having one. So I see that as, a bit of a double standard.
Here from Koblask coming in. Savannah, Felicity gets to read it because we need to hear from. Go ahead.
Brian, can you ask each of your guests what their thoughts are on the age gap relationships of White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt and her husband Nicholas?
I don't know what the. Damien, can you Google?
question.
Can you Google that? Can you Google that? Yo, Coastal, thanks for the super chat. Andrew, thank you for the super chat. We have Weatherman, big fan of the pod. Love you, Brian. Trying to order this merchandise, but I'm toasted on the gas. Andrew is the GOAT, long the whatever podcast. Hope you sort that back.
Andrew! It's amazing that I managed to find one episode that did not have Andrew on it. It's just fluke. I wasn't trying to find that, but that's crazy. Where's Andrew at?
Back out. Weatherman,
Andrew's drunk. I'm just kidding, Andrew. I love you, bro.
thank you for the Canadian 280. Thank you so much, man. Really appreciate your super chat. That's very generous of you. What is that, like $3 American? Just kidding. No, I think that's very nice of you. Thank you, man. Hope things are okay. Do you want, Weatherman, do you want us to annex you? Like, is this a cry for help? Do you want to be annexed by America? Do you want Trump 51st state? I don't think we should do it though. That's a lot of liberal voters coming into the.
Let's go.
Coming into the, I'm not sure
You got that right, Brian.
how I feel about that. Okay. Thank you, Weatherman. Appreciate it. Sav, more of Savannah's notes. Oh, do we have the thing about the age gap?
Well, difference is the press secretary is 27.
7, yeah.
Her husband's 59.
Okay, so she's the female 27, husband male 59, so that's 22 years. Wait, 32. Sorry, got my numbers. Failed math in high school. Okay, 32-year age gap, 27-59, going around the table.
What are they gonna say about that, folks?
Is this an acceptable age gap, or does it give you the ick? And is it creepy, predatory, or
And the ick.
what?
I feel like it's a little weird, but 27 is
I feel like it's a bit weird.
old enough to,
Enough
As he has tons of money.
to
Close to
make
30.
your own choices.
date a guy who's about to retire.
Yeah.
Okay. What about you?
I don't care. It's fine.
You're fine with it? Okay. What about you?
Yeah.
Oh, it's fine.
I'm fine with
You're fine.
that.
You're fine. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Fine. Okay.
Sure.
Sure. You're cool with it. Okay.
See, the chicks that been out here, they're not judgmental about age. Let me tell you.
Float your boat. Right. And they're both in powerful positions, so it's not like one is taking advantage.
Okay. What about you?
As long as they met after she was 18, then I don't see a problem.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah.
Going around the table, have you ever been in an age gap relationship starting?
Oh.
with you?
No.
Never.
I always thought about this. This is a hot take. You guys can't cancel me for this because I cancel myself daily. I say this stuff openly. But I would almost, if they could enact a law where they could enact a law where women had to get married under 25. It was illegal for a woman to get married over 25. However, there's an addition to that law for men where men, because y'all like to talk about the frontal lobe and the rear lobe and this lobe, men cannot consummate the marriage until the woman is 26, not 25, because y'all gonna say, oh, you waited till the day she was 26. So men are not legally allowed to consummate. They're not allowed to have intercourse with the woman until 26, right? That's the law. But women are not allowed to get married past 25. I think that's a deal that a lot of men would go for. Yo, I'm a chill with a 20-year-old, 21-year-old, 22-year-old. You know, I'm gonna go out, we get some food, we get some drinks, we just chill, you know. I'm fine. I don't need to smash.
No. I've never been in an age gap relationship.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you dated an older guy? So, and by the way, that's 32 is really big. I think let's just say 10 years older. That'll be the benchmark for age gap. Have you dated 10-year older?
No.
Okay.
I've
And to add on to that, I would like to hear a feminist pushback to that. Like, what would they say? Because they like to say, oh, you're taking advantage of a young child because she's 24. She's a young child. So if you're not allowed to consummate the marriage before 26, what would be their objection? Be interested to hear what they have to say about that.
been sure.
Whoa, you're a little was the rapper? Who was it? Sir
No.
I knew it was
Sir Mix-a-Lot. No.
Would you question? Would you date Sir Mix-a-Lot?
It is pretty warm in here. I was cold a second ago.
Okay, we can open a little bit, but Sir Mix-a-Lot, would you smash?
No.
Really?
No.
No. Maybe don't got back, or what's the problem?
No. Maybe definitely. I guess I've dealt with someone that was older before. Not dealt, but
had carnal knowledge.
No, what? No.
Carnal knowledge.
No, Brian. She was playing poker.
Okay. Dope. What about you?
I think it's a little bit older, about 10 years.
Okay.
I think I've had multiple age gap relationships. 10 years
Sure.
probably.
My husband is about 7 years older than me.
Wait. Whoa.
Based.
Hold on.
I was 18. He was 24.
Oh, okay. You met at 18.
We met at 18. We met at work.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing creepy. We've literally talked about it. He's like, if I met you a day before you turned 18, we would not be together right now because we both think it's creepy if you meet when they're underage.
All right. Good times.
The day before. This is interesting. This arbitrary day before. I find that so funny.
Yeah.
Going back to Savannah, your notes here. You said the last guy you dated turned to God and got religious after meeting you because you have an OF and he wanted to save you. This is not the YouTube guy.
Yeah, I wasn't going to talk about the YouTube guy. But yeah,
sorry.
It's fine.
But that's going to get you all the clout, baby. Come on, baby girl. You got to get that clout.
I know. It's okay.
Okay, can I just have you scoot the microphone to the edge of the table? Yeah. And you two, Felicity. Tell us about the guy, I guess.
He just he was not religious when I met him. And then he got super uncomfortable with the whole OnlyFans thing, I guess. And he turned to God and started praying so that he could save me.
Wow.
And he still texts me sometimes and tells me to find God. And it's really sweet.
Yeah, that's nice. I like that.
That's rude.
He says it in a very
I think it's
derogatory
rude.
way.
He says it in a derogatory way.
He's being condescending. Right.
Yeah, 100%.
No, he wants to save your soul. Is there anything more
I get where he's
loving
coming from,
that
but...
he wants to save your soul?
Yeah.
Not to trigger you guys again, but with the 11-year-old thing.
Oh my God. What the fuck, bro?
When I was with that guy, he
This shit gonna get me banned already. I knew.
would do that same thing. He would be like, we were both 11, and he'd be like, God doesn't want us to do this.
Okay, I don't think we should talk about this topic. We can.
Jesus, that's a lot of damage.
It's a lot of censoring right
You guys are haters.
No,
I think it's
Haters.
Hold on.
Haters.
Stop. I think it's perfectly socially acceptable to be like, I think 11 years old is too young to be, even if it's like the same age, too young to be like having sex or doing anything sexual.
Now think about how it is these days. When people have a camera now, and they're Snapchat.
Stop, bro.
No, I'm not serious.
Chill.
Oh, real life.
Sometimes that makes sense.
Yes. I don't want to talk about fucking child. That stuff
that we literally were not.
Yeah, literally told not to talk about. Okay, all right, you guys. Sorry, I'm sorry. Back to the abortions. Back to the abortions.
You're so funny.
You guys are just haters.
Who've gotten abortions?
No, I'm saying let's talk about abortions now because
they're dragging this chick hard.
Because the consensual 11-year-old exploring of each other is too much for everyone.
You're 25.
Whoa, this chick is off the rails for real. Look at everybody's face. Everyone except the British girl. British girl's like, oh hell yeah, that's how we get down in UK. That's how she be getting down.
That's
You're saying
consensual.
some
I think
crazy
it's-
shit right now.
I never.
That is not even you. That's
Okay.
what's bothering me.
Stop.
Bro, you're being goofy, man. Do you think people believe that? I'm just saying.
Believe it.
Whatever, just go on. Moving on.
You're the one who thinks you're a 10 and you think you're going to be better looking at 100 years old. Who are you to tell
Deflection,
me?
deflection. Moving on. Let's just move
Nah,
on.
if I
I'm
wanna
sorry
talk-
that
stop, bro.
everyone like attacked at the. Whoa, we don't want to talk about that.
Yeah,
we want to talk about
because
abortion.
Stop.
Okay. sorry.
First off, we already moved off of abortion.
Yeah.
We're getting into this other thing. I know this. I know the sun revolves around you, and you're
Thank
super
you.
solipsistic, and
Thank
everything
you.
has to be about you.
Thank
we were
you.
talking about salve, and you're like, let me bring it back to this thing that nobody wanted to talk
We
about.
were talking about the.
This chick is wild. This chick is woo. But yo, this is the type of people that are pulled onto these shows, you know? Like honestly, if I were Brian, I would bring this chick back on several times. I heard that she was on a few times. People were saying that in the comments. This girl came back on a couple times. I would bring this girl. This girl would be a co-host because this is what gets the views. Type of crazy stuff. This is what gets views.
The God thing. He's a godly
Yeah.
man, right?
Cool. We don't want to talk about your situation when you were 11.
Okay.
We don't want to talk about it.
Oh, right. Let's move
Take
on.
a hint. Look at a boundary. We don't want to
Okay,
talk
let's
about that.
move on. How about we
But I
just
don't think
move on?
anybody here is a hater if they if they object in general to like, hey, this is kind of inappropriate for 11-year-olds to be doing.
Yeah, it's not
I
normal.
think that's
Okay.
like perfectly fine.
And it's also
Doesn't
kind of
mean they're a
gross to
hater.
talk about.
All right.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. Fuck it. Just to be clear, you're advocating for 11-year-olds to be engaging in that sort of stuff.
I'm
Because-
saying that it happens, and I'm saying now it happens, especially with.
No, I don't want to.
Social
I don't want to
media.
hear about the image shit. Don't talk about the image
Just
shit.
ask me a yes or no question, I guess.
Okay, so, but I understand that yes, it happens. But like you said, the way you framed it, and maybe one of the girls can like help jog my memory. You said something about healthy exploration of sexuality. I think that's what you said.
Yeah.
Maybe
This is some lib tings. This is liberal as hell.
it was framed a bit differently. I'm sorry. At 11 years old, how about we just say no? You shouldn't be doing that. And
It
no,
is what it
don't
is.
explore.
It
Don't
is what it
explore.
is. I'm not. Are there 11-year-olds
No.
watching this right now?
Not that there's anything wrong with being liberal.
Hopefully not. I didn't know. I didn't mean to
The majority
put
of
out a message to.
99% of our viewers are over the age of 18.
Okay. Then I'm not telling 11-year-olds to explore their sexuality. Like, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it. That's something that's happening.
Yeah, my 13-year-old cousin is watching
With that
this
being
'cause I'm
said,
on here,
because
so.
out of respect for Brian, which was spoken on before we started this podcast,
Yeah,
we're going to
no,
move on to the next topic. How about that? Because
but-
that is inappropriate at the end of
That's right. You take charge. You got a deeper voice than me.
the day. And
We don't need to be talking about anything
yeah.
like that.
So on that note,
I'm too grown to be talking about stuff like that.
Oh, we have a chat coming through. Oh, we have to rank Clay. And y'all wanted it.
Oh,
That'll be fun.
where's the picture? I've been
We got it.
waiting.
I'll get it.
Donated
I'll get it.
$200. Not one of these should pass on their genes. Most of you aren't worth the time. Long live Andrew.
Oh.
Send pic on Insta.
Okay, I'll
What
find
was
it.
the 19th
These guys just slob on Andrew big time, man. These guys.
Amendment?
What was the 19th Amendment, starting with you, Savannah?
Someone's right to vote, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's going back to vote. Yes.
Yep.
I told y'all she was smart. I like this girl at the corner. I like her.
I do look.
Wait, Clayton, you sent it
All right, let's check the
again,
Insta
bro.
post.
You
And it
sent it.
disappeared.
Clayton, it's this
doesn't
photo
want us
can
to see
only
what
be
he looks
replayed
like.
once. So Clayton, try this. So I think what you're doing is you're taking the photo inside of the Instagram app. Take the photo on your camera, and then go into the Instagram app and then send the photo through. Because if you take the photo in the Instagram app, I don't think you can send it for us to view on desktop. Or just email it to me, brian@whatever.com, and then I'll get it forwarded. But so if you're still watching, Clayton, here, let me read a couple chats here. Bro, I'm out on that shit. Okay, that's crazy, man.
The viewers be dropping. She start talking about that stuff. Woo!
Get the big crystal. Guys, I got crystals here at the table. This is...
Do we have a bigger one, maybe?
Yeah.
I'm gonna get- I need a
I
bigger
think you need a
crystal.
big amethyst in
Yo,
here
weatherman.
on the table.
Yeah, you keep me out the pit of darkness of addiction when I watch the show. You and Andrew, long live the Whatever podcast, Godspeed, brother.
Amen.
Yo,
Yo, they got a lot of. I'm not even gonna speak on that. Ooh,
man, thank you so much. That's a very, very nice
good for him. Staying clean, watching whatever. Stay clean, bro.
super chat. I appreciate it, and I really appreciate messages like this because I get a bunch of hate mail, but then I get a similar amount of kind of nice, pleasant messages like this, like, hey, I really enjoy your show. This is obviously very, very nice thing, man. So I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Thank you, weatherman over there in Canada. Is it cold? It's cold in Canada right now, right?
I believe so, yes.
Guys, if you want $100 read, TTS is $200 if you want a message to get in. Also, like the video, guys, if you're enjoying the stream, like the video, and then we do have
y'all like this video as well. Do it,
guys. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. What was the 19th Amendment? Did we do that one, guys?
What is it?
Guys, get us to 98,800 followers.
Just 36.
We just need 30. Math. Quick
36.
maths. Quick
Okay.
maths.
Yeah.
2 + 2 is 4. I don't know how that. Whatever.
Oh, wait,
Drop us some follows, guys. Yo, Malakar, thank you for the tier 1 popcorn. Thank you for the Prime. Walker, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate it, guys. And then also, guys, Venmo Cash App. If you want 100% of your contribution to go to Whatever podcast. Do we have any more? No, I think that's it. David Champagne, I already shouted you out. Thank you again, David, for the 50 on where was that? On Venmo.
$69.99.
Ooh. But yeah,
Gonna miss
Venmo. They don't take any cut. Ice cold weatherman. Thank you for the 60.
Ice cold.
Fine. Thank you for the super chat, weatherman. Appreciate it, man. You're a legend. Thank you. All right, guys. So let's get right back into it. So, Sav, the religious guy.
Right.
Yeah. Before we got interrupted there, we were having
Sav could be religious in 2 seconds, and I called this with Nala. Nala was on the pod, sitting in that same chair, and everyone was in the chat ragging on Nala. I said, "Yo, this chick looks like." She's just misguided. She just needs a strong man to come in, guide her in the right direction. What happened? Where's Nala now? I rest my case. She is saved and sanctified and highly favored.
Moment. So, okay. He became Christian. You had already. Wait, is this the 2.5 year guy?
No.
This is a different guy you were dating.
Yeah, this was like a couple months type of thing. Not official.
Okay.
But
sweet.
Yeah.
Cool. But he got religious and he tried to save you.
Yeah.
And then you guys broke up because
pretty
difference
much.
of values.
Yeah.
You did say being an OnlyFans creator does make it harder to date, but we kind of talked about that already. Well, are there any specific problems?
The thing about saving these chicks is they gotta save themselves. They gotta save themselves. Ouch, yeah.
That you wanted to touch on that?
I mean, I feel like we've kind of covered them all. Just dating in general is a lot tougher with OnlyFans.
Have you encountered this initially? Well, I think you have, but initially the guy's okay with it.
Yeah.
But only until like it gets further into the relationship. He's like, you know what? I thought I was gonna be okay with it, but there's some problems.
Yeah.
And he didn't think he was gonna be okay with it. He was down to smash. He's seen them pictures. He probably subbed to her OF, and he was down to smash. And it ends there. And he was not mature enough to pull out and get her some tissues at the end. No, he wanted to go balls deep like a champ, like he had a wife, and he had no wife. He did this girl dirty, straight up. That's just man to man. He did her dirty. I'm very unbiased. I'm not one of these dudes to blame everything on the woman. She has her accountability, but him as well.
Becomes an issue.
That's usually how it goes, honestly.
What are there specific things that they have an issue with? Is it like you messaging the other men? Is it the photos? What is it like specifically?
I feel like it's always the social media, like just having a Twitter and Instagram and posting hot pictures on there.
Okay. Huh. Okay.
I mean, the OnlyFans too, but I don't make like videos with other people. So
I'll tell you something about these chicks. Some of these chicks, they are the most conservative. Like, I get it, they're on a podcast, so they're revealing or whatever. They dress in like they clubbing. But I know dancers. I've known dancers for years, and these are some of the chicks that will dress the most modest. They're wearing sweatpants, they're wearing baggy jeans, they're wearing a big sweater. When they're not working, they're just normal. A lot of these trad women going out showing the most. Booty shorts, yoga pants, crop tops. These are the chicks that y'all think is trad and conservative. So these chicks, a lot of them can be reformed. I'm just putting that out there. Hey, you can believe me if you want.
Oh.
Okay. You said modern dating seems really transactional.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How much do you pay? Are you just what are you doing?
I feel like you pay.
You're paying for dates, or what do you mean?
I feel like in other ways, not exactly money, but
give me an example. Like how so? What's a specific example from you of a dating situation that you felt was really transactional?
Okay. I need to think about that for a minute.
Was it the YouTube guy? He's like,
I mean, yeah, I feel like some guys just
every dating situation is transactional. These dudes get in my comments and they tell me, oh yeah, free. Oh, y'all paying. Oh, y'all don't want to get. Yo, I'm not here promoting any type of lifestyle where you're paying for chicks. Don't get me wrong, but it's inevitable. You take a chick out. You take her for dinner. You take her for drinks. Even if you bring her to your house for Netflix, you're paying electricity. You're paying for your Netflix subscription. Women have a cost. You gotta get a lot of these dudes, especially in these realms of these comment sections shows like this. I don't have anything against this show in particular, but a lot of men seem to think that chicks don't cost money. Chicks are expensive as hell.
Want like arm candy, like somebody that looks good. Like they just want somebody that's gonna be good for their image. And then I guess it could go the same both.
Minimum $500 a month. Minimum. That's like that'll be a ratchet chick is gonna cost you $500 a month. Y'all ain't ready for this. Y'all want these, like look at this chair 1, chair 2, chair 3. Every one of these chicks in this frame right now is worth at least $500 a month because she's going to want to go out. She's going to want to go to a festival. She's going to want to go to a restaurant. She's going to want to this. She's going to want to that. Her hair, her alternator broke down. She needs new brakes. Obviously you're not going to be doing that for a chick you just met, but if this is a long-term girlfriend or even a chick you're seeing frequently, y'all going to be shelling out some sort of cash.
both ways, but I feel like there's always some underlying thing for dating these days. Like it's not just dating because you like each other.
Okay. Well, we can get into some of that more later. Going to Katie, you said you dated a famous soccer player or footballer.
Yeah, I still have like seen him as a mate and stuff now, but yeah, I was like dating, going out for dinner with him a lot.
Who?
I can't say his name, but he played for Arsenal, UK. It's like Premier League football. Yeah.
Chat, guess who it is? Okay, so you dated him, or you still have sex with him? That's what you're saying?
No, like I still like chat, like mates, like, but
mates. Okay,
like friends.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it wasn't like a proper
mates.
A deep relationship.
Excuse me.
It's more like we just went out for food and like chilled a lot. And
yeah. And then I saw in one of your Instagram posts, I think that you make how much do you make on OF or made on OF?
Altogether?
Yeah.
3 million.
3 mil.
Cap.
Okay.
But I also do other platforms.
You think it's true, Savannah?
I think why
that's it.
Yo, that chick, I'm telling you, that chick, I don't know, she gives me Jewish vibes. That's a compliment. Nothing wrong with that. I personally love Jewish chicks. I don't know so much about the men. I'm not anti-Semitic. It's more like it's like on a gender level, right? It's like anti-sex-mitic.
You're the OF.
That's
OF,
in
so.
dollars, though.
Yeah,
I mean,
American dollars?
No, pounds. Isn't it more? Isn't pounds more?
I completely forgot my point, but why I brought that up is she's like, why? She like, you did not make 3 million.
I think it is. Isn't it right now?
It's less.
I think it's
maybe
a
that's in Canada.
Yeah.
Wait, 1 British pound to 1
It's
USD.
less.
Oh
I
no,
obviously didn't keep all.
1 pound sterling is 1.29 USD.
So it is worth more.
Yeah.
So
Obviously,
Americans think they have the strongest currency in the world. I find that hilarious.
I don't keep all that. I've had to pay tax and that.
of
but
course.
I've got
Wait,
property.
So
Like,
3 to
Euro, Merkin, pound, Merkin. What else? I don't even know any other currency. It's pretty bad.
here to 3 million pounds to USD would be that would be 3.8 million USD.
Now they all excited. They thought 3 million pounds was like $84 and change. Now they're like, oh, look at the red dress. She's like, oh, that's $3 million US. Man, she mad.
In
That was less.
dollars.
Maybe you grind it out.
yeah, a lot of
Literally?
my friends do it. They'll waste it all.
Oh yeah,
Like-
fast money.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
but I've-
investing and
I've
buying
got 2
property.
houses.
Yeah.
Okay.
You got
and
2
one, and one
houses.
abroad
Yeah.
in Spain.
Sav, are you willing to disclose your OF moolah income?
One abroad? Can you still say broad? I think that's pretty bigoted, young lady.
I feel like it varies really depending on.
Do you want? How about total?
I don't know total.
I
just
what was the most
per
you made in a
month.
month? What was the most you made in a month?
Like 60,000.
60 a month. Okay.
Yeah.
Most in a year.
I don't know. Honestly, I feel like this year will probably be my biggest year.
Have you made a
I
mil
think.
in a year?
Not in a year.
Not in a year.
No.
Okay. Half a mil.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
around that.
All right. But so going back to your things, are you willing to show me proof?
Not bad.
Proof. I don't
Like, doesn't it show your OF earnings on the dashboard in
Oh, yeah.
OnlyFans?
I have it on my computer, not just on
It's
logging
not
on
on
my
your
phone.
phones?
No, I do it
Oh,
on my laptop.
shucks.
But I can send it through after
How convenient it's not on the phone.
if you can add
That's
that
fine.
in.
What would it be during the show, or would you just send it?
After, like when I get back.
Okay.
then. You can put it on the Instagram if anyone wants to see it. I
Sure.
don't know.
You said that relationships in this day and age should be open.
Yeah, because I think it works better. I feel like there's a lot
Open
of
relationships. Okay.
people out there like in relationships, and the guy what I found from previous boys that I've like tried dating is they're always looking for better. Like you could be the best person ever. Like I don't know, celebrities for example, they're like together.
No, ma'am, I do not agree. I believe that a lot of men do get with women because look, men and women are different. Women will hold out until they think they got a good catch, right? Men will kind of get with this chick. They call it like a jump off. It's like I get with this chick for the interim, and then hopefully I get some better because chicks is finna see me with this chick, and I'm gonna get me a better chick. I never was like that. I'm finna go through droughts. I'd rather be with I would rather be in a drought than be with some busted chick. Not me. Not me.
And the woman's maybe stunning, but the man's always going to look for more. I feel like you could be a 10 and he'd still want more.
Oh, so like
If you're a 10 and you is about it, I ain't going nowhere.
the man would still cheat.
I'm worried. I worry. I've got
So
a
it's just better-
trust thing, so it's better with how I've got it.
I need to actually step away for just a moment, but I know Sav, you actually disagree with this, and I don't know if the other girls disagree with open relationships. So if you guys want to have an exchange just while I step away for a moment,
Sure.
just one thing, Sav, if I could have you scoot the microphone to the edge of the table, and just one thing for these cameras. I know normally you want to look towards the person when you're talking, but if you can, just kind of try to be a bit more straight,
Okay.
not with your sexuality.
Yeah, be straight.
If you're bi.
Brian got it. Be straight.
It's okay. But just be straight when you're talking. Go ahead. Take it away, Saf. You disagree.
When you're talking, of course. Y'all could be.
Go ahead.
I do disagree.
Why?
I am insane and I could not do that. If I'm worried about somebody cheating on me, I just wouldn't date them. Period.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, I think, some people like that, like Polly. I think some people like that. Me?
So many chicks have told me they're insane. I kind of like that.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I can never do that.
No, just me. That's it. No.
I'm like a one man kind of woman.
Yeah,
I don't like sharing. I think it's very, I don't know.
Yeah,
I got
like,
preference.
I'll act like a
initially
Rottweiler.
Yeah, like I will.
I'm not
You lucky
kidding.
you laugh.
Yeah, I'm acting like a Rottweiler. I am foaming at the mouth.
I'm gonna give you a quick game, y'all. All of y'all dudes, young dudes, is trying to get with multiple chicks. Quick game. Easiest thing to remember is never make them jealous of each other. That's the only thing you need to remember if you're trying to deal with multiple chicks. Yo, free game.
All right, so I'm like a loving, loyal, down to earth creature.
I wouldn't have gone that way if it wasn't for OF.
Yeah.
But the thing is because I do it with
Yeah,
men.
I think it's a little different for you. I can understand that.
So I don't like it. I don't like it.
Okay, so if you don't like it, then why are you saying that all relationships should be open? Like your thing that Ryan said that you said, I don't know if you actually said it, but he said that you said that
in the
all
relationships,
relationships
my
should be
job,
open.
my job.
Okay, that's fair. Like if you're in the porn industry,
that's more understandable.
That's totally fair, right?
Only fan.
And just to elaborate, I would recommend against that. A lot of men have this fantasy of having a ton of chicks. Yo, I would not want that unless I'm extremely wealthy and I really have things going. I don't recommend that for any man. I don't recommend that for myself. That's not something I want right now. But I'm just saying. I've been there, and the number one thing you should not do is make them jealous of each other.
I wish I didn't deep down. I wish I did not OnlyFans.
But if you were not an OnlyFans, you have 3 houses.
But I have a lot of people that don't like what I do, and I'm worried. I could just go into. I would love to be just a gym girl,
Then go do that. So are you trying to just get set up and then you
I will
eventually gonna brand
I feel like I do this forever because I want him to stay loyal to me down the line. It's just now.
I mean, I feel like $3 million and 3 houses is kind of set up enough to stop doing OnlyFans, especially if you're
maybe till maybe 23, and then I might stop.
Here's the thing about $3 million is 3 houses, whatever. A lot of people, they overextend, you could have millions of dollars. Well, not millions, but let's say you have $1 million, you get 1 house, that money is gone. Because if you're going to be paying a mortgage, right? Any house you buy is going to be 3, 4, 5, depending on what area you live in, 5, 6, 7, $800,000, right? So you made $1 million. People think $1 million, it's not 1996 anymore. $1 million is 1,000 times $1,000. That's not really relatively that much money in today's economy. So hearing someone has 3 properties, she's got to have those rented out. She's got to have income coming in. She got to be smart. She's young too. She can't retire tomorrow. So just keep that in mind, y'all, that's trying to be a 1 millionaire. Y'all got to be multi in this economy.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you're being honest with I don't like it, I don't want to do it, because I had an OF for 3 months 4 years ago, and it destroyed my mental. It changed my mind.
I did not see that coming. She had an OF. Whew. Okay.
Set of sex and stuff from something that you do for enjoyment to a job, right? So it impacted my relationship with my husband at the time. He was.
They say you got to do what you love.
We weren't married at that point, and he was okay with what I was doing because we hadn't gotten religious yet. But
we hadn't gotten religious yet. I had an OF.
Was it his idea? No. We were struggling, and it was COVID.
Gotcha. It is a quick fix, but it's not.
But that's the thing it wasn't, right? It is if you already have a platform, or if you're ready to do, or if you're willing to do these crazy scenes like you with the gangbangs and everything.
Yeah, I hate it, but I know it's money. It's really bad.
I only did solo stuff, and even just doing solo stuff, it's still
That's really sad and tragic. You should not be doing something you hate just for money. That I see a lot of these low-class chicks doing this. They're trying to up themselves in class, and all that stuff. It's going to regulate itself. You can't just jump classes and think it doesn't work.
Fully impacted my relationship with sex, right?
Yeah.
So if it's already impacting you, like you say, it is you literally just said, I hate it.
I don't
so
like
why
the fact that he last week will go do it with someone and pay someone, and that makes me think in my head, you've got me I'm so why not? Nice, but then it's how it is.
Why not only make boy girl content with your boyfriend and close the relationship?
I should, yeah.
That's a great idea. I think just
why not get a job? This is the thing. I don't particularly have, and this is why Pinky, you got action, hit me up, bang my line. But I don't particularly have an issue with a chick doing OF or dancing or X or Y or Z. It's not because I think that, this behavior will ruin her mentality. I think that this behavior is demonstrative of laziness. It just shows to me that the chick wants to take the easy way out in life. And that to me is more indicative of issues than the action itself. I don't know if that's an autistic analysis of that, but I don't know. I just find the fact that they would go into these lines of work is more indicative of their mindset than the actual work is detrimental. I don't believe that it's actually detrimental because a lot of these chicks don't give a damn. And it's the fact that I know women quite well that I know they don't give a damn. This stuff ain't damaging them, but it's really the mentality that they would go into this line of work as kind of a shortcut. That to me is the main issue with these chicks, these type of chicks.
If you want to keep doing OnlyFans because of the money aspect, then why not just do it with your boyfriend if you don't like the concept of open
He
relationship?
only does POV, so no face. And we found that people like the other creators, like the big creators, the guys that I collab with, have got maybe like 100k on Insta because they put their face in. That makes me like so much more than just my guy.
Yeah.
But you know what? I just got to think that he don't get feelings for these girls. He does it because
Faces. Shout out to Gucci Mane.
I don't know. And I know these girls. I've met them. I know they're just there for one thing and they'll leave.
Yeah,
So I've been not going on dates.
Yeah, I've been in an open relationship where it was like one-sided open because I'm bi, so the guy I was with at the time was like, you can go bang other women.
Yeah.
This chick is surprising me. I thought she was trad. I thought you was trad. Actually, she could be trad by today's standards.
But like, I'll stay faithful. And even that dynamic was like super weird, right? Because
you're sharing your like
exactly like if you're in a committed relationship with somebody, I personally believe that like giving it up for anyone else is kind of like
just from a man only.
Yeah, like it's kind of. I mean, I'm like strictly dickly, so I'll go one way on a choo-choo train.
Same share,
It's incredibly hard to share. Like, it'll fully impact your own personal like security within yourself, right? Because you see him, like, say he went and banged someone who was like blonde hair, green eyes, like a size 0, right?
Like, oh, they're better looking than me.
Exactly.
But
so it's gonna impact your mental health. So why not just like?
Will it though? I'm not convinced. A lot of these chicks are cold. These chicks be cold. This chick in the red on the far left, maybe she still has some, there's some soul in there. I like my chick soulless.
You made the money. You made more money than a lot of people make in their entire lives. You've got houses for residual income. Like you can make them Airbnb.
Actually, it's pronounced houses.
You can rent them out. You
That's
can do whatever.
what I do with one of them.
Yeah,
and it does well. Like
especially like you said, you have one in Spain. Like
in Madrid.
Okay. So what would be your cutoff point? Like when do you think that would be?
What in terms of money? What I've made, or
well, I mean, just in terms of like continuing doing OnlyFans. Like when would you stop? Like what would make you feel comfortable enough to stop at that?
Once I've got maybe one more property that I want to buy, I'm trying to save for now. I'll probably stop because this whole abortion thing as well.
So in like a year or so.
Crazy.
Yeah, definitely. It's all on your mental health.
Yeah, especially because I had to like.
That's the thing. You see, she's complaining about this abortion that was $4,000. If you ball it, like that's the thing. People don't think about 1,000 times $1,000, right? So 4 times $1,000, that cut into your money. You have 996,000 left, right? Like if you have $1,000, you're not out here splurging. You have $1,000. So think of it like you have 1,000 times $1,000. So bills be hitting you. If you have mortgage payments that are $2,200 a month, that's hitting you. So y'all thinking like $1 million is like a ticket to riches. She could be still hurting. If she has 3 houses, she could be hurting.
Like actual procedure where they go in
I wouldn't have gone through. I would have kept it if it wasn't for OF. You know what I mean? I want to stop.
That's hard. I'm sorry.
That's really rough.
Yeah.
People will pay a lot of money for pregnant stuff. People are weird.
I wouldn't.
There's some weird fetishes out there. Let's just say.
I made a bunch of money on OF blowing up balloons and lingerie, like no nudity or anything.
Yeah, I sell my nappies. I sell used
anything.
nappies. I sell everything.
Yeah.
Blowing up balloons in a what?
Feet.
Yeah, I had people that I knew in person pay me for like feet pics, which
I
is
hear the
weird.
craziest stories from people.
It started off with
wow.
Yeah, and that's usually how it is, right? Like it's a gateway. You're selling your body a little bit, and then you start selling it all of it, right? But
I used to like go on like adult sites when I first started, and I used to screen record someone else's POV and pretend.
In Japan, they have like these streams where people eat on stream because a lot of people are lonely and they like to watch girls eat. I think that chick has a future in that. The girl on the left, not to be mean or anything. I'm being serious. Men would pay to watch her eat.
It was because I was like, I don't want to do it, and then one day I was like, I just do it. But when you see money coming in, it's like, you don't want to stop.
Yeah, money's basically a drug.
Home, like they hate me. Like, I had to move to London.
Yeah, especially because like with the economy and how expensive everything has been, I don't know how it is in the UK, and I know nothing about global.
I imagine it's expensive.
Yeah.
How much is the tax?
I mean, the federal tax is about to be abolished, so.
I think it's like 30. I think it's like 33%. It's like a third of your income. Yeah. But yeah, I just think if you are.
I saw a statistic recently which shows like the average person works about 140 days for the government, like in terms of taxes. So 140 of the days out of 365, you're working basically for free to cover taxes. Wild.
You're already seeing the detriments that it has to your mental health and the relationships that you're forming with other people. Yeah, exactly.
My family,
Yeah.
How does your family feel?
That's not pleased with it. I come from good background.
Okay.
Doctors.
So then,
a heart surgeon. And then it's just me.
Doctors in the UK. Okay.
Was the initial draw just the money? Was that like the reason you started it?
The freedom, because I was in a normal job in like a little cafe, and the pay was like
in a little cafe, and that exactly plays into what I was saying. She was at a cafe making $15 plus tax plus tips. That wasn't enough for her. She wanted to make that money, but she didn't want to be a doctor like her folks.
£4.50, which is like nothing in your money, or like $5. It was cheap, and then started it. But I used to do YouTube in school, and that did well. I got to like 20K on Insta with like the fashion. I used to get PR, like what they call it, PR in the UK. But then I saw like a lot of girls did OF. Then just grew, did that, and then,
OnlyFans has definitely become a big thing.
Yeah,
and then you've got like the girls that he was saying like Bonnie Blue, they go too extreme. Like,
Yeah, that's a little wild with the 24 hours. Guys, I just
I don't know the Bonnie person.
I'm
but
like,
I saw that Lily Phillips or whatever when she was on
100.
Yeah, and like her next school was 1,000, whatever, like that.
She's wanting to do the old man.
Yeah, and then she went on podcasts after that.
That's what's crazy, that all these chicks know these figures. That's the thing. When y'all out here trying to cold approach chicks, like, yo, they know chicks like Lily Phillips. They're not trying to hear you.
100 crying about how it like impacted her mental health, and then turns around and says she wants to do 1,000.
I feel like a lot of this is just for publicity, though.
Oh, absolutely.
Like,
Yeah.
absolutely, you know,
It's like
keep that
how-
in mind for all these OnlyFans girls.
I would say she's a smart girl. She's public. She's marketing herself. We're talking about her right now.
So you absolutely need to be a certain level of smart to be able to market yourself. However, I'm pretty sure Lily Phillips has an agency. Yeah.
Certain level of smart to market yourself. That's a great quote.
And has people that do it for her.
Yeah.
And therefore,
or that found her. I subbed to her.
It's great when Brian's not here and you just see like the conversation divulge into, it's just like behind. I used to work in restaurants. This is exactly what conversation sounds like in the back. When all these chicks be waiting for the food to bring up to their tables that they don't give a F about, but they're going to try and milk them for 25% tip. All right. I said it.
Subbed to Lily Phillips. I wanted to see how the replies are. It's automated. She does not have, she's got like 10,000 subscribers plus on different platforms.
and there's no way that you can talk to all of those people as one person.
I
Like, it's
have,
just
you got an agent, team, manager.
Yeah, like it's a scale thing, right? Like you do it all yourself. Sav, you said you do it all yourself too. But once you hit that point of like 5K plus people trying to talk to you all the time.
I don't reply to
Honestly, the comedian, this was her time to shine. Comedian in black over here. This was her time to shine. She's not hosting the show. She letting chick at the home girl at the left there take the lead. Come on, you step it up there, comedian.
when I bring most of my money through the subs, and then they just see it on my wall. Like it's more of the subs that make me the money.
Yeah,
like, it'll be like 50K in subs and
What's the subs?
20K in subscribers.
Oh,
in
yeah, okay,
messages.
gotcha.
So there's a girl in America. Do you know who Sophie Rain is?
I've heard the name. On Instagram. She's like brunette.
Yeah, she makes $6 million a month.
Yeah, but she doesn't do.
This chick is listing all her childhood heroes. Sophie Rain to the rescue. She makes $6 million a month. This chick she gone. She finished.
Anything.
The thing about chicks like this is no matter how much money she makes, she's always looking to the left and looking to the right. That's something you need to be careful of when you're looking for a chick. It's not about how much you make or how down to earth the chick is. If she's looking to her left and her right, you're gonna have problems for the rest of your life because there will always be someone more rich, there will always be someone better looking, there will always be someone funnier, right? So as a man, these are things you gotta sift out.
Yeah, and this is the that's
the dancing and stuff.
Dancers.
Yeah, I mean,
She's like her marketing is like a Christian. Like she's a virgin.
Like, she's never
like
slept with anyone.
you have to.
If you're really making $3 million on OF, you not need to be worrying about someone making $6 million a month. Just do your thing. Do you look like Sophie Rain? Like, no offense, but there are tiers of looks, right? Sophie Rain looks amazing. So I mean, come on, let's be honest here.
To find a niche.
Yeah, like if you look at Belle Delphine back when she was like a super big thing, like she did no nudity, she had the pasties on all the time, and then the moment she started doing full nudity, the internet stopped talking about her because everyone knew what she looked like. Now there was no more mystery, and it was like, okay, bye. Like, we don't
I agree. A lot of these chicks that are doing non-nude make more money.
care about it anymore, right? So it gets to a point where it's like you see so many naked people all the time, like it kind of becomes dull. Yeah, super dull. Like that's why corn addiction is an issue and all
I
that.
mean, I guess for some people, I have not experienced that though, because I only do solo stuff. I've never had to do anything crazy to get subscribers or keep people around. So I guess that's
probably just depends on like the audience,
yeah,
for sure.
Definitely.
Damn, I hate to announce this, but it's I'm looking at the analytics here.
As soon as these chicks start divulging into their cafe backroom talk, analytics, everybody left.
The analytics,
Problem solved. Fiverr's got talent. Like I said, I will not be paying for YouTube Premium because I pay enough. StreamYard Studio, I got all types of bills. Yo, taxes on taxes, property taxes, school taxes, overseas taxes. So we're gonna deal with some ads, y'all. All right, but bear with me.
As soon as I leave,
you have such a pretty face, Brian. Everyone
just
literally
the analytics.
I'm like,
Speaking of analytics, as soon as the ad comes on, the analytics take a nosedive.
Just fucking straight. We lost like 1,000.
He's gone.
You lost 1,000 people. You let chicks talk to themselves for 5 minutes, you lose 1,000 people.
You're the main one of the show.
Rip. Okay. Wait. What? What the fuck?
What's that?
Wage gap is real. I think that is peak bigotry, right? Y'all, women are talking. Y'all leave. That's wage gap. These women are getting 40% less viewers than the male host.
Did you guys put something in my drink?
No.
Oh, okay. Wait, can you say Dracarys really quick and look into this camera and say
Why would
Dracarys?
No. Why would I? No.
No. That's not bad. It's not.
No.
Dracarys. Dracarys.
No, I'm good. I don't even know what that
It's
means.
probably Game of Thrones.
I'll rap if you say Dracarys because you look like Amelia Clark. Wait, that's her name? From Game of Thrones.
I think right.
Just say regular.
So we can
What does that mean though?
Here, I'll tell you what it means.
Yeah, what is
So when
fire?
she has her it's an instruction to her dragon to breathe fire. It's like burn.
Oh, okay.
It
I'll
means
say
burn.
that. I mean, I hope you're telling the truth. Don't make me look.
No, it's not.
dumb.
You're not saying no.
So
Has
I-
nobody here
I
seen
mean,
Game of Thrones?
I've never watched Game of
I never
Thrones.
really
so
watched
I'm
that
like,
show.
Who watches television? This is freaking 2025, Brian. Come on, you got a show to run.
Dracarys.
I think I watched every one.
Dracarys. Dracarys.
Dracarys.
Dracarys. All right, I'm only saying it one time now. Don't make me repeat
All
myself.
right, into this camera.
Wait, what?
Look deep.
Ooh, feisty.
Look at the camera.
Dracarys. Whatever.
No, don't look at me. Look into the camera.
I wasn't looking at you. I was looking at
Look into the camera. Dracarys.
What?
Dracarys.
Dracarys.
But don't you put a question mark at the end.
That chick, I could tell I would have liked her like 7 years ago.
Dracarys. Okay,
Exclamation.
that's it.
Put an exclamation mark at the end.
Dracarys. There you go.
I give it
No offense.
like a B minus. It was okay. It was
All
not
right,
bad.
good. It's better than an F.
Yeah.
Let's get the rap. We'll take the B minus.
Wait,
I'll
what's
take the B minus. I'll take the B minus.
what is some other shit that Daenerys said in Game of Thrones that we can never say?
What's your episode right now?
Here, I'm gonna go.
Here we go, Brian, with this. Whatever. At least there's a male host back. Jeez.
Google
Did you say you were gonna rap?
Daenerys quotes. I definitely didn't say that. I definitely did not say
Definitely
that.
did.
Definitely not on camera saying that.
I want to.
Oh fuck.
Alexis likes rap. I'm just kidding.
I like what? I like what?
rappers.
No, I don't like rappers. I only dated one rapper.
I
I only dated one rapper.
I only did. She had to slide that in. I only dated one rapper, guys.
I wanted to see him rap. That's why.
What is
Oh
your
yeah, come on
favorite-
now.
I know.
Hold
he
on.
said he's gonna rap. He's trying to avoid it. He's
Can you say the following?
Actually,
Can you say the following? Wait, where the? Oh my goodness! What? My Google's.
Uh-oh.
I'm
Wait,
Daenerys
rap.
Stormborn of the House Targaryen of the blood
Okay,
of old
nah, see, you
Valyria.
lost me. You lost me already.
I
Yeah.
lost you?
Yeah,
That's why I don't watch
lost
the
me.
show.
Okay.
So I don't
Yeah,
know what
me
the
too.
fuck it's
I'm more of a Harry Potter type.
You're more of a
guy,
Harry
yes.
Potter type.
Oh.
Wait, so you want me? Do you actually want me to rap, or can you let me?
No, I'm
let me
definitely
off
want
the
you.
hook? Can you let me off the hook, please?
No.
We need
No.
Brian Slim
You know what? How about this?
Yeah,
I
Eminem.
wanted to do. You know how Sir Mix-a-Lot, his claim to fame.
I don't know why you keep
Hold on,
saying that.
hold
I
on.
don't even know.
So you know back in the
Yeah, it
90s,
is.
you know how back in the 90s, he
I
had
was
this
gonna say,
big,
actually, I think I know who
You
that
know
is, but I don't know.
Baby Got Back.
Okay, I don't know how he looks like, but
Well, but so I recently I was like, you know,
what
how
makes you
can
think that the rapper guy I was with
What?
for 10 years? What makes you think he's older than me? He's like was only a year older
Yeah,
than me.
he's
Oh, I don't know.
Nothing crazy.
Wait, you want to hear me rapper?
You were a rapper for 10 years? Damn, homie was down bad. No, I'm just kidding.
No, you got
Yes, I do
let me
forget
talk.
that.
Let me hydrate myself.
Come on
So,
now, Ryan. You stalling now.
I got this. So I
Is
pulled
that
up the
water?
lyrics because here's what I did is the reason I'm bringing up Sir Mix-a-Lot is he had a song about like having a preference for women with large
Mhm.
buttocks, and I have a thing for women with large labia. So I was like, how can I do
Love
do
that
like
shit.
I don't agree with Brian. I don't know if he's trolling or what, but and this chick is feeling it. You see with the pink hair, she feeling it. She outing herself. No pun intended.
the white boy version
Oh, you look
of
freaky
Baby
little
Got
white
Back
boy. You're a freaky little white boy.
of Baby Got Back but large labia. So I asked Grok, which is the Twitter AI, to write me a
I got a feeling this is gonna be lame as hell, so we gonna skip ahead.
You know, I was in Kyle's music video.
If
though.
you
I was in
saw
Kyle's
him, you
music
would be like,
video.
oh yeah, I know that.
You definitely
No, I wouldn't. You could show me a photo of him. I wouldn't.
You would know who Chance the Rapper is.
Chance the Rapper.
Get your phone and look.
I didn't know what Kendrick Lamar looks like until I watched the Super Bowl.
Oh,
I still don't know what Kendrick Lamar looks like.
I'm
that
dead
is some
serious.
YT
How?
people shit.
White girl,
Said I just lost the black audience right there.
white.
I'm not. I'm Cuban.
Oh, you're a Latina.
Yeah, yes, I
But you're
am.
white Latina.
Spicy.
You're white Latina.
Yeah, I'm okay
Yeah.
with that.
Still a teen.
She looked like she's been working her whole life to hear that white Latina. Look how happy she is. She down.
Okay.
But no,
I'm
but you
a
didn't
rap
know
guy.
Kendrick. No.
You think I listen? Do you think I'm cool
I don't
enough
think you listen to rap, but I'm.
You think I'm cool enough to be like,
like
oh.
Deepak Kira?
Actually, we were listening. You know what? I was listening to a rap song, Mob Deep, Shook Ones. We were listening to.
Hey, shook ones.
Yo, chat, we were listening to. I was listening to Shook Ones Part 2 before the show. Wait, who is that?
Shook one.
See, you guys deal with this new school shit. Shook Ones, Mob Deep.
I don't.
You fuck with Mob. You know who Mob Deep is?
I don't.
You don't know who Mob Deep is?
No.
Oh, you
I think I'm vaguely familiar with
you don't
Mobb
know
Deep.
Kendrick. You don't know. You don't know Mob Deep.
Yeah, I'm saying you don't know how they look like. We're like
Kendrick's been around for
Wait,
like
what's that
10
song?
years.
98 till infinity. Wait, 98 till
I know who.
infinity.
I've heard some of that.
You don't know Souls of Mischief? Do you know Souls of Mischief?
I mean, I'm sure if I heard the
Shit.
song or something.
Huh?
Shit, Brian trying to school them on the rap.
Yeah.
You don't know Souls of Mischief?
Shit, we gonna learn today.
93, not 98 till 93 till infinity.
You
You know that song?
You should wrap it since you probably.
Rapper. I mean, it's like
No,
the
right.
bar has been set really high.
You know what? I like to think that he was just more than a cheating rapper, though.
He's so much more than that.
Yeah.
He had his flaws.
Yeah. Everyone has their flaws, right?
Yeah.
But there's definitely people that are not as, I don't know, I guess you could say like,
What was wrong with the guy that your sister set you up with? What
oh,
was wrong?
total douche.
Douche.
And what
Total
else?
You don't like
douche.
douchebags?
No, I don't like
Why was he
douchebags.
douchey?
I mean, the fact that the guy would like literally always drink and drive, and then on top of that, yeah,
that's not that. I'm just kidding.
And then even after
Why did you make that
DUIs,
look, Felicity? Do you drink or drive?
No, it's just
You just
you know what?
drive
If a person,
recklessly.
like, yeah,
For fun, for funsies.
yeah.
Wait, so he was douchey and he was a DUI guy?
Yeah, but like bad decision making and things like
Okay,
that.
that's your sister set you up with?
Yeah, my sister set me up.
You gotta be a little upset with the sister then, I guess.
Yeah.
You said your date got beat up by his brother?
That was him. Yeah.
I do not like setups. Every time you get set up with someone from someone else, it's a disaster.
Wait,
I made sure that he like got home safe and his brother was there and whooped his ass like real bad.
Wait, why did the brother beat up?
They were both drunk. I think it just ran like I don't know. It was horrible. I was like, is this happening? And I'm just standing there like I'm never going on a blind date ever.
Shit. Younger brother or older brother?
His older brother.
His older brother beat him up.
Yeah.
Do you recall what the argument was about?
Literally nothing. They were just fine and they were drinking and I was about to head out and his brother just started swinging on him.
Damn.
And
I gotta take a pause. I'll be back. Don't go far, y'all. I'm back. I just put it full screen so y'all can see that. So that viewers, when they know I'm back, they can see that on the screen when they're fast forwarding. He's smart. I think of others. What can I say? I think of others.
Beat him up so bad there was blood.
That ladies, I think of y'all.
Blood everywhere.
Like hospital? Had to go to the
like
hospital?
yeah, stitches,
Knocked
black
out?
eye. Like
Was he knocked out?
Yeah, he got knocked out. He got knocked out, and his brother was like 6 something and like probably like 400 pounds and
Otherwise, sit though.
What?
6 foot. Okay. Whew.
His ass for
The other chick talking about the 11. I thought it was a 6-year-old.
no reason. And I was like, you know what?
Yikes. Gotta
go.
I kind of see where he was getting at though, but they were both wasted. At first they started drinking and then
Shit.
yeah, it was crazy.
Damn.
Yeah, I definitely called my sister and she.
So were you just kicking it in the corner watching your date get fucked up basically?
I was just like, okay, he got into his.
Like, were you trying to break it up? How tall are you?
I'm definitely did not try to break it
Were
up.
you trying to get in the way?
Look, I know better than to get involved with two men fighting.
Yeah.
I stood right there and I was like, you know what? I'm about to leave. Like that was insane.
I'm finna leave.
That was probably one of the
This is my sign to leave.
Yeah. Yeah. that
Have you
was
guys
bad.
hooked up?
No.
No hooking up? Okay.
No hooking up.
All right. Well, there you go. And then you said splitting. You want to talk about splitting the bill?
Yeah, I want to know what people's perspective is on that.
Sure.
Like, what do people think about not just splitting bills, but in general?
I think it's very interesting that a lot of men want to split bills nowadays. I don't know. I mean, it's not really a big investment to pay for a chick's meal. If you actually like the chick, I've never gone 50-50 on ever going out with a chick. Never have I done that. So I don't know. It's kind of, you got to pick your battles. I think that if there's a chick that you're actually into and you start bringing up that 50-50 stuff, you're just going to turn off women that actually would possibly be a good match for you, actually may be into you. I don't know. If you ask a chick out, because it's rare that chicks ask dudes out, you should pay. It's that simple. I'm not going to start with this whole whoever asks, whoever initiated should pay, because we know women ain't initiating shit. Okay, ain't no chicks initiating shit, so the man should pay. It's that simple. And usually what will happen is women will kick it back here and there. It's not equal, but it's not equal. We're not equal. There's no equality in this world.
general.
Like first
In
date,
general.
First date,
in
or just
life.
in general in life, like
I'm fine with that.
because like you do you go 50-50 with your man?
She pays her man. He's
So,
employed by
okay.
her.
and then basically we got for
I get the idea that a lot of the whatever viewers may be into this whole 50-50 just because for them it's like it's the principle. You know, a lot of these guys could have the money and they want to go 50-50. Not the move.
And he, because he's not on as much as me, he'll put what he would like the 30% towards, you know. I mean, like if I go like Nobu because I like going there, it's so expensive. Say if the bill was like 280, he'd put maybe like the 80 and I'd put the 2.
Like I said, Nobu. I know people that are very wealthy and a lot of them have very low profile lifestyles. A lot of them drive cars that are 5, 6, 7 years old. What I noticed with a lot of these online chicks is they could be making 600K a year, but they're spending 7. If you're making 600K a year and you're spending 700K a year, you're not balling. You could make 20 million a year if you're spending 25 million a year. There's always someone that's willing to take your money. You could spend innumerable amounts of money. So just because people are making money, they have this income, doesn't mean that at the end of the year they're in the black. These people are in the red.
So I obviously came up, I earn a lot more than he does.
Okay.
The bad one.
Take me
Eh?
out there sometimes, but it'd be like to places he would afford.
So 50-50.
Oh, also for you.
For the right person, but not for a long time. No.
My husband and I, all of our money goes into one account. So I guess technically
Like a
it's
little joint
50-50 because we literally have one bank account. And
Beast.
I mean, granted, my husband's disabled, so he doesn't have a job right now. We're working on getting disability, and the Arizona state government sucks. But when he was working, all of our money, his paychecks, my paychecks, all went into the same account. It was never like, this is your money, this is my money. It's like, it's our money.
What's mine is yours, bitch. No, I'm just kidding.
We pay for everything out of our
It's
account.
understandable when you're married too.
Yeah.
Oh shit. I pay if she has my back.
In a fight.
Oh, what?
So it's like I pay if she has my back in a fight.
It's related to
The brother fight.
brother fights.
Yeah.
So they'll pay if you got their back.
So I guess 50-50 or should the guy pay?
I'm down with 50-50.
Is it like negative, a little negative brownie points if the guy's like 2 checks?
See, any chick will say she's down with 50-50, but she's not really down with 50-50. You know, they gonna reach for their purse. I even see female influencers or female dating coaches be like, and they gonna reach for the purse. They don't have no money in that purse. That purse is when you enter it, it gives that noise like like it's dry.
No, not really.
You're fine
I
with
mean,
it?
I make
Okay.
more than.
You make more than most men, okay, especially Tucson, Arizona.
Yeah.
Okay, what about you?
I don't do 50-50, but if other people want to do that, it's fine.
Okay, but you prefer the guy paying for the first date?
Yeah, I
Katie?
would pays.
50-50.
50-50, you prefer
Well, I would do 50-50 for the right person. Yeah.
for the
first date.
right person. But you prefer
Oh, real P.
I always
seems like
offer. No, I don't have a preference.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
because I make my own money and I make good money, so I like to spend my money.
Okay, what about you?
The first date, no, I would not do 50-50.
You want the guy to pay for that?
Yeah, I mean, that I think is the most gentleman thing to do, and I believe in old school ways for sure.
Old school ways? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I prefer for the man to pay for the first date. And then if we see each other longer, then we
Because he's
probably
my friend. 50-50.
You heard that? A friend. As soon as you go for that 50-50, you out the game.
Me?
Yep, yep.
I've gone on one like official date where you go out to a restaurant, and I had to pick the dude up at his house because he didn't have a car. And then we 50-50'd at the restaurant, and then I never saw him again.
Ouch. At least pay for the date. You got Shorty picking you up. At least pay for the date. Let me tell you.
But it wasn't because of the 50-50 thing. It was because he sucked.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think
Yeah.
if a woman's traditional, then you should be traditional. If she's not traditional, she can pay for her own bill. That seems like a fair proposition.
I'd always offer.
See, I don't agree with that because what is traditional? You will get a chick that just came out of church. And you know, with these chicks, you don't know. Monday they church, Tuesday they on OF, Wednesday they deleted their OF, Thursday they're out clubbing, Friday they don't want to club anymore, Saturday they back on OF, Sunday they back in church. Like, you can't say a chick is traditional so she deserves traditional treatment. That's not a masculine way of living your life. You just got to have standards for yourself. Any chick you take out, you should follow your program, follow your standard. You shouldn't be like, oh, this chick, I'm not going to pay because she's not traditional. That's crazy.
On a first date, but then they usually end up paying.
Yeah.
You know what? Screw that. The woman should pay.
Oh, here we go.
If
The woman should pay for the entire thing.
Oh.
Right.
Because how am I supposed to know that you're serious about me if you don't?
That's what
A lot of men make that argument. How am I going to know if you're serious? You'll know if a chick's serious. You'll know. You pay for a couple dates, she'll try to kick it back, or she'll throw it back. Let me tell you.
how I feel.
I feel like we're just friends. If you don't pay, you as a woman, you don't pay for the. I feel like that's just friends. Y'all just friends. We just friends. Why don't you like you pay for the date? Then I can know that you're feeling me. You know. Then I know you're serious.
I think it's also like a form of control. It's like, yeah, like I feel like
For the guy to pay for the date.
vice versa. Like I feel like it's like you kind of like you get to control the narrative a little bit.
What do you mean?
Yeah, like if two people go on a date, right, and you're like you're paying, you don't really feel obligated to like owe them anything or like be a certain way towards them just because
I never, and that's another thing. You pay for a chick, you never make them feel guilty about it. I never, even if I get rejected by a chick, I'm not gonna start treating her bad or slandering her. I'll be treating her bad from the jump. It's not because I get rejected that I treat her bad. No, I'm just kidding. But if you going to a date with a chick, right, and you paying 50-50, that's, y'all got it twisted.
The payer. Wait,
well, vice versa. This could go for men paying for women.
Whoever's paying though, like you feel less obligated to them.
Yeah.
Nobody should expect anything anyway. Yeah. Like you guys are just going on a date. You both know about one another a little bit, and then the man chose to go on the date with you, so he knows.
Damien, we're getting reflection. We need to drop. Hold on. Do you see what I'm talking about, Damien? I don't want reflection. And hold on.
Shout out to Brian. Brian does not get enough credit. Yo, he be managing the show. Brian got his iPad there on the side. I haven't even seen this iPad. This is new. I haven't seen the Whatever Pod in a long time. Few months. And yo, he got an iPad. He managing the show. Shout out to Brian.
In the windows.
I'm trying to see which angle it was. Oh, this one. We're getting reflection. We need to like move the chair. Okay, do you see it? Just make it work behind the scenes. Go ahead.
I don't think. Also, I want to say I don't think it's a matter of you can, or it's like you can open your own door. You can do everything for yourself. You could buy your own gifts. It's like it's just a nice gesture. And if I see that gesture, I appreciate it.
Well, so
that's the thing. It is a gesture, and you should not think the girl owes you something. That's the thing. If you take out a chick and you misjudged the chick and you think this chick's gonna be about it, she cool, she gonna throw it back, and then she doesn't, that's on you. You take the L, you charge it to the game. You don't now start trying to slander her, texting her bad things. I have friends that would text girls all kind of angry messages. Nobody could say that about me. I would never text a girl an angry message because I paid for her food and she didn't want to put out. That's crazy. That's on me. I didn't size up the chick well enough, right?
But you guys agree with this. So I think it's definitely lame, these dudes who go on dates with women and they're like, they feel entitled to something because they pay, like they feel entitled to.
Yes, Brian. Thank you. I'm glad we on one accord here, Brian. Brian's not so bad.
Sex because they paid for the date. I think that's weird. That's weird.
Yeah.
That's creepy. But I feel like that has to also apply to women too in a different way. So in the same way, and I'm 100% on board with this, if a guy pays for dinner, you don't, as a woman, you don't owe him anything. And that's my genuine position.
Yes,
You don't owe him a second date, a third date, you don't owe him sex. 100%, I'm 100% on board with this. But I don't know if women like the sort of entailment of where that goes a little bit further. As a woman, if you have sex with a guy, he doesn't owe you a relationship. Fair proposition?
Absolutely.
100. That's 100%. That's facts. You see, Pinky don't like that. Pinky is upset about that. But at the same time, smashing is not the same thing as getting impregnated. That's a whole another level.
Is that a fair proposition?
Yes.
Because in the same way that like there are women now, it's more complicated because there are dudes who are going to play you and they're going to like front that they're looking for something serious and want a relationship, and then they hit and then they're gone. That's kind of scheming. But I do think there are women who are dating men casually and there hasn't been any conversation when it comes to anything long term. There hasn't been anything set out in conversation on the man's part, the woman's part, when it comes to like continuity of the relationship. And the girl sleeps with the guy and girls get bent out of shape when the guy doesn't call her back or whatever. And I think, look, me personally, my approach is I'm not interested in sleeping with a girl.
Number one problem nowadays is communication. I've spoken to women of all ages about this one thing, whether they're, especially women that are older in their 40s or 50s or even 60s, they all agree with me that men and women don't communicate enough. Y'all need, I do not have that problem. I'll tell you, I don't shut up. I be communicating, but men and women need to communicate more. And I see that now with, the advent of the internet, computers, cell phones, everything is short format communication, texts. I hate text. I will not text a chick. I'm not talking to you unless you're in front of me. I'm not talking to no chick unless she's in front of me. If she don't want to text to meet up, then we never meet up. When we meet up, I'm going to be talking. I'm going to be listening. I'm going to be asking her questions. But y'all ain't communicating. I know people that know less about a girl they've been with for 7 years than I find out about a chick in 7 minutes because I'm asking her questions. Short fire, bang, bang, bang. And I'm not asking them like it's an interview. You don't say, oh, blah, 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 robotic interview. You have an exchange and you kind of milk it out of them. Women like to talk, so you kind of you squeeze the info out of them, slowly but surely. Let me tell you.
Once, absent you doing some dopey shit, like you have to fuck up in some way for me to only want to sleep with you once. Like if I sleep with a girl, I want there to be continuity. I want to continue dating her. But there are men out there who will sleep with a girl just one time and then it's a wrap. But I do think women get kind of bent out.
Well, here is the exception. The exception is a lot of these dudes be chasing girls. When you chasing a chick, a lot of these dudes, when they finally get the box, they feeling like they're mad, they're salty. So they didn't get this chick for the past 6 months, 8 months. They've been investing all this time and energy and effort, and then they finally get it, so they ghost the chick. That's another thing. But I mean, I wouldn't do that just because I'm not into putting all that energy in. If a chick's not responding to me, like, I'm out ski, I'm on to the next chick. But a lot of these dudes will just chase, and then when the girl finally gives in, they ghost. When really the girl is actually playing hard to get, and that's a whole other story. But y'all need to stop playing hard to get. Y'all need to just be out here and doing business and communicating.
Out of shape. And it's like, that's kind of the mirror opposite of girls who are like, they go on the date, they're not really feeling the guy, and then that's it. Sometimes guys sleep with you and then they're not feeling you after that. So, I mean, I don't know. What do you think, Sab?
I think that's a fair assessment.
Okay. W, you
Got it.
agreeing on
Got it.
I do want to say for first dates,
Giggling the hell. Yo, she likes YouTubers. She's trying to smash. Yo, Brian better. Never mind what Brian should have done.
I don't like to go to dinners anymore because like I went on a dinner date with this guy that he spent a lot of money, and I knew when I first walked in the door that I didn't like him. Like I knew that I didn't like him.
Wait,
Why'd you stay on the date?
Hold on, wait. Before
Like
you
I'm
answer,
supposed to walk out
wait,
of
hold
the
on.
door.
Yeah, y'all need to stop leading dudes on. That's another thing. A lot of dudes don't know when a woman likes them. Sucks. Sad but true. I personally usually know. Of course, there are things that get away from me, as do anyone. But if you don't like a dude, don't accept his stuff. Don't accept gifts. Don't accept dinner dates. Don't accept rides. Don't accept nothing, because a lot of dudes, they're not so in tune with that energy where women be taken and not be given back. A lot of dudes will crash out, especially if you're accepting gifts. They think that that's a sign that you like them. I'm just saying, a lot of women don't understand this.
Door.
Had you guys exchanged words?
Yeah, but we didn't.
But you said you walked. Wait. Hold on. You walked in the door, and then
You know how a person's mannerisms are and how they carry themselves and their whole character, and so you're like, oh, I don't like that person.
But did you even say hi? Like you saw him from in the
Yeah.
distance, and then you knew.
I kinda knew.
You knew before he even said anything to you. This wasn't the guy.
He wasn't carrying himself like a real P. You know what I'm saying?
Earlier in the conversation, you were making a big argument as to.
I'm not talking about only looks. I'm talking about.
didn't talk
I'm
to
talking
him.
about energy.
Oh, the energy.
I really.
Oh, the energy. But
It's
you.
true.
But earlier, you're like, how? But I don't care about looks. Blah blah blah. And then now you didn't even talk to the dude. You looked at him. You physically looked at him, and you instantly rejected him.
It wasn't. No, we talked to each other.
Checkmate. Huh?
We talked to each other, and it's like it's also
you
him
talked to
moving
each other beforehand, right?
only by like text.
Text. Yeah.
Right.
But you walked up. You walked into the date. You had not even.
I promise
anything.
you, it wasn't about his looks. It's
Then
not about.
What
his
was it
looks.
about? His energy?
It's about the way someone holds themselves and their whole character, and you could just tell. Like
you could just.
Their essence.
Brian doesn't believe her. I believe her, because a lot of these dudes be lame as hell. I see a lot of things, I'm guilty of things as well. I'm not saying I'm perfect. Damn near it, as good as it'll get, ladies. You know what I'm saying? But on the reals, a lot of dudes, they gonna show up, they goofy, they just came off a 10-hour binge of playing Fortnite, so they looking all crooked because they've been staring at a screen for 10 hours. A lot of dudes just ain't about it,
They're being their whole.
But what about his body language?
Right, everything.
But the way you hold yourself, that factors into like your presence.
I thought he was cute. Like I thought he was.
That's the thing. Especially when y'all meeting on dating apps, y'all see an image, y'all see a still photo. You don't see this dude. You don't see his lame ass quirks. You don't see when he pulls out his phone and starts showing you his, Fortnite add-ons. He just purchased this new axe in the Fortnite game. Brian's not buying it. Look at his face. But Brian, he's not catching on to this. I've seen a lot of dudes. I know dudes that are wealthy that have fumbled bags, because chicks, at the end of the day, chicks really don't care about money. They really care about the whole vibe. They're all about vibes. Are you making them feel comfortable? Are you making them feel like, they like to say, princess treatment? Are you making them feel like, like they're a prize? Are you making them feel like they're, up there? I'm not saying to pedestalize a chick, but women get this feeling when you bout it, when you control a room, when you go places and people respect you. You're not dorky. You're not, excuse me, to the waitress. When you command yourself and you know what you're doing, and everywhere you go, you command that energy, women be getting on board. Let me tell you, Brian, respect to Brian, because he works hard. So maybe he doesn't go out that much. He said it before. He doesn't go out to bars. He doesn't go to clubs. I, on the other hand, have seen these things in front of me.
He was a cute guy.
But you, okay.
I know that when you. Okay, can you
I've seen dudes at a club with all types of chicks on the dance floor and they on Tinder swiping. I'm not even kidding. I'll post that video one day. I'll find it. I have that in my hard drive. I've seen dudes at a packed club, not packed with dudes, packed with chicks, hot girls, and they swiping on Tinder. Dudes are a mess now.
Agree. Can you agree that there is sort of like a chemistry thing that happens between everyone?
Connection.
Right. And how you feel when you're connecting with them?
The chemistry thing I don't believe in. This is a word that's thrown around. There's no such thing as this chemistry thing. Either you bout it or you're not. I could have chemistry with any chick. I could, hypothetically. Will there be chicks that don't like me? Of course. There are chicks that don't like me all the time, every day. That's something that, as a man, you need to come to terms with. You know that every woman doesn't like you, right? But that's not to say in the right situation, I could have chemistry with any bitch. You know what I'm saying? Any bitch. Any bitch. And that's the way you got to carry yourself. And if you really bout it, you will have chemistry with any chick. But chicks don't understand that. They think there's actual thing called chemistry. And that's why a lot of them cheat, because they realize that, oh, they went on the freaking excursion to the chalet on vacation, and all of a sudden they have chemistry with their friend's boyfriend. Like, ma'am, that's not chemistry. That's just the dude is about it and you catching feelings and now you're trying to smash. So this whole chemistry thing is fake and gay.
That makes a difference.
If you were already talking to this, if you were already talking to this guy, then you knew that you had enough in common to go on a date with him, which means that you knew enough about his personality to like say, yes, I'm going to go out with you. And then you see him from across the restaurant or whatever. And you're like, actually, never mind. So like, what was the thought process? Because you'd already spoken to him and learned his character.
No, we texted. We like, it was like a back and forth. Like, oh, you know, it's like, because I am on dating apps. So it's just like,
yeah, shocker.
That's just sort of how it is. It's like, hey, how you doing? Okay, blah, blah, blah. Like, want to hang out? Want to get coffee? Whatever. You go hang out. And then you find out if you connect in person or not.
Can I ask you which of these crystals is your favorite?
Can I grab it?
No, you can point to it and leave it exactly where they are.
I like the pink one.
The pink one? Okay.
That's what she said.
Which one's your favorite?
I kind of like the one, there's two of them actually, but the one over there, iridescent. Yeah, I like the iridescent one.
That one is pretty.
So you would want to be put in the pink crystal. If you had to live in one of the crystals.
I would also like to be in the pink crystal, if you know what I'm saying.
You would go in the pink crystal?
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. You go in the pink crystal. Okay, so anyways, no, it's just earlier you were making a big stand about how, looks don't really matter.
Energy, that's what and I'm not saying in a cuckoo kind of way. I'm just trying to say.
But what does that mean?
No, that's the thing. I get it. This chick, she could be crazy as hell. I'm not saying she is or isn't, but I get what she's saying. Brian does not understand. Poor guy, he needs to get out more.
I mean, energy. Like
everything that's happening right now, like we're all our own characters and we're all bouncing off of each other.
Bouncing. Huh?
But if you would like just walked in,
this is like Chinese to most men. That's what's funny.
You weren't bouncing off of anything. You just saw him and went, I don't like your aura.
No, we talked briefly. Like we talked and it was like, I met him. I'm like, I don't think. And then we kept on interacting and I was like, yeah, no, I don't. But my whole point around that whole thing, not to be scrutinized by my own feelings, but my whole point was I don't go on dinner dates for the first date anymore because I don't want anyone.
But here's a factor too. This actually, I didn't even bring this in. I didn't even consider this. This is why Brian's face be looking like this. Because here's the thing. Who's to say that this dude was feeling her? Because very often I go out with chicks and I'm not feeling them. And if it's one date, whatever, I'm not going to start acting weird. But if it's a chick that I've been seeing for a little minute and I'm trying to give her the slip, it sometimes is very dangerous to give chicks the slip. So what you need to do, peep game, this is some more free game, free 99 over here, all right? What you need to do is you need to make the chick believe that she got rid of you. I will not repeat that.
You want to spend a lot of money. We can go and get a coffee.
Sure, that's fine.
You know?
Did you you did go through with the dinner though?
Yes.
Like you didn't just dip?
No.
Okay, you went through the dinner, but there wasn't a second date?
And I tried to be as pleasant and as fun as possible.
That's fine. But you knew walking in, you saw him. You saw his vibe. You saw his energy. Did you see his aura? Did he? Hey, why are you flickering your eyes at me, bruv? That's a real thing. You don't believe in aura? Did you see his aura?
There is an energy. There is the
aura
connection thing. Do you
Yeah. No, you can definitely have a connection with someone before you even really meet them in person.
Yeah, I mean, chemistry is an incredibly real thing, right?
Like, for sure.
Yo, the viewers be dropping off again. Let me tell you, if these girls start chatting, the viewers gonna drop off. Brian, come on, save the show.
Go ahead. My bad.
No, I was just gonna say, like, literally the second night that my husband spent over when we first started dating, I showed him my first dance song that I had planned since I was like 12 that I had never shown any man before because I knew that he was gonna be my husband.
Don't
make the crazy eyes, Brian. I knew it. So like, you can definitely have the chemistry, right?
Yeah.
But you can't tell that across the room. Like,
imagine if you did that to a chick, like, this is the poem I knew I would give to my wife. You seem like the right girl. She would get a restraining order.
You have to have conversations. Like, yes, people can have a presence. My husband's 6'5". He has a presence, right? But it's not like I see you and I'm like, I like your energy.
Wait, do you have a septum?
I do. I've had it since I was 17.
Does your husband hasn't been like, get that out of there? He hasn't.
I had a bigger one and he doesn't like the bigger ones.
Your husband doesn't tell you what to wear.
If your husband, after tonight, after he got some advice from brother Brian,
he's probably watching.
What's up? What's his name? Bartholomew?
Jordan.
Bartholomew. I'm calling you Bart. Do you want your wife to get rid of the septum piercings entirely? Because look, sometimes in relationships, men, they can be a little hesitant to speak how they feel.
I don't know. It kind of suits her. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Well, they don't want to fuck shit up. So do you want? Because I can help you. I can do the assist. I can do a little layup for you, bro. You want her to get rid of the septum? Would you be willing, if he wanted it, for you to get rid of the septum piercing?
Absolutely. Yeah. If he asked me to, I would have gotten rid of it. I had a tongue piercing when we first started dating, and he didn't like it, and I got rid of it.
Okay,
I've had other piercings that he didn't like that I got rid of. I wear my hair curly most of the time. Like, this isn't my natural hair. I straightened it because it looks better on camera. But like, I used to part my hair in the middle. He likes it on the side. I part it on the side.
Do you have preferences for him? Yeah. Like things that he'll do for you?
I'm going to open it up to the panel though. If you were, I know. Does anybody else here have a septum piercing?
No.
Let's say you did have a septum piercing, and your boyfriend, you've been dating for a year, you guys are in love, whatever. He's like, hey, babe, listen, I don't really like how it looks. Would you be willing to not wear it? Take it out. Would you do it? Yes or no?
I would never. Well, I can't say. Yeah, I would never get with a chick that has a septum piercing because it's so indicative. Every time a chick has a septum piercing, she is basant. She is not based.
So septum piercing, yeah, never get a septum piercing.
No, but like, let's assume you.
See, I knew it already. I know how to pick them. I said pinky, and she said she would never get one. Hey, come on.
You liked it.
Oh, probably not.
So, but here's the thing. It's the end of the relationship.
If he's gonna dump me over a septum piercing, then he can dump me.
But you're dumping him.
That's fine.
Like, wouldn't it go both ways?
If it's that serious,
right?
Then it is what it is.
Okay. Would you do it?
I'm skipping ahead here. This is freaking. I don't give a fuck about this septum piercing. I mean, fudge.
Do when they're single. Women dress revealing. Women go to bars. Women go to clubs. And look, I'm going to go ahead and grant that you guys go out to bars and clubs and dress revealing for yourself and to have fun. But I want you guys to be charitable back to me and say that one, not all of the reason, but one of the reasons you guys go is for male attention and male validation. You dress revealing to perhaps advertise yourself as available to other men. I'm not saying that's the only reason. But
honestly, I think that women just crave attention in general. I don't think it's so much to advertise to men. I think there is an aspect of that because women like to reject men more than they like to advertise. They do like to reject. It gives them a little confidence boost. So they like to go out with their girlies and be like, no. But
you're going to dress a certain way to perhaps make yourself more appealing to men. And you're going to go to bars and nightclubs, not with the express intention of going to hook up or meet a guy. But if a charming, attractive guy comes and talks to you at the bar or club, maybe that's nice and a little bit extra, on a cherry on top.
Right.
And so I don't think it's actually necessarily even wrong if you're now with OF. I think that's going to be a harder position to take going in as a guy if she's already doing OF, because that's related to her money. So if you're dealing, a girl is doing OF and you're going to try and date her, that's a harder sale for her to be like, you need to stop doing OF than like dressing revealing or going to the bar and club.
Yeah.
If you don't want to be in a relationship with a girl who does OnlyFans, don't date from the get-go. Don't date a girl who does OnlyFans. But I mean,
can I interject?
Yeah, I mean that's pretty much it. So yeah, go ahead. Wait, sorry. I'm sorry. I got to let this come through, but then you can interject.
Devon Jackson donated $200. It's also shallow to immediately not like a guy because of some vague interpretation of his energy.
That's the thing. Like, I do understand because I have heard women say this before where they don't like a dude's energy. That does happen. But just going back to who's to say that he didn't put his energy off because he was like, yo, this chick is bonkers.
We all can be a little shallow sometimes, I guess.
So do you want to respond to that? And then just you can go in with your interjection, I guess.
No.
You don't? Give me a little response, a paragraph or something. 2 sentences. A sentence or 2. Run on sentence.
Like, I think if we just stripped away everything and we didn't, if we were all just who we were inside.
I mean,
whoa, stripping.
That's for Savannah and Katie to do. Never mind. Sorry.
What?
That was bad. Here.
What'd you say?
All right.
What'd you say?
You said strip away.
Oh.
Talking about.
Yo, me and Brian on the same wavelength. We be busting the same jokes. That's funny.
Up there. Never mind.
Very clever.
It is. It's sad. It's sad. It's sad that we live in such like a vain world. It's sad.
It's like sad. War bad. War's also bad. Crime, poverty, starving
it's true though. It's no, but this is something that can be fixed. Like we
can. I don't think so. Wait, what can be fixed?
We can all look at the person in the mirror and be like, maybe I won't be so. Like maybe I can care about the content of their character. Like I can care.
Whoa, relax there, Rosa Parks.
Care about their good deeds. And
when you say fixed, do you mean like global, universally fixed? Like
the whole reason why this is all consumerism. Like the whole reason they need us to think we're not good enough. We have to constantly keep up with the trends. We have to constantly make our face look like this or that, so that we can just.
Who's we? People like to say who's they. Who's we? Ain't nobody making you wear makeup.
feed more money into everything. Like that's all it is. It's just.
So do you think like sexual attraction is not important in a relationship?
No, I do, and I feel like when you first meet somebody, you can kind of feel if there's a sexual feeling.
And what contributes to the sexual attraction? Is it their
Trust
looks?
me, it's not the looks.
So you would like bang someone who was objectively a 1
I
just
would
because
make
you like
sweet,
their
passionate
personality?
love to them.
Sweet.
I'm not gonna bang them.
She's a sweet girl. She understands that. The chick said bang. You see, a lot of these chicks be burnt. They burnt. They be talking about bang. This chick, she still got some. There's still something there. She's like, yeah, whoa, relax on the bang.
I'm not gonna.
Okay, all right. And then you said
what I was gonna say about the
interjection. Go
okay, the interjection is there are some women who are party girls, that they are extroverted women and they like to go out and they like to be socialites and they like to have fun. So when you meet a woman that's like that and she has all these great qualities about her and she's like this outgoing girl, that might be something that comes with that, is she's going to want to go out, even if she's not single, you know?
I mean, you can be outgoing and go out and not go to a club.
No,
right?
I'm saying you could be outgoing and do it however you want to do.
Yeah, but the argument was like, would you essentially stop going to a club because you're in a relationship with someone, right? And you're saying, well, what if she's outgoing and she likes going to clubs? Sure, you can like whatever you want, right?
The idea is not changing someone when you first meet them. So
What kind of club? Is it a booty club?
he's saying when you're single, this is a single person thing to go out but it's not just a single person thing. It's like an outgoing girl thing that some girls like to do.
Going out to bars.
Outgoing girl thing. That is so funny. Wow. Half these chicks aren't even listening. Look at the girl in green. She's not listening. She checked out. This chick, Felicity, not listening. The British girl is like, yo, they told me that I was getting paid more. Pinky is like, yo, I don't go out. Pinky be fine as hell.
And clubs is single people behavior unless you're going with your significant other, right? Because like my brother would go with his girlfriend and go like line dancing at Denim and Diamonds, which is technically like a bar / club or whatever, right? And then, but my sister, who's married, does not go out to clubs. And if she wants to be outgoing, her and like me and some of her other female friends will like rent out a karaoke room and like go do that. And it's stuff that you do with your female friends that's not in the vein of like getting men to look at you when you're in a relationship.
That's fun that you like to do that. Some people like to go out.
I mean, yeah, I like to go dance with my girl.
It's
nothing to do with guys. I mean,
but if you're going out, you're attractive. You're gonna get attention.
Why don't
right?
we all just wear like little like hijab type?
I mean,
things
no one's
and-
going that far. No one's
job. She wants a burqa.
you need burqas, right? People are like, my argument at least is, when you're single, act single. When you're taken, act taken, right? Like,
how
I
is
mean, if somebody
dancing?
hits on me.
That's the thing. Like a lot of these dudes I'll be watching these podcasts, they all want young chicks. Granted, some of them are young, okay, but a lot of them want younger chicks, and these chicks are finna go out. These chicks, especially when they waited till 21 to drink, they're trying to go out. They're trying to show out. So you can't really, there's pros and cons for everything. You can't say, oh, I want a 19, 20, 21-year-old chick and then be upset when she wants to go clubbing,
Yeah, they're gonna hit on
I mean,
you.
it's gonna happen regardless if I go to a club or not.
Yeah, then I'm just.
Hopefully,
Well,
get on.
but I think the difference here is that if you're in a relationship and you're just going about your life and you go to Whole Foods or Trader Joe's or whatever it is, and you get hit on, like, I don't think that would be a reasonable boundary for a man to assert, like, oh, you're not allowed to go out in public at all.
Yeah.
Perhaps in like some Middle Eastern countries, I guess that's okay. But in Western society, I don't even think there's like any argument from even traditionalists or Christians or whatever it is that your girlfriend or wife can't go to the grocery store. Heaven forbid some guy approaches her, whatever. I don't think that's really a position that's being made. The position that's being made, though, is that these are very, very specific venues, social venues, where there's like almost a near certainty or anticipation that you're going to get hit on. And so
going back to if you're a strong dude, if you're really about it and it's like children or no. Well, I was going to say dogs, but I don't want to compare women to dogs. But when you tire out a child and the kid just doesn't want to act crazy when they get home because the kid had a full day of activities. Same type of thing. If you are giving your chick enough stimulation where, you're taking her out, you're dating, whatever, you're going on excursions, you're going hiking, you're doing fun stuff with the chick, she's not going to want to go clubbing all the time. It's only if you're at home playing Fortnite for 10 hours a day, she finna go clubbing because you boring as hell.
That becomes a little bit different. And I guess I'll explain it like this.
Okay.
So, and look, you can even say, again, I'll be charitable and say, y'all go out to have fun and dance and you don't really care about the dudes, even if you're single or whatever, whether that's true or not. I question that because why don't you guys, if you just want to dance and get drunk, go to Bevmo, buy some alcohol that's not going to be nearly as expensive. You don't got to drive somewhere. You don't got to Uber downtown. You don't got to wait in some bullshit.
Come on, Brian. Brian is thinking like a man who's financially literate. These chicks don't give a damn. These chicks making $400K a month. You think they give a damn? These chicks, there are chicks that make $40 a month and they still going out clubbing.
bullshit line that's just created so the club looks popping, but it's fucking empty inside. And then it's way too loud. Your ears are ringing by the end of the night.
Yeah,
people are
I
smoking, people are
experienced.
drunk. You got to be watching out for your own safety. People trying to drop shit in your drinks.
Yeah.
There's physical violence component, mostly for men when they go out to the club.
Yeah.
And there's just smoke and it's loud. And then you're around a bunch of other drunk people.
But this is your interpretation.
Hold on. I'm almost done. And so to me, it's like, why don't you just go to one of your girlfriend's place, put on some music, and just drink at home?
No chick is gonna do that. These chicks are making $40K a month. They're not trying to do, like I said, chicks will make $40 a month and still be trying to go out. Because for them, going out is exciting. They get to meet people. Chicks like to be outside. They like to see people, talk to people, interact with people. And number one is they like to reject men. And they ain't rejecting no men at home. And there's nothing wrong with that. It gives them a confidence boost.
Why do you got to do it when there's other eyes on you? Like, why? What's the component? Like, if you just want to dance and drink, why can't it be with your girlfriends at your house and you save a bunch of money on alcohol and you don't got to deal with creepy men coming up to you and doing all that?
That's the thing. Again, you just got to tire your chick out. And I know some of the best looking chicks like to go clubbing the least just because their day is full.
Why do you have to do it at the bar and club? Because you want to be seen, whether it's by other women or by other men, but there's no other reason to go out to a bar or club other than validation and to be seen. Otherwise explain it to me.
What if it's
Explain it
for
to
like a birthday or something like celebrating something, or
That's an
I feel like that's an exception, right? Like if your best friend is having her bachelorette party at a bar and you go to the bar, like that's different.
Birthday is not an exception, especially when people are young. I can tell you it's someone's birthday every day. Every day it's a birthday. When it's not a birthday, it's a this. When it's not a that, it's a this. When it's not a this, it's a that. Every day it's something. Oh, so-and-so's getting engaged. Oh, so-and-so bought a dog. Oh, so-and-so got a divorce. Oh, so-and-so is moving to Finland. It's always a night to party. It's either she has it in her or she doesn't.
Right?
Like,
I'm
I'm not
for a
a-
reason,
yeah.
not just for I want to go.
like I'm not a big club person, but like
But
every
like
once in a while.
every time you go to the bar or club, it's for a birthday. Like, let's be real, most
Either
girls-
event or some celebration. I'm not a big club person to begin
Sure.
with, but yeah, I
well, maybe not you specifically,
An event. Yeah, this chick looks like she's been to mad events. There's always an event.
but like of the women who participate in nightlife, are they doing it because there's always a specific like social event like a birthday, or is it just like it's a Thursday, Friday night, let's go get drunk at the bar? Like, I don't think it's always
I think in general,
about an
no.
event.
They might also have single friends that like to go out.
Or they might be single.
Single girlfriends are like the worst thing for a
girlfriend.
dude.
For a
Well,
couple.
yeah, a dude in a
Hell yeah. Single girls are the worst. Anytime you have a chick and there's nothing wrong with her having friends, but when she's going out with these friends, women hate other women. They secretly hate them. Y'all like to play pretend. Women don't like you. And if you're a man, women don't like you, especially. Women hate their girlfriends having men, especially if he's a good man. They want to hear all the tea. They want to hear all the gossip about when you're a terrible guy so that they could convince the girl to break up with you because misery loves company. So single women, a lot of chicks will say, oh, it's a red flag if a guy doesn't want you to have friends. No. If you're a chick in a relationship, you need to get friends that are in relationship. If you are a married woman, you need married friends. You can't be out here with these chicks going to Miami trying to twerk.
relationship and she's got a bunch of single friends.
I just want to say like the best relation or like my longest relationship.
A lot of women will disagree with that point I just made. I don't care. Yo, my chick will not be going out with her single friends. Single women are terrible.
He was the type of guy that would be like, have fun, like, you know, we'll see you later, like go have fun with your friends. And to me, that's like a power. I feel like that's a power move.
Not a power move to say have fun to your chick when she's going out with single friends. Not a power move.
Like I remember I did my cousin's bachelorette party and we all like we got our makeup done, we went out and I was like, if anyone offers me drinks, can I take the drinks? And then he's like, yeah, go ahead. Because like, yeah.
Was he a liberal?
Why is that pertinent?
I'm just curious.
I don't believe so. He was libertarian.
If a dude is offering you a drink, he's trying to smash. Okay, I'm telling you straight. If a dude's talking to you, not necessarily. A lot of women think men interact with them solely to smash. 90% of the time, they are right. But if a dude's buying you a drink, he's definitely trying to smash. All right? So no woman who has a man should be accepting a drink from a strange man. You out of pocket, bitch.
Okay. I mean, look, I get that it's good for you that you can date a guy who will have.
No, but it looks good to women when you do that. Like when you say like, otherwise you're like, oh, this.
Yeah, this whole looks good to women. It looks good for the first month. She'll be like, oh, wow, he's so confident. But she's going to resent you because you don't put boundaries out. It's almost like you don't care about her. It's like, he's so strong and confident in himself. He lets me sleep over at my male best friend's house. That's not confidence. That means he doesn't even care.
guy's scared I'm going to find some, like, what does that say about the guy? Like, it makes me think like,
I mean, you could just make the opposite argument that a guy who's actually willing to have standards and boundaries and be like, I'm not okay with you doing this. That could indicate higher levels of confidence than the guy, because I could just make it like a sort of conjecture-based argument, like, the guy who is too scared and too insecure to speak up about something that bothers him, that shows insecurity.
Beta.
That shows weakness. The guy who's confident and is like, hey, listen, this behavior, I don't think it's commensurate with like me wanting a monogamous long-term relationship, and I want to continue dating you, but you're putting the relationship at risk.
I also want to say it's a strange thing with dating because there's always going to
also a lot of dudes are afraid to lose the chick. A lot of dudes are in such a scarcity mind. I hate using the term scarcity and abundance mindset because it's overused by these dating losers. A lot of dudes are in an actual time of scarcity. It's not even a mindset. They are in scarcity. And they are so worried about losing the chick that they will not put boundaries out, or they won't tell a chick when something feels uncomfortable to them. You should tell the chick, listen, I don't want you doing this because you got to communicate. I don't want you doing this. Why? Because it makes me feel uncomfortable. Why does it make me feel uncomfortable? You lay out the reasoning, because a lot of the time women don't think of these things. It's not because they're all crazy. A lot of them are. A lot of them want to pretend like they don't think of these things, but some of them have genuinely not thought of these things, have thought of these possibilities. So you need to tell her, I don't want you accepting a man's drink because I'm telling you, as a man, if a man's buying you a drink, he's interested in something further from you. He's not out here doing charity. It's not, it's not some kind of mission work he's doing. He's trying to chat you up. And if the chick gets it, okay, she bought it. If she doesn't get it at that point, she's playing games.
To be in every relationship a power dynamic, like, and it's going to be, there are going to be a lot of factors that play into that, like if the money, the just everything, like so if the guy is saying I need you to not do that, then I want to know what he's doing for me. Like what? Like you're going to tell me what to do. So how do you have that power over me?
Because men are leaders.
I look at it like communication.
Women are leaders too.
If he doesn't like it and you really love him.
Right. Exactly. No, I see that. And also like, I feel like it's almost the equivalent of like a woman getting mad because a guy liked a photo or whatever. I feel like I'm probably not.
No. A dude liking a photo on the internet, although I think that's, adjacent to degenerate behavior, is not equivalent to a man buying you drink in physical reality, IRL. Okay, the man buying you the drink, he could smooth talk you right in front of you, right? The guy liking a picture is very unlikely that he's going to meet up with this chick, and even higher magnitudes of unlikeliness that he will end up smashing that chick. So it's not equivalent.
I'm not going to bring that up, but it did bother me.
Earlier, didn't you say that it would bother you?
Right, but I'm probably not going to bring it up.
But on that note, do not follow these chicks on. You should not be following any of these random IG models on IG. You shouldn't be liking their pics. Doesn't make sense. Where what are you getting out of that as a man, especially if you have a girlfriend? You crazy doing that. You shouldn't even,
because of insecurity.
No. I'm probably not going to bring it up because it makes you look insecure. It does.
So you'll just like start an argument over some other shit like 2 days later, and you're just resentful. And
you harbor those emotions.
Yeah,
like, whether it's
no. If it meant a lot to me, I would.
That's facts. Brian just spitting facts. You could tell Brian been in some relationships. Brian be spitting them facts. Brian's a little bit bitter, just a little bitter. That's okay. Brian, I'm finna come on the show. We gonna have a chat. We sip some scotch. I know you don't drink, but
would let him know. And
there's hope. There's hope, Brian.
And then if I meant a lot to him, he would probably do something about it. And then vice versa. If I was a party girl and a guy didn't want me to, and he was like, hey, like this is sort of affecting us. Like, can you chill out a little bit?
Look, if you want to be a party girl, then go do it. And look, my advice, I have to give the advice to the male component here. If you don't want to date a girl who does that, try to find a girl who's not going to these bars and nightclubs. But I also get the nuanced component here of like, there's guys who maybe occasionally will go out to a bar or nightclub. They'll see a girl who they fancy, who they think is attractive, and he'll go up to her, and he might not be privy to like, oh, maybe she's like me. Like I just went out once a month, friend's birthday, whatever it is. He's not privy to the fact that she's a party girl, but maybe that's an error on his part for not properly vetting. And like, hey, how often do you go out to bars and clubs? Oh, that's gonna be a problem in the relationship. Never mind, have a nice night. But
and you'd be surprised. A lot of these groups of girls, sometimes you meet some girls that never go out. Sometimes you could find a gem. You out clubbing, you see these wild girls, and you see one or two in the back, they're quiet, they kind of dancing. Sometimes you could chat one of these girls up quietly, just you gotta be cordial. You're not trying to dance with her because you see she's quiet, you see she's reserved. Just be like, hey, what's up, shawty? you exchange info, and you never know. This could be a girl that never goes out, that works a job, she's got a career, she's quiet. You never know. That's why I'm saying, like, labeling a girl traditional or labeling her this or that is a losing strategy, boys.
I don't know. It's just interesting to me that, look, oh shit, I lost my train of thought. It was gonna be a good one. It was gonna be something good.
I mean, but that's how cheating starts. It's like if you can't communicate properly.
No, right. I was gonna say communication is important.
He or she is gonna go find someone who doesn't do those things.
Right.
I mean,
number one.
At the end of the day, it comes down to respect, right? Like, do you or do you not respect your partner?
See, I don't like that.
Well, if you respect your partner and your partner asks you not to do something, you're not going to do it, right?
No.
Because even a month into my relationship with my husband, I was friends with this guy that I'd like fooled around with in the past, and he said, "Hey, it makes me uncomfortable that you're talking to that guy. I'd prefer if you didn't." And I said, "Okay, cool." And
Yo, this chick low-key freaky.
then I never spoke to that guy again. Like,
What if you were
totally
best friends with that man?
I think that if you have seen another party naked, you should not be friends with them if you're in a relationship. Period.
Yeah.
That's a good point. That's good. That's a good threshold. If you saw them naked, don't be chilling. A lot of these girls be chilling with dudes they done smashed.
Hey, that's plan B right there.
Yeah. Best friend is I'm keeping you on the back burner if this doesn't work out.
Yeah, exactly. See, actually, you know what? Women know in the back of their mind, and but it is true. It is true. Whether it's intentional or not, it's subconscious.
It's subconscious.
It's a thing.
Yeah.
Like I will always like be considerate and stuff like that. Like I treat people how I want to be treated.
Absolutely.
I would not want my man to
doing the same
yeah,
thing.
like I
Like, would you be okay with your man going out, no boxers, gray sweatpants, and like slinging it around at the grocery store or whatever? Like, and he goes to the club in his gray sweatpants.
This girl knows too much. How does she know about the no boxers, gray sweatpants? Jeez.
I would be cool with it. I would be like, yep.
I just wouldn't put myself in a position to like, I wouldn't put myself in a position to like for a man to approach me.
Yeah.
Like
absolutely.
when I'm with somebody or even interested in somebody and I'm like tunnel vision on that person, I'm going to put myself in a position where men don't really feel comfortable approaching me.
Yeah, especially because like statistically it's proven that if you are wearing a wedding ring, you're more likely to be approached in public because you've already been vetted, you're good, someone already married you. Let me switch on.
Wait, is that for men or for women?
I think that's more true for women. Women go after married men because they're like, ooh, you got yourself you must be a cut. No, I'm kidding.
For women. For
mostly women. I think
women get approached more.
No, women approach more.
Women
if
will
the man,
approach a
if the
married
man has the ring.
I actually heard something funny on that. A woman would rather. What is it? What is that thing about the house? Okay. A woman would rather be with a man. Wait, how does it go? A woman would rather date. Oh, okay. Here it is. A woman would rather date a man who lives with his wife than a man who lives with his parents. That's what it is. Something like that.
That's facts.
That's hilarious.
That's I don't know.
Taken men are not attractive to me. Taken men are not attractive to me.
I have a really spicy question. Not spicy. It's controversial. I know everyone's gonna have different opinions.
Okay, what is it? I might stick on this topic, but what is it?
Do you think it's wrong? Because I'm like, if you're married, if you're engaged, absolutely not. No way. I do not. But if I like someone and they're just dating someone and I don't know the girl,
no, that's wrong.
You're still a homewrecker. You're still a
Look,
homewrecker.
at the end of the day, there's way too many people in this world to go after someone that's trying to pursue someone else. That to me, for me personally, I would never pursue a guy that I am aware that he is pursuing someone else. I'm not that competitive.
Yeah, I had a friend who was in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship for 10 years, right? So do you think year 9, they're still not engaged? Yeah, let me go get some of that.
No. Okay, I guess I should rephrase. Like, if they're newly dating, like a couple weeks in,
leave them alone. Leave them alone.
I always think, no, I'm not going to pursue it. But I'm like, what if you?
I'm going to bring it back to the previous topic. So, question: would you, if you were dating a guy and he started to want to wear dresses, would you be okay with that?
No, I don't like the painted nails. I don't like the shorts.
Whoa, bigotry.
Jorts.
No, but what if he was like, yeah, I want to start wearing it?
What if I was like, I want to shave my hair and get like?
That's a good question, actually.
So
like the girl's dating the guy, and the girl's like, hey, I want to shave my head.
Right.
That's actually a really good. I think we've talked about
that's
this.
different.
That literally happened
As long as you shave your armpits.
in my relationship.
No, but I think a lot of guys.
But dresses, you could just take it right off.
But I think a lot of guys with
eventually
the girlfriend. So here's the scenario: been dating for a year, and the girlfriend has previously had long, like normal girl hair, whatever. But then she's like, "Hey, babe, I want to shave my head, shave my hair off, complete like buzz cut, shorter than mine, buzz cut."
Mad Max style.
I think the guy it'd be totally acceptable for him to say, "No, I'm not cool with that." And I think a lot of men would probably lose some attraction for the girl.
I knew a girl that got married and had kids with someone, and then he transitioned to a woman.
That does happen. That happens.
And they're still together.
But going around the table on the buzz cut thing, do you think it'd be okay if the girlfriend she just goes ahead, buzzes the hair off, she's dating a guy, and he's like no longer attracted to her? Do you think it's okay if he breaks up with her?
Yeah, I feel like that if it affects the sexual attraction.
That's his right.
Is it okay?
Yeah.
Fair?
Yeah.
I did that.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if a chick buzz cuts her hair, like if she looked like this blonde chick over here in the purple, and then the next day she's just bald, I don't know. Like, was she in a fire? Did she have cancer? You know?
Yeah, but it says a lot more about you than it does. It says a lot more about the man than it does about the person shaving.
I mean,
Like, imagine, like, there are women that get cancer, they have to shave off their hair.
That's different.
That's different.
That's not like
It's always the extreme
I'm serious.
example.
Yeah, but that's not.
No, Brian, that was not an extreme example. That because I actually thought of that. I'm saying, you know, if the chick got I'm not, even if she shaved it, I wouldn't be. It's kind of like how I see the OnlyFans thing. I think it's more indicative of other things if she shaved her head. I would be weirded out by that, the underlying fact that she shaved her head, because women really value their hair. So I would be more weirded out by that than the fact that she's actually bald. Because if I was really in love with the woman, if I really cared for that woman, yo, at the end of the day, her body is banging. I'm not worried about no hair. You know what I'm saying? Nothing a pillow can't cover up. No, I'm just kidding. But the cancer thing, you know, women always, you know, that's a touchy subject with women. They feel like if ever, God forbid, they were in a fire or they're in an accident or they had a huge scar on their face, would you still love me type of thing. And for real, yo, if I'm down with a chick, I'm down. If she's bald, I'm down. But it's just the fact that she decided to shave her head. I'd be like, you okay?
Yes, but I'm
yeah,
thinking like
it's totally different.
I'm thinking the majority of men would stand by their girl if she had like, what is it, alopecia or whatever.
Yeah,
Like,
alopecia.
if I was dating a girl and she got cancer,
But you wouldn't be attracted. I mean, actually, I met men that have broken up with people for those reasons. Like, I mean, there are people out there that like. So it's not all about looks and attraction. Like, you actually have to love the person and care about the person.
I mean, I would agree with you. Even under the circumstance where she does have cancer, would the guy potentially be less attracted to her? Yes, but I think the like underlying established relationship, he would stay with her despite this. But when it's just like a completely voluntary,
I don't think that, you know, hair would necessarily change that. Excuse me, that many points of attraction. Personally, a chick is a chick. You know, if she got a banging body and I'm in love with the chick's mind, you know what I'm saying? If I'm still with that same chick, like, okay, she was in an accident or she got cancer and she lost her hair, I wouldn't be less attracted to her, not at all. The only way I would have less attraction is if she made that decision to take her hair off, because the mental attraction would drop, because I would be like, why would you do that? Your hair was beautiful.
Terry, let me just buzz off my hair, and I'm not going to listen to what you say because this is a completely voluntary act, and I could keep my hair long, but I'm choosing to reject your preference on this matter, and I'm just going to go ahead and buzz it off. I think that's a different situation.
Yeah, for sure. Especially the person.
It's a sign of mental instability. If a chick's going to just overnight take her hair off, women do not do that.
Cancer. That's
totally. Yeah. I think most men are going to be much more understanding under those circumstances versus just I just want to do it just because of how it looks. So we have Graffito.
Graffito tagged donated $200. Chair 6. It's about priorities. Do you prioritize finding a long-term committed partner or partying? Sounds like you choose the latter. Also, Brian is your third slot parody called Baby Got Flash.
Yo, I need a Baby Got.
Chair 6, I'm sure, is on some, you know, medically. I don't want to go there, but she should calm down a bit.
Flaps, I need a.
Baby Got Flaps was insane.
I need to get on that.
Graffito, I'm not saying that I'm a party person.
Thank you, Graffito, man. Yo, Kat, thank you for the big. You know what? I'll do another rap.
Yes.
No, you have to make up the rap.
I need some. I need something. Yo, Kat, thank you for the big gifted 50. Guys, can we get some W's in the chat for Kat here? Thank you, Kat. And then earlier, Marcus, you sent these in earlier, Marcus. Thank you for the 20 memberships, man. Really appreciate it, guys. Also, a reminder: Rita's 100, TTS is 200. That was from Graffito. Here we have a chat here from Michael that came in about 30 minutes ago. Felicity, do us the honors.
Take a girl out to the pool or the water park on the first date. Got to see them without makeup before you commit. Alternatively,
whoa, that's not gonna work on any black chick because they got their weave in. They ain't going no pool.
Take them to an escape room to see how you deal with conflict together.
I like that a lot.
Yeah. Well, on the first part, gentlemen, let me put you on some game. So girls, they when it comes to the makeup thing, they've caught on to the girls are clever. They're smart. Now they're clowning on y'all who are saying, "Oh, take her to the beach, take her to swim," because there's makeup that can like it sticks. Like you can wipe and it'll still stay on, right? So it doesn't work. Like
makeup be crazy. Let me tell you, makeup be doing wonders. You got to see that chick before she put on makeup.
You could take her to the pool or the beach or whatever. The makeup is staying on. There's like, isn't there shit you can put on? Where
there's setting powder, setting spray.
I just find it crazy that dudes really be meeting chicks out here that they don't know what they look like. That's crazy. That's crazy to me. This is like foreign. I never really dabbled in those dating apps too much. I was on it for a bit. I come in and out of it, you know. Sometimes I'm trying to cast a large net, if you know what I'm saying.
It'll stay.
Yes. Right. Yeah, there's stuff out there.
Yeah. But the escape room, that's kind of a fun.
I like the escape room is really fun. Yeah.
See how she. Yeah. Also, what do you guys think about this? Kind of related to Michael Jones thing. Have you guys ever dated somebody, but then you travel together and you're like, I don't know, you know, like they're little.
Yeah.
Like if
for the accent bag for sure.
Like they're good, but then you travel with them.
Like they clap when the plane lands.
And the stress of travel, like you see a different side of them. Have you ever
Especially if they have a
experienced
kid too. But yeah.
Not travel, but the biggest fight my husband and I have ever had was over building a bed frame because the instructions were awful and we were fighting.
That's the thing. You gotta build furniture. You gotta go through hardships in these relationships. You can't just be out here. I see people with 5, 6, 7 year relationships. They don't know nothing about the BA. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I can't do any sort of like construction.
Yeah, IKEA furniture.
What Monopoly? You play Monopoly?
Love
with the chick?
Monopoly.
She's fucking throwing the fucking Monopoly board. Like what
Yeah, board games, another one.
the fuck?
Taking all your money.
That's crazy. Okay, we're gonna. Oh, we got the gender swap. Let's do the gender swap. But before we do that, Katie, you also said you like to argue in missionary position.
Yeah, what is that about?
It's pickup line on Hinge. With like a pickup
Right.
line.
Oh,
It's a pickup line on Hinge, so in other words, it's not true.
right.
Man. Yeah, so it's kind of like a hint that I want to do the you know what without saying it on like because you can't say that on Hinge because you'll get banned. So like I'll be like put that as a phrase, and the men are like, let's argue a missionary. Basically, like, can we do the?
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, I thought you actually.
Yeah, do you actually argue?
Arguing.
I know that's what I thought.
It's like, tell me your politics.
Send me on more.
I had a wait.
I don't get it.
I don't know if I want to share that anecdote.
Like, I don't think
I've never
you're
shared
talking
it.
during sex like
No, I remember one girl I was dating for a long time, and she would just start talking about shit during sex. Not all the time.
Don't tell people that, Ryan.
I know it doesn't look great, but she would just be like, she thought it was cute though. She'd be like,
what'd you say?
Was it like dirty talk? Or
It
just
was-
like, did
it
you see
was
this week's
long.
episode of
I think that's kind of funny, to be honest.
Love
This was-
Island? Like,
That's so
no,
bad.
it wasn't dirt. No, it wasn't dirty talk. It was she talked about laundry,
What?
Oh,
I thought
but she
that
tried to
kinda
make it
odd.
cutesy. So I thought, I don't know.
what's cute?
Brian, you fumbled. You always talk about you want to show girls your laundry basket. This was the perfect girl for you.
So you like that, Brian?
Clean me out like your laundry? Like what? Like,
I'm trying. It was a long time ago. This was like.
She's like, hurry up with your load so I can get the load in the laundry. You guys suck. Bad on you.
the laundry or what?
That was actually good. She thought of that on the fly. Woo, she's
You should do
bonkers,
that
man.
next time you tell people that women talk during your sex. Maybe make that sound when you tell
Look, we've
everyone.
all had interesting anecdotes when it comes to various sexual things. No, but yeah, she'd like. I wish I could remember some of the shit she would say, but it wasn't dirty talk. But
Because that would be fine.
Dirty laundry talk.
Oh, laundry talk. That's
What's dirty
hilarious.
laundry talk?
Dirty
The
laundry?
loads. That's not funny.
I wish I could. I'm gonna have to brainstorm and think back.
Think about it and we'll circle back.
If you guys want to hear any more,
like the
just
way that I
I'm
feel
gonna
like
ask you to
I
go
know it
to
doesn't
Priscilla
sound
Goose
it
on
doesn't
Instagram.
sound great.
That's Priscilla Goose.
Bro, what are you doing?
Oh my god.
She's plugging her IG.
All right.
That's
Okay.
PRI Silly Goose.
Okay, that's
Too
clever
slow,
for
too slow.
silly goose.
All right.
Woo,
So-
Brian trying to cockblock the plug.
Let's see here. Really quick before we get into the gender swaps. Wait. So just since we were talking about the Tinder or the dating app prompts, Sav, one of your dating app prompts is don't go out with me if you don't want to get married or you're polyamorous.
That's true.
Okay. So you want to get married.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
like that.
But what if a guy?
Too straight up about that.
So the poly thing, that makes sense, right?
Right.
But the married thing, if the guy, like, let's say he's like, look, I could be with you the rest of my life, but I don't want to get married. Is that where you draw the line?
I mean, if we still have like a little wedding, but without the paperwork, that's fine. You don't
just
need to make it official.
you want to go to Vegas and
No, I just want to have like a nice little beach wedding.
Oh.
It doesn't need to be
Yeah.
official or anything. But
Okay.
See, I like this chick. I said it from minute 2 or minute 3 or whatever. I said it from the beginning, from out here.
I feel like
So you-
divorced men
I can look at a chick and I know what I'm looking at.
don't want to remarry.
So
Yeah.
you want the party and the celebration, not the marriage.
well, no, I mean, like, I feel like there's not really much of a difference from like living with someone you've been with for a long time and being married.
This chick, I could get her. I bring her to Miami, get her some normal hair dye. One thing I like about going to Miami, whenever I land, it's the last time I see these types of colors. I don't see any colors. I don't see no septum piercings. Florida be based as hell. They conservative, and I ain't seeing none of that. Right? This chick will have some normal. Her hair will be black, or her hair will be blonde, or her hair will be some other normal color. I'm telling you, you got action. Bang the line.
Like, there's no difference besides a piece of paper. So
Yeah, I mean Arizona, I'm pretty sure we have common law. So like if you've been living with someone for like 6+
Yeah,
years, you're
yeah.
legally married or whatever.
California the same.
I don't know. What it's
Yeah.
got.
wait. Okay. Question.
Have you been with
before we,
someone for a
before we get
time?
into the gender swap, this goes back to kind of
Gay.
this what we're talking about. What would you do for the perfect man? What would you be willing to sacrifice for the perfect man? I'll start with the first question. Perfect career or perfect man?
I feel like the perfect man would accept me for my career. Period.
That's a quote.
Wait, but so
I like it.
perfect career, it's or perfect man. So you get to have. So I guess the entailment here is the perfect man. I guess in this example,
Let's go to the champagne. Let's go.
Well, okay, I shouldn't be. Hold on, this is crazy, bro. This is crazy. Kablask, you have to do it with did I say Ethereum? I said Ethereum, right? Okay, here, I'll let it come through.
2,500. Pop some champagne.
So do we get an actual glass of?
Yeah, come on, Brian.
There's cups on the table.
That's crazy. I don't think anyone bought champagne but ever bought this stuff. That's crazy.
It'll remind me of my hometown Dairy Queen. They had those exact cups 30 years
Right?
ago.
Dairy Queen for sure.
I'm 2,000 miles away from California.
You'll fly in. Okay, so I'll set up the date.
Thank you.
DM me on Instagram.
Dang,
DM me on
I like
Instagram.
that.
Ooh, Brian, a matchmaker now. Ooh.
I'll set up the blind date or whatever.
Oh, my
Well, it
Lord.
won't be blind because you guys can exchange.
She's like, I'm nervous.
But collapse.
How old is Kablask?
Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna pop 2 champagne bottles. I can't pop the Cristal bottle. It has to be through Ethereum.
I feel like I
But
should
I'll
get
pop 2
royalties.
champagne bottles.
Woo,
and
yes.
I'm gonna get you a date.
Can I get a percentage
you
of
a
that?
date, okay?
Right?
Talk to Brian after.
I'm gonna need like 1% of that 2,000.
All right.
Woo, something. Give me.
I did say Ethereum, right? I could have. Did I
Yeah,
say?
you did, you
I
did.
said Ethereum. Okay.
Yeah.
We still have. If you want to be a real fucking baller, I got 2 champagne bottles. I'm gonna pop.
Can we
We
toast
can
to
still pop
Kablask?
it if you do Ethereum. Huh?
Yay. We're gonna do a toast to Kablask.
We will do 2 toasts to Kablask.
Yay.
While I'm doing that, I'm gonna be slightly distracted with the champagne
Yo, homeboy throwing them bands. 2,500.
bottles. So why don't you guys? I don't know.
You guys are all beautiful.
Sav, why don't you tell me a
Happy to
disagreement?
be around you guys. You guys
Geek.
are strong women.
Yeah, Sav, tell me a disagreement that you have. Wait, hold on. Wait.
Period.
Everybody's over 21 besides Felicity, right? So we need 1, 2. Everybody want champagne? Show of hands.
Yes, please.
Champagne.
I need some.
Okay, champagne. Do you want?
Yeah.
So that's 5. Okay,
Yay.
that's good. Okay, 2 champagne. I'm a lightweight, so
Me too.
21.
At the end, we're like, let me
It's not
tell
easy
you.
over there, right? The girls have been kicked off for getting too drunk.
Really?
I don't want.
Go ahead, Brian.
Pop bottles. Ricky Bros.
Okay.
Here we go. Oh, fuck, wait.
Oh my
I'm
God,
worried it's
oh my
gonna
God,
spill,
oh
so
my
I'm
God.
gonna be. Hold on.
Get it from me. Beautiful.
Okay,
we go.
Can
My favorite
you
sound.
pour for people?
I was like, we need new cups.
I think I'm gonna need 1 additional for me. If you can grab another. Kablasks. I'm sorry if I'm fucking your name up. Can you tell me how to pronounce it, please? Thank you very much for the. I think we can do.
We have 2 bottles. I just want
We
to
do have 2 bottles. Do it up to. You see that?
Let me fast forward this shit. This shit born in hell. Lead me, I want to be led. Brown shirt, the ball, British lingo, blah, 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 flakes, blah, 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 tweets. See these tweets.
Your mic just got muted, lady. Your mic just got muted. I was having a conversation with her, and is my mic still muted, bro?
Brian, this chick is wild.
Scoot your mic to the edge of the table,
This Pinky trying to smash. Brian is fumbling right here.
please. Even though it's muted, well deserved. Oh my god, bro. Kablask. She smokes weed, bro. You don't really?
What's wrong with that?
All right. Okay. Anyways, back to this before we were rudely interrupted. Go ahead.
I was just saying that's going to be my rebuttal for everything is that I have only seen clips. So,
Oh, okay. Pull it back up. The same one.
what can I say?
Biggest fun. You know what's interesting though? What frustrates me is like girls will come on the show and they'll come on with the intention of challenging it, and then you just like you guys. I'm not saying you've done this, but they'll choke and they won't actually state. Like
Biggest choke ever. Excuse me. I'll never forget. I think it was 2017 or 2018, where they had a bunch of students. I wish I could remember the year because I think there was like an event, one of those bang bang events where people go in to organizations and do violence. These kids were already with all the smoke for Trump, and they were saying, "Oh, yeah, we're gonna give it to Trump." They were doing interviews, CNN. Yeah, Trump, we gotta impeach him. This was before he was impeached, right? They sit down with Trump. They get all the students together with Trump. They're ready to give him, oh yeah, California, we need legislation. And these kids just choke. They were all, oh, hello, Mr. Trump. Oh, smiling in his face, giving handshakes. These kids were not ready to meet Trump. I'll never forget that. These kids had all the smoke. CNN put them in front of Trump, and they all were praising Trump. Liberal kids from California praising Trump.
okay being challenged, even if you want to be insulting. I'm actually
I'm not saying this because I'm a Trump supporter. Trump been fumbling recently, but that's another story for another day. But I'm just saying it's funny that people will get online and talk big and be like, oh, Trump, blah, 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 blah. We need legislation. We need to get him out of office. And then they put him in front of Trump. And Trump's aura, it just...
if it starts crossing a line, you're going to get the boot if you're just like derailing the show and just being like just straight up insulting. But if you're disagreeing with me and you have legitimate disagreements, like we had a girl who left the show early. I think that was the Sunday show, right, Damien? Yeah, we had a girl who left early, right? And then
shout out to Trump's aura.
she was like, oh, I just want to go smoke a cigarette on the beach, and I had a great time though. Thank you for having me. And then she's like, she did 3 TikToks talking shit. She did Instagram stories talking shit.
That's facts. A lot of chicks be doing that. But this panel that I'm talking about with Trump had dudes in it too. But a lot of dudes be made these days, right? A lot of dudes is soft as hell, right? And they be acting like a chick. A chick will do that. Behind your back, should be talking all kinds of smack. I've had chicks that I'm smashing, presently smashing. And I'm in social circles, and these chicks are making jokes about me that I'm like an incel. I'm not getting boxed. And I just have to grin and bear it, because I'm not gonna like call them out and embarrass them and say like, oh yeah, what about last night? This is how women are.
Shit. I'm like, say that shit to my face. You're here. You're in front of me. If you disagree with me, you got a problem. Don't do this two-face shit. Just say to me, I'm not gonna like get up and smack you. I'm gonna talk shit back maybe, but like say it to my face. And it's frustrating. These people come on, they're so two-faced. Oh, I'm gonna talk shit afterwards, but I'll shake your hand at the end and say thank you for having me.
This is just demonstrating that Brian, bless his heart, he just doesn't have experience with women, because this is how women behave. Like I said, a woman, there are girls I've been smashing. Chicks that I'm working with, I'm smashing. And they be kikiing and ha-ha-haing with other chicks and trying to clown me like I don't get boxed. And I'm just like, what do you mean? In my head, I'm like, oh yeah, and I'm smashing the chick that's making the jokes. But they're just silly. They're just silly willies.
I respect you, and I'm here to have a good time. That's my idea.
Bro, solid chat. Sidebar to the chat. Boom. Ignored. Are you guys familiar with the term solipsism? So the term solipsism typically has to do with people think that the world or the sun revolves around you. I'm not talking to you.
Oh, based.
I'm not. Why do you feel the need to like insert yourself? What?
I'm just playing. I mean, we're all here. We're all talking together. We're on a podcast.
Is her shit still muted? They can't even hear you, right? Is it?
The chick's still muted.
Is it still muted, Daniel?
We hearing her off someone else's mic.
Yeah, don't talk. Don't talk until you're unmuted. Just wait.
It's more than 10 minutes, guys.
It's done now, but please hold your comment.
Like I said, this podcast is so entertaining. It's so sad that people take this too seriously and they actually start thinking that this stuff is real life. The type of chicks that come on this show, a lot of y'all has never seen them. All right, y'all ain't going to these, because a lot of the girls, maybe not the panel tonight, whatever, you could judge how you want. A lot of girls that come on this podcast are very good looking, high-end chicks. They're models, they're IG models, whatever. Okay, they got OF, whatever. These girls are making bank. These girls are hanging out at high-end lounges. They're hanging out at high-end restaurants. A lot of y'all is not seeing them. I'm not saying like I'm a big shot wealthy guy. That's all I'm saying. But I have frequented these places. I've gone to these places. I visit these places. When I travel, I go to these places. And I see these types of women. These women, they're not common. And a lot of y'all will be seeing these types of women on these podcasts and kind of plugging that into women you see in everyday life. And it's not as common as you think. There are these women, and then there are a lot of women that don't even know about this lifestyle whatsoever. So this stuff is just entertainment. Y'all need to remember that. Y'all need to see these types of things, take it with a grain of salt, because this is entertainment. Like I said earlier, I've seen the Avatar movie. Doesn't mean I'm running around naked, painting myself blue. This stuff is good to consume, but don't get too consumed. He's spitting.
Comments, goddamn. Okay. Next, I guess. Get bullied. And unfortunately, true. Andrew, I wanted Andrew to be here, but whatever, he wasn't able to be here. You're not scared of Andrew.
Honestly, this is not a panel for Andrew to be. You gotta love Andrew. He does his debate thing, but it's a bit much sometimes, right? Like Andrew's married. We don't need to hear from Andrew. We need a real young nigga like me to come on the show that really got experience with these type of chicks. Andrew from the Midwest. Andrew never seen one of these chicks in his life before this podcast. He's never seen these types of girls. He's never frequented the type of places that these girls go to. I honestly believe he means well, but he doesn't have experience with these type of chicks.
Andrew Wilson.
So I'm not scared of a man named Andrew, and that's true.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. No problems there. I put this up because I thought we were gonna have Andrew.
Girl like her should be scared. Pinky, you don't know.
True, but next. Yeah, it's okay. So read it.
I'm bringing Adderall in my troll personality, and I'm gonna have a blast.
I don't think you've really been trolling.
No, I haven't.
You've been pretty good faith.
She be on them Addies.
Yeah.
Anyways, did you take the Adderall?
You guys, never mind.
I did, yeah.
Really? This is you on Adderall?
Well, I have ADHD, so I'm just like.
Does Adderall calm people down, or I don't know how it works.
I want to know this chick's name. Is her name like Hannah or like Jenna or like Esther? Just kidding, guys.
ADHD, Adderall helps your brain be less scattered and it helps you be more present.
Yeah.
Love that.
But I digress though. You're not that terrible in person.
I really on a side note, totally unrelated to my other comment. I think she's Jewish. She looks like a Jewish kid. Nothing wrong with that. I like Jewish girls.
Thank you. She heard that I do big labia advocacy, and then she just totally switched.
And I changed my mind.
She didn't know. She didn't know that I did this.
But
And
the
there's some
message you're carrying
Bro, you
is still
are
the
cooked,
same.
bro. You are cooked. Hello. You don't need to quit. You don't need to insert yourself every single time. But go ahead. I'll engage you since you've decided to needlessly insert yourself. What were you saying?
No, it's weird because like, how do you want the structure to be, Brian? Because I do respect you and how you want your podcast. Do you want it to be girl, 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 or do you just only when spoken to?
Ooh, girl, girl, girl. I like how that sounds.
Look, I'm okay with people jumping in, but after you just got your mic muted and I've told you multiple
that wasn't a
times,
punishment.
stop.
It was
Okay,
a
now
silly
you need
little thing.
to you need to stop interrupting me. If I'm talking, you gotta let me finish.
Of course, Brian. Go.
This girl is crazy. Brian needs to bring her on more often. Brian, you don't see a gold mine? This chick needs to be your co-host. Her, you, and Andrew would be, I'm telling you, you'll be doing 10 shows a week.
Go on.
Imagine this girl, she's doing this in public. Imagine in a relationship, the amount of fucking lip this girl is gonna give you in a fucking relationship. So anyways, yeah.
She thought about it. Did you see her face? She's like, oh, wait a sec.
You laugh, but it's fucking true. It's fucking true. You're a quarrelsome lady. So anyways, what you were going to say something about how I want the structure. Look, you got to take a bit of a hint. I'm okay with you contributing to the conversation. You just got your microphone muted and I just told you to be quiet. And I told you to stop inserting yourself. I'm okay. I'm not saying be quiet for the rest of the show. Let me get through some of the back and forth that I want to have with Savannah. Okay. You've gotten a lot of attention tonight. I know it's hard to go 10 minutes without a little bit of attention. I get it. But in the same way that you would tell a man, take the hint when he's not interested.
She's not all bad. This goes back to you gotta tire your chick out, like the kids. You gotta bring them to the park, have them do some physical activity, get tired, so when they get home, they're ready to take a nap. This type of chick, she just has misappropriated energy, mismanaged energy.
Take the hint. You just got your microphone muted, and I told you to stop interjecting. You can contribute to the conversation a little bit later. Let me have the back and forth with Savannah. Pull
That side with gay hell.
up the tweet or whatever. Next.
Oh, there's more.
Oh, there's a lot.
Okay, well.
So I'm gonna start with some fun ones.
We're just going through my tweets.
Not all of them, but I selected these.
Oh,
okay, so read it. Go
perfect. I have the aura of a slut, but I have 0 bitches, and that's true.
You got 0 bitches?
Yeah.
Really?
Well, I guess I have 1.
Currently?
Yeah.
Are you guys carnal knowledge?
No.
I think I could tell she's just quiet. She's a quiet chick. She likes to show out, but deep down, she's a quiet chick. She needs her hair dyed back black. Let me tell you.
No.
No. What are you talking? What?
Sex? Are you guys having sex?
Oh, sure. Yeah. We are.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
So
cool.
I got 1.
Yeah. Okay. Next. Aura of a slut. Wait, you have the aura of a what? Wait, hold on. Hold on.
Oh.
What is the aura of a slut?
I feel like it's the vibe. It's the vibe I give off. It's the OnlyFans, the way I dress.
Okay.
My hair and stuff. It's like you would look at me and you'd be like, "That girl fucks."
I mean, you're
and I don't.
Your
no.
dress kind of.
See, I believe her. And again, my eyes don't lie. My eyes don't lie to me. I took one look at this chick. I could size a chick up like this. I took one look at this chick and I'm like, yo, that's my chick right there. And what does she say? She's not out here smashing. This chick should get smashed. She clearly gets impregnated and gets freaking abortions, but that's because she fell into the wrong hands.
Normal.
Well, yeah.
Why are you pulling it down, bro?
Well, I
just be falling into the wrong hands.
She's like, let me get the titties out.
Yeah.
Well, now that you bring that up, let me pop the titties out a little bit. Okay.
I just mean like social media wise, though. I do
Sure.
come off
That's
like
fair. Okay.
a
You've
slut,
got the aura, but you got no bitches.
but I got no
All right.
bitches in real life.
All right. Let's do next.
I think that's true.
Read it though. Just
Men are either good at video games or they can make you come.
video games.
I like.
Facts.
Speak.
No, fun fact about me: I never owned a video game console. I'm talking to you, Pinky. I never owned a video game console, so take from that what you will.
For itself, right?
Actually, I owned one. It was a PS2. That was my only video game console. I remember as a child, I used to cry because I didn't have an N64. But thank God, because now, ladies are satisfied.
Right. Exactly.
You got to be pretty articulate with your fingers.
Bring
to
it
get at
back
video
to
games.
you.
Finger game's strong.
So like,
Yeah. No, I'm just kidding.
but I mean, what if the guy has micro?
I'm just kidding. I was like the one.
Like a micro penis.
No, like micro. Like he plays like Red Alert or like Counter Strike or
Like on like a
Call
PC,
of Duty.
Like
Yeah, he's got the micro. He's got the
Okay.
micro. Like he plays StarCraft and his APM is fucking insane. Like 300 APM per minute. And he's just got the fucking micro. He's just like micro.
See, this is where Brian fumbled the chick. I paused at the perfect second. Look at her face. He's in mid fumble. Brian, it's the meme. It's the meme where the dude is talking to the chick and the girl's like, not into it. She not into that.
or he plays Command and Conquer Generals, and he's like, boom, Command and Conquer Generals, and he's like,
dudes, you see, you could just pick apart this podcast. Any dudes that are trying to be up on game, you just got to pick apart this podcast and watch it completely unbiased, and you're gonna get the game.
He's like, puts a bunch
of shit with a fine narrator as myself.
To like Rocketman and the Humvee, right? And he's like microing them all over. He sells his command center. Let's do a split on this shit. Fuck.
Did you see the chick dry up? Yes or no? This chick too. She's like, what the hell? What the helly? What the helly?
Split me.
Holy.
Okay, so he's microing, right? He got the Humvee. He got the Humvee. He sells the command center. So he lost.
All the girls are tuned out right now. This chick, look at her face. That's not the face you want to see.
It's the satellite, right? And he's like, boom, Humvee over here. Boom, Humvee over there. Boom. Let me drop we're gonna capture this oil derrick. Boom, 1,000 resources right away. And he's just microing, right? Like that's not hot to you? Like you thinking he knows how to use his hands, right? Is that not hot?
I don't think that really translates to, because the clit's like in one spot. Like you don't have to.
Macro? No, it's micro.
Micro.
That just flew over.
They're saying, sorry, the chat is saying that it's called macro, not micro.
Okay.
But hold on, micro? I'm pretty sure it's the micro. Pure. It's the micro, bro.
It's
micro.
It's micro.
Micro. It's short for, guys, micromanage gaming.
What is it?
Micro is small, macro is
like
micro?
management sim games.
Wait, is it
Like
micro?
little?
Wait, micro?
I feel like it could mean different things, I guess, the way you're depends on
Micro APM? I don't
know too much about the gaming world like that. So.
That's a funny tweet.
Thanks.
look.
Glad somebody laughed.
They got
I
the
laughed.
micro.
I thought that was hilarious.
Thank you guys.
Wait, did I see this tweet? What it say?
And you don't look like a slut, you know? But you're
love it when
hot.
people
But
lie to me.
people cannot. That's rude.
I mean, that's just somebody judging you, you know?
She must want my penis.
I think it's because
This chick just blazing.
I think it's because I post very
I'm gonna work at Dunkin' Donuts. How she glazing.
provocative pictures
Oh, we have
online.
OnlyFans.
Anyways,
so
next.
That's all, yeah.
So
Nobody gets
Next.
mad when they see a flower.
Oh, okay, that's the one.
You know?
oh,
Read it.
okay.
Right?
Yeah. We need to have the important conversation about how reverse cowgirl is the worst position.
And then read those down there.
If
Yo, every position is trash except for missionary. Let me tell you.
it's like nothing for the girl, it slips out every 2 seconds, and my view is your toes.
I
You are GAY if you smash any position other than missionary.
You know what? I'm
Agreed.
not going to linger on that, but
You
I
have,
actually.
you have to take their legs out
Bro,
of the way.
shut the fuck up.
We're
What is your fucking problem?
Sorry.
I started talking before you
Oh,
started
I'm
talking.
sorry.
You're a habitual line stepper, bro.
I didn't mean to.
Stop interrupting.
Okay.
Like your comments would have been okay if I wasn't in the middle of a fucking sentence.
Okay.
What is your problem?
Tell you, Brian, you gotta get this chick on more often. If you had this dynamic and you guys were just presently always on this chick, pretending that you hate it when really she's paying the bills, that I'm telling you, gold mine. Just saying. Invoice in the mail.
Nothing. I don't have a problem.
Holy shit,
I'm not the one
dude.
with the problem.
You do have a problem.
No, like you.
No, I just told you. Stop interjecting. Now you're interrupting me, which is even worse.
That was just like a thing that popped into my head, and
I started talking before you started talking. Do you know what the definition?
She has no control. When something pops in her head, you just
I didn't mean to do that.
interruption is.
I didn't mean to do that.
I don't care what you meant to do or didn't mean to do.
Okay.
You were specifically instructed before the show not to interrupt, and I've already just went over this with you. What is your deal?
No deal. Please say what you're gonna say.
Can you stop interrupting kindly?
Of course.
Do I need to stop the show every 5 minutes
I was just saying a silly
to tell
little
you how
thing.
to conduct yourself?
I didn't mean to. It just popped into my head, and
That's
I was
cool.
like, oh,
Think before you speak. Don't interrupt me or other people.
okay.
Thank you. Back to this. Holy shit. I agree with you.
Okay, cool.
Shitty position.
Right.
Next.
Do you guys actually care what
There we go. Okay.
Do they?
He does.
Well, you
Big
do.
labia.
I-
I so.
I only date women with large
Big,
labia.
yeah.
Big labia
Are
matter.
you with one now? I'm just kidding.
Next. Read it.
I am so fucking sick and tired of large labia being described as roast beef or
yeah, shout out to Monica. That's true, Monica in the chat, because this actually does show a perspective of men that women don't see. That is a good point.
for meat curtains or any other disgusting term. It's fucking dehumanizing and degrading.
Okay, first of all, okay, wait, I just want to say, wait, can I say something? Because there's a pause. There's a big space in here. Or do you want to say something?
What?
There's a big space and everybody's just talking when they, because I'm wondering how you want the structure. There was a pause. Should I say something or no?
She's uncomfortable as hell. She's like, yo, there's a tweet about my labia. But hey, it's your fault, Pinky, for putting a tweet out on your labia. I understand. Yo, women, they get insecure about things and then they tweet it and they're like, oh, and they throw the phone. They're like, oh, and they'll go after a few hours to look at the tweet and see how people are reacting. And if it's bad, they'll just delete it, right? So this is an uncomfortable subject for her, even though she's a little exhibitionist out here. She's trying to tweet that, but hey, personally, I find it chill. You know, it's like a flower. I could Google.
You should try to.
Let me try to Google a picture of the flower.
Like, just take a hint. Like, it might be a good idea for you to just.
I'm on
be
the
quiet.
podcast.
I know,
So,
but you're on the podcast, but time and place. Take a hint. Like let a couple other people like have their moment. You don't need to add something to every single thing that's been said.
Okay.
So anyway, I wrote that tweet for you, and I didn't even know it.
Pretty much.
Wow.
Pretty much. All right.
We're on
Big
the
Lady
same
Matter
team.
next. Wait, did you read it though? The previous one? You read it, right?
I read it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. We're on the same team.
What are we talking shit about today? Men.
Why is that?
Oh,
that's a Sophie.
well, it was just I mean, it wasn't that deep. Like I didn't really say anything post men.
I can't find the flower, but you know, you guys get the point. It's like an orchid, but it's not really an orchid, and it's a flower. I think that's beautiful, personally.
But I mean, sure.
It's crazy that women actually get surgery nowadays to remove the lips. That's crazy how self-conscious they are.
Why not?
Oh, okay. All right. Next.
Somebody said so many people assume that being slutty online equals not having a good dad, but no, my dad was the best. And I said such a weird imaginary pipeline these men
Scroll
have
up. I
created.
want to see the. Oh, read this part. Yeah. That's
Yes, my
context.
dad knows I do OnlyFans. The incels are going to hate this, but he loves me and supports my choices. And he's my BFF. He's the best guy now, which is true.
That's nice.
So your dad is he's like cool with it?
Yeah.
It didn't bother him at first?
No. I mean,
Okay.
I'm at home, I'm safe, and I'm happy, and we get to travel the world together. So
That's sweet.
Aw.
I love that for you.
Little perks.
Seriously.
But I mean, like the trade-off, he's cool with the trade-off.
I mean, the trade-off being that I get to travel the world with him. So yeah.
Unconditional.
I think that's pretty sketch as a dad being down, but what are you gonna do? You can't cut the girl off, especially if you're a weak dude. It's what are you gonna do? High five Z's.
Cool with it, yeah.
He loves you no matter what.
Unconditional
That's all that
love.
matters.
Hold on, I have a message coming through, but I'll engage on
let's
that. We have one sec. It's Michael Jones.
Michael Jones.
You can't find the flower, but you guys get what I'm trying to say.
Michael Jones donated $200. Brian, you're the most underrated babysitter in Carly. Shares 1 and 4. There's some hope for you. Share 2, keep up the good behavior. Shares 3 and 6 are cooked. Shares 5 and 7 are gonna be fine.
What was that?
There's some 5 in your
There's some hope for me. What does that mean?
Cool.
I'm glad you guys got validation from one guy named Michael Jones.
Isn't Michael Jones the Burger King guy?
I think it's somebody.
Someone else.
Matt Jones.
Oh Lord.
I love your dress.
I love my friends.
I love your dress.
Thank you.
Yeah. Wait, where were we? Oh, the unconditional love.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like, what do you do though if you have a child, and I suppose if her dad's accepting of it, sure, that happens. But like, how do you actually impose any sort of or try to restrict behavior in a child that you find objectionable?
I mean, I guess.
Like, but I want to ask it to her because you said unconditional love, right? So would you be okay if you had a daughter if she was doing pornography?
Well, see, the thing is that before she's my daughter, she's her own person.
What does that mean?
That no matter how I raise her, what I teach her, what I instill in her, how I program her, at the end of the day, she might just.
This just proves that women need a father in the house. They need a man in the house because it's like, I get it. Women are full empathy, and that's why it's encouraged that in the formative years, 0 to 5 years old, the woman is present. A single father during 0 to 5 is not very productive. But past 5, you need that rod. You need that, because these women will just be letting chicks do anything. That's crazy.
Whatever else she wants to do.
But I guess let me make a differentiation here. So,
and dudes too. They let their sons do anything too. That's why if you look at the black community, why they acting a fool is because there are so many households that are lacking a father. That's why this community is acting a fool. People will say correlation doesn't prove causation. That's a direct representation of what happens when you have single mothers solely in the home. And there are tons of statistics on this where you can look at prison inmates, and the majority of them are from single mother households. These are the statistics. People love statistics until it doesn't suit their talking point.
We're all free individuals. Like, we're all going to make our own decisions. So I agree with you that insofar as she has the ability, like, she could go and do all sorts of things that you disagree with, and you wouldn't really have like, if she was dead set on doing it, there really wouldn't be much you could do to stop her if she's an adult, right? But you would agree that parents do have a duty to try to, like, I'm trying to think of an example. If you had a son and he was like, I want to become a drug dealer, and I mean, I don't know your views on drug, he wanted to sell like hard drugs like methamphetamine. I would assume, like, you probably couldn't do anything to stop him, but you would probably tell him or say things like, hey, that's a really bad idea. Here are the potential consequences.
Right.
Here are the consequences. And if you do actually start selling drugs.
That's the thing. A lot of these women or mothers, they just can't present this. They can't look their child in the face and say, I don't want you doing this, and I'm your parent, and I'm advising you against it.
you might say something, I don't know if you'd say this, but you might say something like, wow, selling drugs is really dangerous. I wouldn't be comfortable with you living in my home, and I think we should distance our relationship while you're selling drugs. I probably don't want to spend time with you because you're involved in a really dangerous business. Let's say he said, I do these drug deals with cartels. You'd be like, whoa, the cartel is known.
I'm going to take a break, but I'm going to let it play. So I'll be back in 2 seconds, but I'm going to let it play for a bit.
For going after people's families. I'm really uncomfortable with that. I need to distance myself from you until you get out of that. And please don't do it.
I would be like that. However, no matter how close she is to her dad, she's lived her own life that's led her to do OnlyFans. So and I'm sure your dad knows that, like whether it was great things or horrible things, that no matter how bad it would get for a person, at least her dad is present for her. He's like, I want her in my life, regardless whether she does, because I'm sure your dad's probably like a free spirit person, right? Open-minded, right? Okay. So he's looking at it like he's probably made decisions in his life that he probably wouldn't.
Sure, we all make mistakes.
But the thing is that he's probably so spiritually in tune with himself that he's like, the day I ever lose my daughter, he would probably regret not ever talking to her over something like this.
Well, I mean, certainly you might, as a father, you might regret the disintegration of a relationship with a child. But I suppose, and Sav, I'll pose this question to you. If you're
gay, that's why I said it's a weak father, because it goes back to the weak man. You can't be afraid to lose the chick. A dude that's afraid to lose his chick becomes a father that's afraid to lose his daughter. You need to put your foot down as a man, all right? If you truly love the woman you're with, you need to put your foot down for her betterment, right? So she can better herself. And you need to do that as a father. When you become a father, you have a daughter. You can't just be like, oh, I'm going to lose my daughter. I don't want to tell her not to smoke meth.
For like, let's say when you're thinking about starting the OF and you went to him and you're like, hey, dad, I'm thinking about doing this. I don't know if you did that. I don't know if you told him after the fact. But if before you even got in, he told you, whoa, I'm not comfortable with that. I'm going to have to distance myself from you. That within my worldview and my values, I am not okay with you doing that. Would that have been an influence in your decision? And maybe would you have considered not doing it?
Yeah, 100%.
Would you have not done it?
Yeah, I wouldn't have done it, but...
You wouldn't? Wait, so hold on.
I rest my case.
You wouldn't have done it if your dad said, I'm not okay with you doing this. Please don't.
If he said he was going to distance himself from me, then yeah, I would not do it.
But so you see here.
I rest my case. When you're afraid to lose the bae, you end up losing the bae. Because at the end of the day, this chick, I don't want to, God forbid, but she could go a few years down the line and end up distancing herself from her father because she feels that he didn't set down guidelines. He didn't really care for her. That's how women are. You don't put your foot down and you think you're doing the better thing for her, when in the end she's going to say, you never really cared. And she's going to be, she gone.
If you got to hold the line then. Like, you got to be the mom or the dad that says.
And the chick just admitted it. She said she wouldn't have done it if her father said not to do it.
I'm not going to give you unconditional love. I'm not going to just accept your decisions. You need to, you're my child. You're my daughter. That's not okay.
Okay.
I love you. Let me help you. How can I help you? Don't do this.
Here's the thing though. It's not all black and white. It's not like I just woke up one day and I was like,
whoa, bigotry.
I'm going to do an OnlyFans. And my dad was like, great, go for it. There was a lot of life that happened that led me to that point. And I think that him seeing me happy and healthy and doing things that I love, I think that really kind of overpowers any negative feelings that he would have towards it. So it's not just black and white. It's not.
Well, I get that it's lucrative for you, and I get that he's happy that you're making money and you're not starving in the street. But I mean, OnlyFans is not and I'm not super interested in having like a long way.
That's the thing. Would any of these chicks really be starving in the street? That's the thing. That goes back to what I was saying. Was this necessary? And that's why I say I don't really have a problem inherently with a chick doing OnlyFans or a chick dancing or whatever. I don't care. I've actually dated. I've mentioned this before on the channel. I have dated a girl that was a dancer, a very nice Haitian chick. And she was one of the most chill girls I've ever been with. She was soft-spoken, very chill. She dressed modest when she wasn't at work. I mean, she couldn't dress modest at work, let's be honest. But these chicks, they are doing a job that is a shortcut to success. And to me, that's more indicative of other issues. The fact that they're not hard workers. They don't want to take the long route where it may be more difficult at the beginning, but the payoff is better at the end. They would rather have a shortcut and go into OF and go dancing. That to me is more indicative of issues than the act itself. I know it's difficult. Maybe I'm not explaining it properly, but that's how I see it in my head. I don't really have a problem with it on the surface. It's just, why can you not be a waitress? I don't understand. you're not starving, you're not risking being on the street. You just see Lambos and Birkin bags on IG, and that's what you want. That to me, that's where I'm like, nah, I ain't with that type of chick.
When did like OF bad, porn bad conversation? This is more so from like the parental angle that I'm interested in exploring. It's like there are other things that you can pursue to make, like, OF is not like, you
guys don't mind if I eat, right? I mean, you guys don't mind, right?
Have to do it.
Yeah.
You don't have to do it. You just want money.
Well,
my guest, so I'm gonna do it anyway. It's my show. I'm gonna eat if I want. Hello.
It's just like any job. Like you do any job, you do this because you want money, right?
Sure, yeah.
Exactly. So that's just how every job works. But this job, I get to be at home and I get to be safe and I get to work when I want and travel when I want. So I mean, the trade-off for it is really.
Would you want your daughter doing porn?
If that's what my daughter chose to do,
That's
then
porn.
That's okay.
then I would support her. Yeah.
You'd be in favor of her doing porn. What
I
she
would
want to do, like
support her.
gangbangs and like crazy shit.
I would support her.
Yeah, but you are familiar like the STD rate in like the porn industry, like a lot of these girls
Well,
end
I
up
mean,
with herpes within the
obviously-
first like 1 or 2 years.
Right.
Like in
Well,
the traditional porn industry.
Yeah.
So you'd be fine like advocating for something that would impact your sexual health.
I'm not advocating for my daughter
But
to get
you-
STDs. I think that I can advocate for her to have her own life and make her own choices, and then also educate her on how to be safe about those choices.
I think that's what you call soft parenting. Now, me personally,
facts.
That's a different story.
What if you
I
told
was
your
raised
mom-
by a Cuban father and a Mexican mother.
If you
Get
told
my ass handed to me.
I was gonna ask, if you told your mom and or dad, hey, I'm gonna start porn, what would they say?
Well, no.
If you were in person, what would they do?
Well, my dad, see, my father was a business owner. He was a hustler. So he instilled that in me. He programmed that in me versus like just letting me kind of roam free mentally or physically.
Mm-hmm.
My mom always instilled being very independent and hardworking. My mom's a real estate agent in Palm Springs. So I didn't really grow up with being able to like sort of
This chick looks like a real estate agent. She has the genes of a real estate agent.
think for myself, operate for myself rather than like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they're more so like you have to take this.
Can you not see that face on one of those freaking plastic things is freaking hammered into the grass?
They program you to
get a good one.
To be more of a hustler than and a business owner
You guys
rather
get
than
the point. You guys get the point. Look at her. Hey, open house Sunday.
Be more free-spirited.
But I guess when it comes to the parental component here, I mean, she even grants that if her dad said, I'm not comfortable with you doing this, she would not have done OF. And it's like, if we just take this approach of, oh, you can do whatever you want, you can become a prostitute, you can do porn, you can do OF.
I mean, he definitely doesn't have that perspective. He wouldn't be like, go deal drugs and be a prostitute. That wouldn't. Is it completely different being at home, taking pictures, posting?
Yeah,
them
I get that it's different, but I mean,
I've talked about this before as well. These chicks, there's a gradient of S work, right? These chicks think that they are better than a dancer. They think that they are better than a chick that's walking the street. The dancer also thinks she's better than the chick walking the street. The chick that is an escort, a high-end escort, thinks she's better than the chick walking the street, but the dancer thinks she's better than the escort because she's not smashing. So there's like a gradient that these chicks do see themselves as having a higher morality. I've noticed that a long time ago from knowing dancers, I never knew really chicks that were too into it. I never knew some chicks that was walking pavement, right? But I done known chicks that was escorting. I done known chicks that dancing, right? And they all seem to think of themselves, they all seem to think of themselves higher than other girls in the escort. So these chicks that are online now that are taking pictures, they're like, oh, I'm just taking pictures. It's like, nah, you in the same business. You doing the same thing. It's one molecule away.
there are some negative.
You're
There's
comparing
some.
it to drug dealing, though.
Well, I get the gravity of it is different, but there is stigma that's associated with OnlyFans. In fact, I mean, I'm sure your father wants you to end up with a great guy. You yourself have admitted you've struggled when it comes to dating because of your involvement in what sounds like relative.
Brian, I'm not a drug dealer. Look at that face. I'm not a drug dealer face. Where's this girl from? She's from Brooklyn, Queens, Long Island.
Relatively tame sex work,
Right.
OnlyFans. I don't know the extent of what you're doing. Have you done BG content?
Like with somebody that
You
I
did
was
a little
with,
bit of BG content. Okay.
at some point.
Otherwise, you're just doing solo content. You're not doing gangbangs every week, whatever. But it's like if fathers and if mothers were saying,
wouldn't it be funny if the BG content she did was with the religious guy? I'm gonna save you. Let's do some content.
If they said, you might not like this, I'm going to disown you if you do this. It could prevent a lot of undesirable behavior in one's children. And again, look, hey, at the end of the day, they can they're going to do what they're going to do. But I think part of a parent's duties and responsibilities is, even with adult children, is exerting influence on your children.
Yeah, I agree.
And guiding them. Just because I'm not like, when my kid turns 18, I'm not going to be like, okay, just go into the world, and I'm not going to try to guide you or help you in any sort of ways. I think people need, like, you need guidance throughout your entire life. And I'd be there for my kids to guide them in a way that I think is the best way to go. And the only leverage you have as a parent is, well, I'm just going to be really disappointed. And no, it's got to be like, I'm going to disown you.
Yo, Brian is spitting facts right here, because being a man in general is about being strong. And the thing is about being a man, I see a lot of women online, they're talking about this male loneliness epidemic. I don't believe that. I believe that that's fake. That's fake news. Because being a man is not being afraid to be alone. You got to be in solitude sometimes. You got to work on your grind. Being a man, a true man, is lion energy. See the lion? Lion energy. Being a man is lion energy. Lone wolf. The lion is alone. He's the head of the pack. Sometimes you got to be alone, right? Sometimes you got to be strong. Sometimes you got to be ready to lose something that is dear to you, right? And that's what being a man is. And I'm not a father, but I would imagine that it translates into being a father. You got to not be afraid of losing something that's dear to you. You got to always do what's right, regardless of what the repercussions may be. You may lose someone that's near to you, but you did the right thing. That's what being a man's all about. So these soft parents that, oh, I'm gonna let my girl spread it online. Hey, do you? If you're liberal and you actually believe that that's chill. But I don't believe a lot of these guys think this is chill. I think a lot of them would rather their daughter not doing that. That's not what I'm discussing, if it's chill or if it's not chill, or if you should allow it or not. That's not what I'm discussing. I'm saying, if it bothers you, if you believe that it is not chill, you should express that. It goes back into the communication.
How else are you going to leverage any degree of influence on your children? Like you don't. There's no way.
I mean, respect too. Like I have like my dad was present in my life. I have 2 older brothers. I have several nephews, a lot of guy cousins. I was raised around a lot of guys, so I would never feel comfortable doing that. And I have a lot of respect for my father and my brother, so I wouldn't put them in that position.
And if my daughter was like, "Oh, how am I going to try to make money?" I'm gonna be like, "Well, let's do a game plan." Like, and maybe
message from our sponsor. This great physique comes from poutine and pizza. Let me tell you.
Maybe it's like, what are your interests? Can that get you money? Okay. Maybe what about like, hey, I mean, in my own personal example, I've had a lot of experience doing content creation. I don't think I'd want her to have like a dating podcast like mine, but you know, if she wanted to, I don't know, make baking, whatever it is. I don't know what the meta is. I don't know what the meta is for women content creators who don't do OF. But I'd be like, let's explore it. How, if you want to do content, maybe that's something. But I don't know.
A little dog whistle there, Brian, for the misogynist. What, you don't think women can make money online unless they're on OF? Huh, Brian?
I think it's just different life perspectives. Yeah, because
and cultures too.
Yeah, because it's not like a lack of respect. Like I was raised by my dad, only him. So we just have a different view on life. You know, we just want to like, I'm not religious, he's not religious. Sure. In 100 years, all of us are going to be dead, and we're not going to be in heaven, in my opinion. So I feel like I measure my life and experience, and OnlyFans gives me the opportunity to have a lot of experiences.
But I'm not even arguing it like this can be just a totally secular position when it comes to this. You yourself have said, I have encountered issues when it comes to dating because of what I do.
Yeah.
And that could have like cascading domino effect impacts on your life in a negative way. And also like just being involved in like content, even if it's not OF, just being involved in content. Like, do you see the nasty side of men?
Oh,
doing
sure.
OF?
Yeah, but I saw that before I did OnlyFans.
Sure, of course. You can see the nasty side of people absent doing sex work. But like the majority of sex workers typically don't have particularly high opinions of men, which I don't think is a particularly healthy mindset or really going to contribute healthily to. Like, you want to have you want to date a guy, have kids? Do you want kids one day?
Yeah, I do. I mean, some people might feel that way, but I definitely don't have like any less respect for men because I do OnlyFans.
You're not jaded?
No.
At all?
No.
Come on. I'm jaded doing this. You've got to be a little.
She doesn't look jaded. Look at her face. She ready. She ready and willing. Brian doesn't believe it. He doesn't know. Brian, come on, Brian. Come on.
A little jaded doing OnlyFans.
I'm really not. I feel like
Really? All the guys sending you their weird fucking kinky requests and shit. That's
yeah, it's like less than 1% of guys. Like, I don't know. I just can't really base all dudes off of those.
Got a message here.
Graffito Tax donated $200. Brian, these 340 God. Please read them. Corinthians 6:18-20.
You should have just Oh, okay, here it is. All right, I'll read it. Flee from sexual immorality. All other sins a person commits are outside the body, but whoever sins sexually sins.
This is why people hate Christians. You guys are freaking lames. You paid $2 to send Bible verses. Look at this girl's face. Look at everyone's face. Every chick's face here is not Fina. Here it is.
Against their own body.
And again, I actually promote the Bible because the Bible, I feel like all elites read the Bible. Because even if you don't believe per se, the Bible is full of game, full of wisdom. And even if the Bible was promoted as a mythological book, like Harry Potter or like whatever, J.K. Rowling, other type of thing, the Bible would be wildly popular in pop culture because the Bible is full of wisdom, full of metaphors that you could pick apart for days, years on end. People dedicate their whole lives into diving into it, and there's a lot of game in there. There's a lot of game, and y'all just write it off because y'all just hear that it's trash or y'all don't believe. Or I understand you hear the stories about Jesus and you're not feeling hear that. I get it, trust me. But yo, there is game in there. There's a lot of game. There's a lot of metaphors, a lot of simile, and I'm telling you, elites be reading that. They know what's in there. You know, you can't be ignorant to things in life. You have to explore and see what's up. Then you can make a decision. Don't just, anyway.
Do you not know that your bodies are temples of the Holy Spirit who is in you, whom you have received from God? You are not your own.
But all that to say, I completely forgot. I went off on that tangent. Don't be sending Bible verses. Look at this chick's face. Look at Pinky. None of that was processed in her little head right there. None of that. And Nala, who sat in that chair, if a dude came to her with that business, that would have not worked. Homeboy, I'm sure, came to her with some game. He was smooth with it. And look at Nala now. She changed woman.
You were bought at a price, therefore honor God with your bodies. Okay.
Interesting.
Thank you, Graffito Tags, for the Bible verse. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. I just try to avoid making any religious-based arguments just because it's not like super effective to people.
It turns people off. One of the issues I have with Andrew, he's a great debater, but mind you, granted, Andrew does not bring in scripture to his debates. I'm not going to say he does. But this whole orthodox thing, holier than thou, it turns people off. I'm just saying, it turns people off. You got to be able to live it. When you live it and people can see the representation in your life, they're like, oh, what's up with that guy? And then you tell them, oh, well, I read this book that is full of game, and that's why I'm a freaking legend.
Or secular, but we have this. Oh boy, Felicity, hook it up.
You all need to light up a joint and pass it around the table. I think the champagne is setting in. I was going to ask Brian if we could make it a double date, but I don't think he's feeling it right now.
Bro, you gotta give me a Bitcoin to do a double date with this girl.
Boss.
Yeah.
Can I add something real quick to the last conversation?
Sure.
I also think there's a huge difference between unconditional love and unconditional acceptance, right? Like if you or some hypothetical girl went to their parent and was like, I'm going to do OnlyFans, and they said, like, I'm not going to accept it if you do, that doesn't mean they love them any less, right? Like you can love someone from afar. Like I've had situations where I've had to go like no contact with family members because of like personal stuff, and that doesn't make me love them any less. It's just I'm not accepting the way that they're behaving, right? So I think that you can still have fully unconditional love for someone and be like, I don't respect the fact that you're doing porn or dealing drugs or whatever it is, right?
Can I just say,
just the way she came in, this girl, man, I can't wait to hear what she's gonna say.
that it doesn't make sense. I feel like we should examine the economy, and because I remember earlier, Katie.
Yeah.
You said it gave you freedom, right?
Yeah.
That's why you wanted to do it. It gave you freedom because you were working like a barista job.
Ain't nothing wrong with the economy. American girls are spoiled. These girls are all in the top 1% in the world. None of these girls have to bust it open for a bankroll. I understand if you want to do it. I know a lot of girls that are about it. Some girls are about it. Some girls be out there and they're like, yo, I'm gonna turn this trick out. I'm gonna get that guap out this trick. You know? This lazy ass trick trying to trick on me, I'm gonna get that money. Those girls are about it. But I see a lot of girls going into these industries, they're not about it. They're just like, oh, so and so got a Lambo. I had one chick on my IG. She started an OF and she added me on the new IG page that was her OF. Like I was gonna sub or something, or maybe she needed a P. I don't know. She was looking for a P. But this chick made like no money. She made like $0. Because she didn't market it, she didn't promote it, she didn't do nothing. Because these girls see a dream, they see a vision online, they see these women seemingly just post pictures and then they're making $700K a month. They don't realize it's freaking Amaranth and she's been streaming for 10 years and people know who she is. You're not going to make that money. So a lot of these girls, they're naive. They get into it because they just want fast money. They just want to have a Lamborghini Urus, but they don't realize that they're not about it. With that lifestyle, it comes a whole lot of other stuff around the lifestyle. A lot of these women don't understand the inner workings and the outer workings of the lifestyle. It's not just post a pic and pass go and collect 200 euros. It's a lot of stuff around this lifestyle. A lot of these chicks are not prepared for that. Straight up. So it's not an economy problem. It's Western chicks. They're just led astray to go into these industries. I don't know. Unless you bout it.
And you're like, I don't have. Why is it that people cannot have freedom? We're basically slaves. So it's like it's indentured servitude. Like it's like why do you feel like I feel rather than like would I love them for doing that? It's like you're doing it for money, like you said. You're doing it for money. It's like you're doing it for money. It's like why though? Why do we have to do that?
You can do a lot of things for money. That's not.
But you don't. That's the thing. She's wrong. You don't have to do it. That's the angle she's taking. Why do you have to do it? Unless I'm misinterpreting her. These girls do not have to do that. They're not outside in the cold.
No, there's two ways to go.
I know,
there's two ways to go. When
there
it
are
comes to
some
making a lot
people.
of money.
I'll be back on this one. But
Some people would.
Brian's leaving. Here we go. Viewers about to tank again.
There's that saying where some people would rather eat ramen noodles for 3 years straight till they see the bigger picture.
Right.
And some people rather, because like, let's be real.
Bro, I know people that be going outside collecting cans every day. Well, I don't know them personally, but I see them. And these people are not hobos. They're not homeless. There are a lot of people that can collect cans and bottles for a few hours a day to supplement their income. They make $20 a day. 22, that's 200-ish. They make around $200 to $300 a month. Supplemented income from collecting cans. Hey, it's not for me, but someone's got to do it. Because when you're in a park and you're smashing beers down and you're not near a garbage and you throw it on the grass, it seemingly just disappears. Why? Because there's someone coming to collect that can. They make $200 to $300 a month. That at the end of the year, it becomes around $2 to $3 grand, right? Per year. Extra supplemented income. A lot of these people in 10 years, you see them, they have a Benz and they have 2 rental properties. So, it's all a matter of like what you're willing to do. A lot of people, they want the easy route. They want to rob a bank or they want to take off clothes on OF. Hey.
Me, along with many beautiful women that I know, could do OnlyFans. We could do a whole lot of things from toenail clippings.
But why judge? Wait, first of all, but why judge
racks?
someone?
We talking racks a day.
Why judge someone else's?
But you got to look at the big. You got
where they are. Where they are. You cannot zoom out from their perspective. They are where they are. I think
at the end of the day, some people give a fuck and some people don't. They don't. And at the end of the day, you can't force them to give a fuck. And even though I would never do OnlyFans, that doesn't give me a right to like talk shit to them or talk shit about them or put the spotlight on them, because I know girls that do OnlyFans. I know strippers. I know hell 304s. But I knew them before that, and they're still good people deep inside. So it's like, just because I wouldn't doesn't mean that I necessarily would.
Majority of them are not good people. I know some really good dancers, good people, but majority are definitely not. A lot of them are like these Wizard Lids fans that hate men, and they're just trying to just wring out the money out these dudes, which, hey, power to them, because honestly, most dudes are freaking lame as hell and they deserve that. But I wouldn't go so far as to say they're good people. She blazing. Dunkin' Donuts. I'm feeling Dunkin'.
Get out of character and disrespect them. Now, do I support it? Do I condone it? No. But at the end of the day, that just goes to where I'm going to raise, if I have a daughter, if I have a son.
That's something you could dive into. Oh, we need Andrew to tag in, because if you would deconstruct that, you say like, okay, you don't condone it, you don't support it, but they're good people so there's obviously a conflict here. That's why I said she glazing, honey glaze, Dunkin'.
I'm gonna be the type of woman that I want my son to marry and respect. And I'm gonna be the type of woman that I want my daughter to be and a man to marry.
I just think we can never judge each other.
Hard disagree.
Where we're I mean,
we definitely judge each other,
but I don't think everyone is at their different perspective from where they are, and they're playing their cards and they're doing what they're doing the way that they feel fit. And I'm not going to say that I would know any better, because I'm not living life from their perspective?
So I think that judgment is absolutely necessary as like a fundamental for society, right? And I don't mean judgment as like you see someone who you know does corn on the street and you walk up and you're like, you're an effing whore, and it's like that's not what I mean by judgment.
Yeah.
I mean like the conversation I had earlier with Katie, right? Like if you know that this is hurting you, why do you keep doing it? Like that is that is it hurting her? Is it hurting her? She literally said
$3 million, right?
it was hurting her mental health, and that it was.
Wait till her brain is fully developed at 25. Are you 25 yet? Are you 25
she's still young, so she's still,
wait till her brain is fully developed at
Where did this fully develop at 25? Like, where did that come from? I would like to see these people go to another country and start talking about that.
25. People get older, they experience things. They'll eventually give a fuck.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Or find something.
This is just like infantilization of adults, because at 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, you can do all types of craziness. If your brain is not fully developed until 25, you need to roll back a lot of things. What's up with the credit? What's up with the military? What's up with voting? What's up with driving a car? You're a kid. If you're 24 and you're a kid, you shouldn't be doing anything else. You could post your butthole spread on a WEF, but you're a kid.
Something else to do?
Yeah, I guess
or invest your money in something?
By the way, YouTube, I'm not literally saying that. I'm saying this is their perspective. They're not kids. They're 24 years old.
Judges.
But how conceited it is to think I would know better for her, or that you would know better for her, or that I would know better for any of these people.
I'm not saying you know better for that person's situation. I'm saying it is necessary to judge in a like healthy society, right? And I don't mean like do it in a hateful way. I mean
only if it jeopardizes your.
Yeah, go ahead.
These chicks just ramble on. The viewers just thank every time.
I mean, do it in a way that shows like I care about your well-being, and I can see that this is harming your well-being. You literally told me with your own mouth that this is.
Wait,
wow.
How did he?
Had to get back to Brian. I'm sorry, ladies. I'm sorry. That wage gap. Viewers just tank when you guys talk.
Get it for $100, and the other
did Ethereum. He did crazy that there.
And now we're about to pop a very
fancy.
Ooh,
thank you,
sir.
It's in the brown.
Did you pop it already?
This is the perfect timing. Thank you. So thoughtful.
Damn, Ogle's a fucking Giga Chad legend.
No,
guys, let's get some fucking W's in the chat.
Yeah, W for that man.
Ogle.
Let's have it.
Here, bring it over here. Bring it. Don't unwrap it. Don't unwrap it. It's still in the wrapping, right?
This is the first time I've seen this happen on the show.
All right.
Ooh, fancy yellow.
Wow. Wow. Ogle's a fucking legend. While I'm getting this unwrapped, Felicity, can you read this from Ben George?
Do you have a grandfather? Does he condemn his son for allowing you to be rainbows? Right? My son wouldn't dare. Stand up to your children. It comes from the top. The degeneracy has to stop. Shame on your kids.
Or shame your kids. It's fun.
It is a 2015 crystal. Okay. Sorry, did I interrupt you? I'm sorry.
No, she finished it.
Okay. All right. Let's see if this opens like a
See if you got the
normal.
Have you never done this before?
Let's see here. Wow. I want to save this. That's cool.
Brian is a champagne virgin. The first videos I saw of him, or I should say the first and the last, because the last time I was watching whatever podcast, he was fumbling with a champagne bottle. So this is funny.
All right.
That was bad.
Okay.
Good for him. He doesn't drink.
Go ahead. I feel like you have something to say. Go ahead.
She always got something to say.
I've been to Singapore, and that's sort of how they do things. They shame people. They're like, this person in this block.
Shout out to Asians. Asians don't give a boo. They will shame. I found it funny when there was that whole Asian hate thing during the virus, the coronavirus. They but people were obviously, discriminating against Asians because it had seemingly come out of China. And some white Americans or white Westerners tried their typical thing of, leading a ploy against racism. Like they usually do it with the blacks, or they do it with whatever nationality or whatever group. It's usually white liberal women. Get out in front and say, hey, you guys are being discriminated against. We need to help you because we are white and you can't do it on your own. But China completely rejected this. Asians as a whole rejected this because Asians don't give a damn if people don't like them. They don't give a damn if people disrespect or discriminate against them. Asians are super based, and it just didn't catch on because they were saying stop Asian hate. They had all these campaigns and it never got traction in the Asian communities. No Asians cared about anyone talking shit about them for COVID.
Sure. This person in this block had their dog poop in this block, and now, wow, how dare you interrupt me? I didn't know that was socially acceptable.
I want to see if I can hear the
There you go.
Look at that. Wait.
Look
See
at
that?
you.
See this one?
Wow.
Yay.
Oof.
I've never had Crystal. By the way, I've never had Crystal. Has anybody here had Crystal?
Yes, sir.
You guys have had
Yes,
it?
I had.
I don't know.
Oh, you guys are just too
Not a
fancy.
big Crystal person.
All right,
for sure.
can we get some more cups here? I'm gonna give you guys fresh cups because we are not
You
gonna
know what?
taint-
I love that. That is now that right there is straight class. Fresh class.
No, you can't taint
Yeah.
Crystal
with the champagne
with
The class, Brian. I like that. That's
Yeah.
nice.
I love that.
Yo, Ogle, this is very nice of you, man.
Clean, baby.
A
Fresh
bottle of
clean.
Crystal.
Gentlemen, anytime you are getting a girl a drink, give her a fresh glass. That is
Well, yeah,
very
we can't
classy.
hold on, we can't taint
Yes.
this bottle of Crystal
Yes.
with Trader Joe's.
Oh my God. Yeah.
These chicks bare minimum. She really said, anytime you're with a chick, make sure you have a fresh glass. That's wild.
Yes.
Hey.
Do you
Thank
have other
you.
glasses?
Yeah, they're bringing.
Oh.
I'm dehydrated. I
Go get
need
some
that.
water.
You guys all want?
Yes,
Ooh.
I will.
Yes. So
Yes.
Wait,
all
does
right.
someone do that? You pay these guys? No, I'm just kidding. Well.
Okay. Sorry, guys. While I'm doing this, here. You know what? We're gonna let the 69 come through. Celebration. It's a celebration, bitches. Can you read this one, Felicity?
You low IQ bimbos, you all suffer from
First world delusion. Wait. How about we just
Bring it
reread
back.
that? Yeah, come on.
I read slower because I have bad eyes. I'm sorry.
Oh, you want me to pull it back up here?
Yeah.
While I'm pouring this shit, Savannah, tell some shit. Tell us a joke, Savannah.
None of the jokes that I have, I can tell. I can't say any of the ones on the top of my head.
Pass it down. Thank you.
Whoa, bigot.
I mean, we can get
Do any of
controversial.
you?
I've been up since 3 a.m. So,
Nice.
and I have to go to the airport tonight.
Wait, okay, fine. Here, I'll
Everybody
do
is
it.
flying
Big
out.
labia. So big labia matter. Have you actually like dated a guy and he was like said something rude or inconsiderate about the Audi?
No, I haven't. I've just
But you've seen it online.
Yeah, I've seen a lot about it online. I think it's pretty ridiculous. I mean, like we could talk about ball sacks. Like ball sacks are insane looking. You know, like if,
I thought you were an ally. What the fuck?
I am an ally, but
Oh,
it's,
that's-
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Whoa.
I'm just saying it's
I don't
like
know if she needs that much.
Okay.
We're good. We're good. And then
You have some? No. Oh, sorry.
just a little bit.
Sorry, guys. We are pouring some Crystal.
Things are real behind.
Right?
Yeah,
Me too. I'm like,
like,
the fuck? Looking at me weird. I'm like,
Your knees?
what happened to her knees, Brian?
Yeah, what you do with the knees, bro?
Why is all the rubber gone on her knees, Brian?
All right, I'm taking the lion's share of the Crystal. But so here it is. Thank you so much,
Lion.
Ogle.
Thank you.
Your patronage is
Thank you.
fucking legendary, dude. You're a fucking legend. So thank you so much. Wait. Hold on.
Legends
We
in
gotta
the
do
chat.
cheers.
Legends in the chat.
Cheers.
All right, this is a cheers to Ogle, Sir Ogle. I'm giving you a title because we have a British woman here. Cheers to Sir Ogle.
Sir Ogle.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Oh wow, that's very different.
Brian about to
Thank you.
black out.
it is very different.
It's
Yeah.
very, very
Lightweight.
different.
It's better. It's better than
It's
the other one.
delicious.
Yeah,
It's delicious.
The other one,
I have both.
I'm gonna turn into a wine snob here. The other one is far too bitter, but the Crystal, courtesy of
More
Ogle,
crisp.
it has a crisp, delicate. Wait, what's that thing from American Psycho? It has a
Mouthfeel.
It has a,
Oh, I love American Psycho.
you know, the business card scene. It has a.
Chris.
Do you like? You know what? This is for Ogle.
Oh, wait. Do an impression from American
Let's
Psycho.
go. Oh my God, there's a doll over there. Baby dolls.
Business card.
Does he have kids? Brian, you have kids?
Do you have kids, Brian?
Yeah, baby dolls.
We can.
You guys really
You said you had a dad bod earlier.
Yeah.
You can have a dad bod and not be a dad.
You can't be a
baby
dad
dolls.
bod.
Yeah, baby dolls.
Yeah, dad bod is just like a,
Me
like
and
a
Savannah.
little
Dad
child.
bod.
have
man.
kids.
Okay. See, there's something for
Yeah.
everyone. Look at that. See, that's
ready.
why, that's why you gotta just like, be cool with
He's
people.
ready.
Do you like Huey Lewis in the news?
Nope.
Oh.
Their early work was a little too new wave for my taste. But when
Okay.
sports came out in '83, they really came into their own, both artistically and creatively. I'd have to say they're fuck. I forgot the rest. Their number
You
one
almost had
Brian's doing it again. So
it. You almost had it.
Their number one masterpiece and the number one hit is "Hip to Be Square." A song so catchy, you probably don't listen to the lyrics, but you should because okay, that's all I know.
Oh my God.
But it has the champagne, the Cristal. I see the bubbliness. It has a very sharp, crisp.
Airy.
There's a bit of fruit, a little
There's a-
sweetness to it.
there's a
that-
delicacy
that's
to it.
less bitter than the Trader Joe's. champagne.
It tastes rich.
Mm.
Rich and crisp.
The bubbles are different too.
Yeah, like everything's different.
More,
Yeah.
refined. More refined bubbles.
Now, would I like go out of my way to?
Whoa, I better not enter any passwords while freaking AI is listening. Did you guys hear that? Apparently AI can hear your password based on the keystrokes that it hears through the microphone. People actually believe that. That's pure nonsense. Pure nonsense.
Spend $500 on a bottle of Cristal?
No.
Basically, because I don't drink. Really, I only drink if they do champagne pop.
I'm gonna tell you why it's nonsense. I'm gonna put you on some game real quick. Okay, imagine I have really fat fingers. How does the AI know that my fingers, the resonance of the vibrato of my particular keyboard, would make this particular pitch of click? It would have to know. I'm not gonna give AI any pointers, but it would have to know quite a bit about the whole situation, the moisture in the air. People believe anything.
On the show, but
That's why you're lightweight.
I'm gonna get drunk off this.
It's okay.
I was drunk earlier.
too.
I had like 2 sips of champagne. Look, this is I still have all that
I
left.
give a
That's
left
my old
fine. I'm
champagne.
driving, so
Yeah.
she's gonna take it.
All right, let's
Yeah,
get
she
back.
probably-
Yeah,
Thank
I'm
you
driving.
again,
Take it
Ogle.
all.
I'm gonna
Thank
be in
you
the
again,
passenger
Ogle.
seat acting like a Rottweiler on the way home.
Wait, so
Driving
did we did one? Oh, yeah, it was below the threshold.
Oh, wait, just a second.
Wait, did we read the one about the grandfather?
Yes.
We did that one.
Mhm.
Okay, sweet. All right, let's do the tweets. Let's get back to the tweets.
Oh my god.
All right, read it.
This episode's freaking gold. This is nuts.
Sav's tweet.
I read this one already.
Okay, next.
Nice guys finish last. Okay, girls don't finish at all.
Next.
That's funny.
Okay.
Unfortunately, that's true sometimes. If
Oh well, I tweeted it twice. What do you want me to say?
I was on Twitter, I would have retweeted that
Wait,
shit.
Yeah, I would have.
Thank
Nice
you.
guys finish
true.
last.
I'm not on
Bro,
Twitter.
look, I have a high success rate. First off.
Okay.
Are you
So pump it.
sure?
I'm sure.
Are you sure?
Okay, Ryan. Okay, Ryan.
Sure.
Flex on the chat, Ryan.
Wait,
Talk about those salad booths.
wait, hold on. Let's do.
It's a champagne, you guys.
Pop, 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 pop.
Are you sure?
Are you sure?
Are you really
How sure?
That's so serious. You have very
Okay.
expressive eyebrows, bro.
If I could give you a
You get Botox?
percentage rate
Just
of
kidding.
success, I would
The
put it
tension is
at
crazy, y'all.
Okay.
37%.
Because a lot of them lie.
That's
a
what
lot of girls will lie
you
to
know?
guys.
That's what I'm saying. She just gave Brian a 37% success rate with getting a girl, to be successful. That's crazy.
Oh yeah, so
Yeah, it's easier than
On your
dealing with
legs
their
twitching
fucking
and
emotions.
if the
just bring in a
legs twitching,
womanizer. That's like the best toy ever.
Look, I don't know, man. You know what though? Here's what's I saw this article recently. There's a scientific study about the orgasm gap.
Let's
Are you
talk about
good,
it.
bro?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. You're just
She's just
not
Age gap, orgasm gap. These girls they get the short end of the stick.
contributing. Okay. There's this orgasm gap, which I guess is true, right? But there's a different orgasm gap because like 99% of dudes can only come once, but y'all be having multiple orgasms.
That's not true.
That's not true.
true.
No.
I'm sorry, you said not to interrupt, but that is absolutely not true
Well,
at
same
all.
for you.
When a girl knows
Well,
what she is doing,
Wait, what?
yes.
Yeah, what?
When a woman knows what she is doing,
The
a
man
guy
keep
can
going.
finish
What she is doing. This girl,
more than once.
she's definitely in real estate.
Okay.
1,000%.
Oh, that's her mom. Sorry. I'm kidding.
But they have a refractory
Wait.
period. Girls
Yeah.
don't have
No, but
a
I'm saying these
refractory
girls,
period.
like,
Yeah.
I don't know if you talk with your girlfriends, but some of these chicks,
We talked.
10 seconds, no, it's literally
We chat.
10 seconds, 10 seconds, 10 seconds, just
No.
orgasm one right after. Guys can't do that.
No, but see, it's
Like maybe a dude has a short refractory period. But,
yeah, but see, it's that easy, and guys still can't do it. That's why.
well, not all women can come like that.
Okay.
Not all women can have multiple orgasms.
You can rock it up.
But I'm saying there's a different orgasm gap.
That's
There's
great.
y'all be coming like 3, 4, 20, 50 times, and I'm over here just like doing all the work coming once. That's unfair.
That ain't true.
But that-
I'm
okay.
She's not doing her job, Brian. You find yourself a new girl. She ain't doing her job.
I want
That's
to,
not actually
I
get
want to do all
charged.
the work. You could just chill over
Wow.
there.
He wants a
They are.
virgin. He wants
I
a virgin.
feel
He doesn't
like
want her to know what she's doing.
Oh,
If
would
actually
you
marry
marry
the girl orgasm
We
is
get
longer
one?
than the guys too. So
Yeah,
I
like
guess
it
we get
lasts
that
longer.
as
and,
well.
and the orgasm is longer.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's unfair, man. It's unfair. Wait, can I just have you
This is all the yuck. That's what I just
Forward.
said.
Yeah.
just closer to you a little bit.
To the
No,
head.
it's unfair, man. Like these girls, I get it. You guys be having one night stands.
No, I never had a one night stand a day in
You
my
guys
life.
aren't or climaxing with
I can
certain
count how many
dudes.
guys I've ever been with on one hand.
Can we
So-
do that question?
But to be fair, the orgasm response is really varied in women. Like some girls, they can't even get themselves off.
Yeah.
Like it's that bad. Like even using toys.
Yeah, a lot of these chicks be burnt out because they freaking take power tools and then they think a dude is naturally gonna follow up some power tools. These chicks they're cooked.
They can't do it. I think most women can toy.
That's why, chicks actually believe that some men, particularly some that may frequent certain podcasts, may believe that chicks become loose, but on the reals, every chick is freaking tight. Every chick. Like you women that believe that you got some special, this is a hot take. It's all the same. Me, I'll fall in love with a chick's mind. I'll fall in love with, I like her body. I like how she carries herself. She may have attributes like she may sing, she may be musical, she may cook very well, she may be a good dancer. But when it comes down to it, it's not the box that's sealing the deal. The box ain't shit. It ain't shit. Okay? I don't even know how I got on that.
And by themselves, they can do it. But like,
That's easy. I mean,
no, but there's some girls who they struggle.
The box ain't shit.
yeah, I mean, for sure. Definitely.
All the same. All the same. Men close their eyes. It's all the same.
It's also
thinking.
not always women get in their heads a lot, and if you're not like
Psychological.
And that's
if
okay.
you're not like
Let
focused on
go.
what's going on, it's a lot harder to
That's okay.
focus on what's
Yeah.
going on.
Fat lady
Like,
go.
So much shit is going on. Yeah,
Look,
yeah, that's
she was
okay.
thinking about the laundry,
That's
Brian.
okay.
I'm talking to the women here, because women don't understand that. They really believe that they got the firebox. Nah. Better work on yourself. Because it ain't that box. That box ain't sealing the deal.
No,
The laundry needs to get done, Brian.
that dirty laundry. How much do you
what's crazy,
have?
though? You know what's crazy? I'm pretty sure that girl. Actually, I'm not gonna. I don't want to talk about. I don't want to talk about it. But
The fat labia?
no.
Oh, I know what you mean.
She's a crier.
But it's just. I don't know. It's not
Dirty
fair.
laundry?
Dirty laundry, crier.
Plus, I mean, at least with me, she's got to come before me. That's the rule.
Yeah, that's why I went into that little tirade. Because when I particularly, personally, when I'm talking about a girl that's 23, 24, 25, as opposed to a girl that's 37, 47, 57, it's not a matter of the box being tight or loose. It's mostly a matter of the attitude, because older chicks, as a rule, have a worse attitude. And it's also the fact that they haven't been burnt by freaking power tools. If you catch a chick at freaking 20 years old, it's less likely that she's been burnt by freaking power tools than a chick that's 37. Chick at 37 has done some wild shit. I'm not finna, it's like comedians. You don't follow up a lesser comedian to a starring comedian because he's gonna freaking empty the place. You gotta warm up the crowd. You get the lesser comedian, then you get to the main act. So I'm not gonna follow a freaking power tool, Stanley DeWalt Milwaukee freaking tool that she's been buzzing her freaking snatch for the past 2 years. I'm not following that. I'm a human being.
Yeah,
you gotta come before me.
Definitely, the girl should always come
Preferably
before
multiple
or at the same time.
Yeah, that's even better.
Less.
Or at the same time after she's already gone like 5 times.
Yeah,
Or
take
10
that too.
If she can do it though, not all girls can do that.
I just think
Some can.
a lot of girls can't come from just like penetration. And
Yeah,
a lot of
oral
guys-
is.
Shout out to Lou City in the chat. Yes, Rastafari. You know what I'm saying? We Lion of Judah. Lion.
It's more ideal for me,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Some girls, yeah.
So I mean, some can't.
Yeah,
but
it's
I
all
feel
about
like
the
for
clit,
most-
right?
Anyways, let's do next.
It's all about the
Let's
lady.
get into it.
So,
Read it.
This was referring to a tweet. It says these red pill women literally brag about their husbands hating them and they think it's a flex. And this was
Yo, okay. I said this on Twitter before I got banned. I got banned because Elon Musk personally removed me because they don't want bright, intelligent, logical black men of color on the platform. I'm just going to lay it straight because they have all kinds of crazy things going on there. You could be like, end this, end that. These freaking ends, end fatigue. You could say anything you want on Twitter. The moment you come and say right-wing chicks are kind of nutty, this is just observation. I've noticed with right-wing chicks, unless they're married, a right-wing single woman is more likely to be nutty. Just saying. It's an observation. You can disagree if you'd like. Or you say things like, I'm not going to go into it, but yeah, Elon Musk, let me back on Twitter. It's ridiculous.
based off a tweet where a woman said that she only shuts up when her husband tells her to shut up.
Was it Rachel Wilson?
I don't know who it was.
Okay.
but
All
I
right,
was
we're gonna
like,
skip.
that's
Rachel Wilson. That is freaking classic name drop.
crazy. I'd love to be in a relationship.
Yeah.
Everyone fucking sucks.
What the hell, Sav? That's rough.
Oh, that
Shawty be venting. Shawty just be out here on the Twitter venting.
was
That's
a year
tough.
ago. I'm
Oh,
a new
shit.
person now.
Now you got
like things have changed.
It's a year ago. I'm a new person. This is wild. This chick, yo, she needs meat. She needs some castigo.
Maybe she's met somebody that doesn't suck.
Yeah. All it takes is one.
Life be life sometimes. Sometimes people suck.
It's a roller coaster.
I'm gonna be the one. I'm gonna reset that odometer. Let me tell you, body count back at 0. Come see me.
that whole YouTube abortion fiasco though.
Let's not
Oh,
get
well,
back on
we'll
that.
just, well,
Yeah.
we're moving on.
Yeah,
Let's not get back on that topic, please.
How old are you again, Savannah?
Men used to 24.
24.
Yeah,
Men used to go to war. Now they
24. That's perfect. You see, you can incubate. You can mature for the next 2 years. I won't even touch you until 26. Deal? We'll just go out. We'll have a time. We'll go to Miami. We'll dye your hair a normal color. 2 years later.
ticklish feet. Do you have ticklish
I
feet?
like that.
Do you have ticklish
No.
feet?
Let's
That's
find out.
actually,
Let's
I'd
find out.
retweet that. I'd retweet that.
Savannah, tickle his feet. Let's find it out right now.
Yeah, go ahead.
You got tell you what.
We have to
Because I want the brainstem to develop, guys. Obviously, she's got to be 26 at least. I can't wait till 25. That's too close. Too close to her being a child. 26.
You got
tickle
paid
his
me.
feet.
You got paid me
To tickle your feet?
$1,000.
Chat. Someone
for the
spend that quick
X-Party.
200 to
That's-
tickle Brian's
Chat,
feet.
drop 1,000.
Yeah, drop 1,000.
Well, I'll tell you, I'm actually and maybe anybody who's done this can relate. So when I was in high school, I did wrestling, and I feel like if you've done like a contact sport or like a sport where people are like touching you,
Yay.
That's
word.
my opinion on that.
Well, hold on. Before we get to this, there's what? You mean the draft that ended in 1973? Also, the draft. So selective service remains.
Well, that's what I just said.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
So let me know when you get drafted.
Oh,
Then we
well,
can talk
here,
about it.
So
But-
This chick holds her own. I'm telling you. I think this chick is Jewish. I gotta stop saying that. But I like it. I'm saying it's endearing. It's a positive thing I'm saying. If I'm saying I think a girl is Jewish, it's a positive thing I'm saying. Trust me.
This right here is a, I'll show it to the camera, is a draft registration card. So note it says men 18 to 25 years old. And this is a draft registration card. And then you have this where you have to register for the draft if you want to be able to vote. Women can.
That's when I love being a woman. Do not send me off to war.
Yeah, selective service.
Please.
That's me. I'm selective about my service.
Military.
I'll make that military outfits. I'll make you nice and warm in the military outfits, but do not send me out to war.
Don't send me
We
to
should
war.
definitely
Please.
try.
I'm just a girl in this world. Do not send me out to war, please.
But hold on. And so here's what happens if you don't register as a man, and this only applies to men. It's a very sexist law. What happens if you don't register? Not registering is a felony. Young men convicted of failure to register may be fined up to $250.
I get the vibe that Brian brings this out on dates. Like he brings that little pamphlet and he's like, yo, what do you think about the draft?
$50,000, imprisoned for up to 5 years or both. In addition to being subject to prosecution, failure to register may cause you to permanently forfeit eligibility for certain benefits.
I do understand the repercussions, but my point still stands. The draft ended in 1973.
Yeah, there's
so
still
you have to sign up, sure, but
there's still selective service.
Yeah, but you don't have to actually do anything unless there's another world war.
Damn,
being a man is kind of scary. Like, you just go throw me a war like that? Like, no, thank you.
World War III is just kind of crazy.
Which we're kind of close to, but
that's never happened.
You don't think really? You don't
I
think
really don't think.
Imagine just getting thrown into war.
It's funny because this was a few months ago, and guess what, lady, ding dong.
The weapons that we have. How are we gonna get boots on the ground? First off, geographically, you
Did you say boobs on the ground? Ooh.
have to think about it.
How do you think comfortable?
You get
boots on the ground where?
Well, you're talking about World War III.
Yeah.
Boots.
You just. So what do you mean?
It's already going on.
You're saying you're saying the U.S. military doesn't have the capability to like put boots on the ground in a different
that's
country?
not what I'm saying.
Operation Get Behind the Darky. We've all seen it.
That's what I'm saying.
We did that shit in the early 20th century.
We're doing it now.
What is it? It's the 20th,
I understand
right?
that. I'm
I
saying,
get confused. 20th, 21st century.
as for World War
20th
III,
century. Let me just make sure I'm right on that. That's 1900s. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
as for World War,
What about it?
I don't think that's how we would fight a world war. I think it would be by drones now.
We should just.
It's already
wait,
happening.
hold on.
Now.
We're not in World War III. Let's not say that.
So
on the line.
Ukraine,
Kind of.
So Ukraine, modern
Russia.
warfare.
Whoa, Brian, TOS.
There's boots on the ground.
Right.
There's literally trench
I'm
warfare.
saying-
There's
I'm saying-
trench warfare.
This is
World
why I
War
got good at Apex in Fortnite.
Okay.
Just in case, you never know.
There are
You know when you
drones
snag
in
somebody.
Ukraine,
Yeah,
but there's also boots on the ground.
But I'm talking about America.
There would be boots on the ground if America was involved in the World War, which we would be.
Okay, that's assuming that there would be a world war, though, and I just don't think that there would be one.
I mean, I think we're closer to a World War now than we were like 10 years ago.
we definitely are, but
I mean, we're like kind of living it. It's just not over here, and I hope it doesn't get over here. But
Yeah.
it's in other countries.
I will be so scared.
We should definitely draft women, though.
I do.
You guys
agree.
stay
I
tuned
do
to the show.
agree.
When we popped Crystal.
I know, but
just
I
for you.
honestly can't.
Just
I
gotta
hate
go to
to
Hawaii.
leave.
Get her an energy
No.
drink. Stay for the show.
Fine, I really can't though, because I have like a
Well, here,
4-hour
before you
drive.
leave, I'll do your notes then. If you insist that you
Yeah,
have to leave,
I
I'll do your
honestly,
notes.
like, I would say if I
Yeah,
could, but
okay.
I honestly can't.
Alexis,
so.
we'll start with you. Then we'll
Oh my
do your
God.
friend. What would you want the
My
minimum
sister.
yearly income to be for your future husband?
But look what I said though after that.
You
Though,
said
okay?
100,000.
100K yearly. However, that's with zero debt and good credit. Okay?
California, that's nothing.
I
You know what? Look,
100K is a low ball in 2025.
love is love. Okay.
Okay.
I make good money. I don't need a man to buy me Louis left and
Same,
right. Okay. I do that to myself.
She's a real estate agent.
How tall are you?
Oh, that's her mom. I'm just kidding.
And what's the minimum height of a man you would date?
I would not date a man shorter than me. That's for shit.
Come here to
But-
show me.
What? Hell no.
It's like-
Look, I went on a date with a guy that was my height, maybe 1 inch shorter. It was probably top 5, one of the worst experiences of my life, and I definitely would not recommend and or do it again personally.
Yeah.
So what's the minimum height?
5'3", whatever I
Okay.
am.
All right.
You're like, as long as it's the same.
Would you rather cross paths with a man or a bear in the forest?
No.
Same thing. I mean, a man, I guess,
What about a man or a Gucci man?
because bears are wrecked. I ain't trying to die.
Okay. All right. And then going to you, Carly,
Sure,
you
yeah.
said, or what would you want the minimum yearly income to be for your future husband?
And I didn't answer that. To be honest, I think 150 to 250 up.
200. Okay.
Yeah.
150.
Ideally, especially, yeah.
50,000.
You know
Especially how
what?
the world is now,
Shit.
1000%.
How
Even though I make my money, but yeah.
How tall are you and what's the minimum height of a man? you would date?
5'9". I mean, I would like a guy to be at least an inch or two taller than me.
And then going back to you, it's Alexis.
11, yeah, 6'3".
It's Alexis with an A, right?
Yes, of course.
Oh,
Well, what?
Instead of an I, it's an A.
What?
Alexis.
Alexis, not Lexus, like the car.
Alexis.
Yeah.
Alexis.
But it's an A instead of an I.
ALEXIS.
It's
What
an
is
I.
it?
What's
It looks like
I?
an A. Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter.
Alexis.
Why do you
wait,
pick bear?
That
Why
sounds
do you
like
pick bear?
Alex.
Yo, is freaking French Brian's first language? Like, how is Alexis with an A in the end?
Why do you pick bear?
Because I can run from it.
Oh, you don't want to run from a bear that
You can't
fast.
run
Well,
from a bear.
shit.
A man I would rather
Wait,
see
I
in
put
a
bear?
forest.
Yeah, you wrote bear.
I mean, either way, I'm probably gonna go outside. So it doesn't really matter at that point. No, I mean, I think I was just trolling when I said bear. I mean, if I was in a serious situation where I didn't want to die, obviously I'd choose a man. I could probably outrun it.
If you make loud noises, that usually tend to.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? Actually, I was being logical. If it was a bear, you could scare off a bear. You can't really scare off a man.
Depends on what bear, what type
Yeah,
of bear.
black bear-
If it
what is
has
it?
cubs, you're fucked.
Yeah.
Well, that's why you just run.
That's why I don't know. In a forest.
If I were in a situation like that, I would just run.
Bears are fast.
All my life.
Bears are very fast.
And zigzags, whatever they say.
Because it just
They say that for alligators.
like I'd rather see a man in the forest than a bear.
A fine ass man.
Yeah, fine ass Tarzan.
A fine ass man that makes 250K.
It's a Tarzan in the forest. Let's go.
All right, well, I'm gonna thank you guys for coming. I'm gonna
I
continue on with
appreciate
the
you
show,
guys.
though.
Thank you so
Brian,
much.
can you do
Bye,
some
ladies. Enjoy your night.
Bye.
Nice to meet you guys.
Carly, you gotta stay.
Nice meeting you.
I gotta go. I was
Because
just
I'm gonna have to.
flying out.
What is that? by the
Oh,
way?
it's just a tag.
She was
that
like fidgeting
on
with
my
Oh, from
top.
your shit. Okay.
Yeah, would you mind doing my questions?
Oh my god, you guys are
Have to
ridiculous, bro. Hello.
Sorry.
This is why the patriarchy exists, because women can't stick to their commitments.
Should I file in?
Yeah, I'm gonna have you move over, and then I'm gonna have the other girl. So Damien, put mute 3 and 4, or actually, yeah, I'll just have her stay here. So scoot over 1, scoot over. So mute. Sorry, Damien, 4 and 5. Mute 4 and 5. Okay. All right. Carly, you gotta stay until the roast session, Carly. I need you to stay, man. Let's see.
What time is your flight?
Oh, we've got like a 3.5
Bruh.
hour drive back, and then I'm gonna
It's
pack.
frustrating.
Or when? But you fly out tomorrow.
Here, let's get through the.
Brian's losing it with this chick. She's just freaking, she's having a ball over there talking about layovers and shit.
Here, we'll come to Carly in a bit, but I want to finish off her tweets. Okay.
What time?
Oh my
Let's
god.
get through them quick. Go ahead. Hey, quiet, guys.
Never talking to a stand-up comedian again because I just watched his latest special and he stole so many of my jokes.
Oh, how do you feel about being on a panel with a real life stand-up comedian woman? Woman.
It's real. It happened to me.
Okay, next. Men are so annoying. You said men are annoying.
Well, that's kind
Oh,
of
and this is a tweet by Elon Musk. ASMR, illegal alien deportation.
What, did
Scroll
I
down.
comment on it or something?
You said
Elon, let me back on Twitter. This is freaking ridiculous. I did nothing wrong. All I did was bring logic.
you have no empathy.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he doesn't.
Elon or Trump
Elon,
or who?
both of them.
Both of them. They don't have empathy
No.
because of
Freaking Elon.
deportation.
I mean, just treating people like they're not people, I think is a pretty.
So you're fine with deporting illegals. You just don't like that they made like a jokey ASMR video about it.
Well, no, I don't think that it's funny. I think that it's tragic for everyone involved. I mean, them.
It's true. It's very immature and ridiculous to make fun of it. Having a stance of thinking that they should be deported or not is one thing. Everyone's entitled to their stance. But mocking it and making it a joke is pretty immature.
And their families, like their whole lives being uplifted. Like, yeah.
That's why I don't, people say, oh, the brainstem is not developed until 25. This chick is thinking a lot more clearly than a lot of 40-year-olds. Because you'll have 40-year-old right-wingers. We'll stick with women because she is a woman. So you'll have 40-year-old women discussing this same subject that have less sense than this chick right here, and she's 24.
I understand that we have to do deportations, but I don't think that it should be made into like
A spectacle.
a public stunt.
Okay, but you know what? I'll go ahead and agree with you that the spectacle around it is in bad taste. But you do agree that like deportation should be a thing.
Well, yeah, I think that we definitely need that, but I just don't think. Well, I never said that we.
So you're in favor of deporting illegal immigrants?
Well, sure. Not all of them.
Why not?
Well, because this country was built on illegal
Because I have to smash some of them.
immigrants. I mean, this country
Just joking, guys.
would collapse without illegal immigrants. If we
No, it
deported, okay,
It wouldn't collapse.
that's what you think because we haven't deported all. If you deported every single
I'm not just gonna smash white guys.
illegal immigrant here, nothing would get done.
That's an interesting take. What do you mean?
Sorry.
I mean, that's the
What tasks would not get done if we deported illegal immigrants?
Well, see, there's a lot of things I could say, but they do sound like
They sound
you know what you're trying to do.
It's
to
the
me
bigotry
right
of low
now.
expectations.
Yeah.
Oh, these illegal immigrants, all they're good for is like low paid.
Well, that's not.
like they.
I don't think that's all they're
No,
good
you gotta
for.
say it. You gotta say
I
it.
don't think that's all that they're good for, but
It's like, what is the who's gonna clean your toilets? Like,
Yeah,
don't you
that's
think,
not what I
isn't
was
that,
gonna
That's what you're
say.
gonna say
That's-
though.
That was freaking I want to say Kelly Rowland. Kelly Osbourne. Yeah, Ozzy Osbourne's daughter, Kelly Osbourne, was like, hello, Donald Trump. You want to deport the illegal? This was back in his first term, I believe. You want to deport the illegals? Who's gonna clean your toilet? And they were all like, cut the commercial.
That's not what I was gonna say.
Who's gonna pick your strawberry? Like, that's
not
what
what I
you're
was
gonna
gonna say either.
You want to get rid of the blacks? Who's gonna pick your cotton? I'm joking, guys.
I was talking more like there are a lot of jobs that illegal immigrants do that Americans would not do for the same pay. So, and I don't think that that's
So you're
right.
in favor of like corporations like taking advantage?
No,
of,
I don't think that's right at all. But
so what job are they going to do? Because you said the society would crumble if they weren't doing these sort.
This is very interesting that they bring this up because this is a few months ago, this podcast. And I find it very interesting that this is why I'm a bit off the Trump train, because Trump supporters are very quiet. They're silent as a church mouse, pissing on cotton. All of a sudden, Trump is importing South Africans, right? all of a sudden the Trumpsters are down with bringing in illegals, or not, I shouldn't call them illegals, but bringing in immigrants, right? Who will be taking their jobs, who will be introducing themselves into the job market and other markets abroad, right? Or around the United States. How come none of them are bad-mouthing that? So it's obviously a racial component here. Clearly.
Sorts of jobs.
You're trying to.
And to touch on these Afrikaneers that are coming from South Africa, as Trump said himself, they're not sending their best. These Afrikaneers that are coming in droves into America, into North America, these are not high earning, well-to-do individuals. I'll leave it at that. You guys could do your research on who are these people that are flooding into America. I mean, the same argument should be represented here, right? That they were using on the Mexicans, in my opinion. But who am I, right?
Throw me under the bus right now. It's going to look bad if I say it.
Say it.
Okay, it's just, basic jobs like construction is one of the really big ones where I live in Tucson.
Construction, she knows. This chick knows. You see, Brian's a bit cheesed here because the white dudes, I got nothing against any race, right? But you got to call a spade a spade. I'm not biased. I'm not biased against black behavior, white behavior, butterfly behavior. I'm not biased. White dudes are not trying to do hard labor jobs. White dudes are trying to become crypto millionaires. They're trying to do online marketing. They're trying to drop ship. They're trying to become influencers. Realistically, it's really a generational problem. The new generations don't want to work hard. And this is honestly internationally. It's not an American problem. Internationally, the younger generations don't want to work hard. They see IG influencers seemingly getting money poured in, Lambos, Urus, Cullinan, and they want an easy life. And for white America, this is what they want. You don't see young white Americans going in droves into trades, into factory work. You just don't see it. Statistically, you're not seeing it. And that's why the factories have, over time, over decades, they've closed down because, there were decades where people would get into more university. Now it's mostly women in universities, but for many decades, men were going more into higher education, university education. They weren't doing trades. They weren't, supporting these factories that were booming in the 50s and 60s, right? So she's making a good point because you got immigrants coming in, they're doing these jobs that Americans would not otherwise do. And if no one's doing those jobs, what happens? Those jobs get outsourced. Those jobs end up in other countries. When those jobs end up in other countries, the dollar gets weaker because you have debt, right? That's the whole trade issue that's going on right now. It's just interesting seeing this because this is from before the trade war, I believe, definitely before the protests in LA. So it's just interesting rewinding to see what was going on.
Border city, right? We have a lot of illegal immigrants there.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't see white dudes out there working in 110-degree weather.
I see white people working construction.
I just said that. That's crazy. You don't see white dudes out there working in 110-degree weather. You just don't see it. You don't see many white landscapers. You don't see many white roofers or you make masonry. You just don't see it. You see a lot of immigrants, or depending on where you live, you see a lot of other races. You don't see the homegrown talent working those jobs. They want to be higher educated, which is nothing wrong with that, but someone's got to do these jobs. Otherwise, you're outsourcing all your stuff.
Talking about my experience, okay, in Tucson, I don't see white people out there working in 110-degree weather.
I see white roofers all the time, and they're working on top of roofs in 100.
Brian sees white roofers. I personally don't. I see some. I'm not going to say I don't see any, but they want white-collar jobs.
100-degree weather. Okay.
This is my experience. Okay. Those people would not be doing the same job for the same amount of pay, and I don't think it's right that they're getting paid less, but I'm just saying that if we had all legal people.
Come on now. All the white dudes are in Andrew Tate's university trying. No, I'm kidding.
People working for these jobs, we'd have to pay them more, right? It would lead to a lot of further implications rather than just deporting people, hiring white people. Or Americans. That's just not, it's not as simple as that. You have to think about implications.
What are the implications?
I mean, an economy crash, not having enough workers.
This chick is just getting hotter and hotter. I'm not even listening to her anymore. I'm just joking.
Who's going to pay for that? How are the businesses going to get extra money?
You would have to raise wages,
right,
which would be good for American citizens, and they would eventually take up those employment fields.
Okay, think about that deeper. How are you raising the wages without harming the company that's paying them?
I don't fuck the company.
What do you mean fuck the company? That's literally all America is about business.
Too long have major corporations.
She knows way too much about this to not be,
and been
who-ish
exploiting like labor, illegal labor.
Shout out to her for having a head on her shoulders. And I called it. I called it from minute one. I just know. I know the hoe.
I'm fucking the phrasing up. These corporations are essentially exploiting cheap labor.
Yeah, 100%. I don't agree with that.
And really, this idea where they're passing on all the money to the shareholders. I think it'd be better for the citizenry of the United States if people were paid a better wage for these kinds of jobs. The market can dictate it.
Citizenry.
If it's paid well enough, there will be people to do these jobs.
Right.
And if it means like I have to spend more money, then I'm okay with that.
Okay. So you like inflation?
Well, a lot of these companies could.
Citizenry. Wow, that's Brian. Me, look, I speak several languages, okay? So sometimes, pour moi, citizenry, ça me dit rien. Ça me dit rien. Mais je savais pas. Je viens de chercher ça sur Google. Citizenry, it's a real word. It's a real word. What can I say?
Easily afford to pay whatever the minimum wage is in their state to people who are actual American citizens without hurting the company.
We live in America, and America is all about rich people and rich people getting richer. And the businesses do not want to just pay the employees more. They're not going to do that. That's not going to happen. How?
What do you mean how? They would have to. If they deported all of the illegal labor that's being paid cents on the dollar for the work that they're doing, they would have to fill those slots in order to keep their company going.
How much would it cost? How many illegal immigrants are in America?
That's not true. They wouldn't have to do nothing. I know personally a guy I went to school with was a billionaire. He didn't make $1 billion since I went to school with him. His father made $1 billion business, and he was a billionaire presently when I was in school with him. These individuals, who I will not name for obvious reasons, y'all could say that I'm capping. I don't care. The point I'm trying to make is they moved their production offshore. So when there are no individuals to fill these positions, it's not like they're just gonna have people at gunpoint to come work in the factory. No, they're gonna move it to freaking Indonesia, to Bangladesh, right?
America right millions. Now. How many?
I don't know, but
it's about 2.5 to 3 million.
Mm-hmm. Okay? It's probably more than it's more than that.
Yeah, how much would it cost to deport all of those people?
This is what a lot of people that are not versed in economics or who don't or are removed from the reality of people that are actually making moves, people that are in the industry that have large factories. And they're saying, oh, the people are just going to have to work in the factory. No, a lot of these factories, if it's not an $80 million building that the person owns, they're paying like $100,000 rent sometimes per month. You think if 1 month they're short labor, they're not going to pack up the next month? They're not wasting money. They're not wasting time. And to say, oh, if we get all these illegals out of here, people are going to have to fill the jobs. I get it. On paper, it does make sense, but that's not how it's going to work. These companies are going to be gonzo, and there still won't be the jobs. It's not like the jobs are going to be there waiting for people to get off their ass and go into work, to work at the freaking Coke bottling plant.
Probably less than we sent to Ukraine.
$2 trillion to deport all of those people. Who's paying for that?
The government.
Yeah, the taxpayers.
How is the government going to pay for that?
Mexico's paying. No, I'm kidding.
We are so incredibly in debt.
Yeah, the taxpayers pay for all kinds of things like enforcement of laws, and being illegally immigrating, you are literally committing a crime. You've committed a crime.
I don't disagree with you.
Right, it's a crime, and we do law enforcement. Like we spend, for example, it costs.
This chick is based, and Brian here, he's trying to get a gotcha. It's not chill. Why are you hating on my girl, though?
The taxpayers a lot of money to prosecute a murderer.
Mm-hmm.
But
why you sweat my hoe?
It's still good to prosecute murderers, even if it costs the taxpayers money.
I totally agree with that, but I'm saying it's an unrealistic expectation to think that America can deport.
Very unrealistic. This is going to be my presentation to anyone that tells me that a girl under 25 doesn't have a developed brainstem. I'm going to present this. Exhibit C. What's her name? I keep forgetting. Exhibit P for Pinky. Exhibit P.
3 million illegal
Why can't they?
immigrants. How? Explain to me how that would work. How are you going to round up?
They can self-deport.
3 million. Okay,
They can
explain to me the process.
If you
step
don't
by step.
self-deport, if you self-deport, maybe in the future there's a chance for you to enter the country legally.
So
But if we have to deport you, you're going to be charged with a crime, and it's going to either make it really difficult or impossible for you to down the road gain citizenship in this country.
So you're expecting all these people to just say, okay, yeah, I'm here legally, I'll go back.
Some of them could.
She's just making a female argument here because women have high empathy. That's all it is. She just feels bad for them. A lot of them do deserve sympathy because a lot of them, their family and families are getting broken up. Look, people are breaking the law. I get it. But at the end of the day, there's a compassion element too, right? These people that are just like, yeah, rip these families apart. I'm not saying that, you get Ocasio-Cortez or get online and pretend like every case is a family being ripped apart. I'm not saying that. But there are families that are being ripped apart. And I think that's unfortunate. Absolutely. But it's just interesting because right now, fast forward past this episode a few months later, because this is a few months ago, fast forward to today, all hell is breaking loose in LA because of this exact discussion. Not specifically this discussion, but the events that they're discussing.
All of them are going to do that?
No, of course not. But yeah, we should probably deport people who are here illegally.
I'm not disagreeing.
If I wanted to move to Japan or like Norway, which has like a really robust social safety net system in Norway, they because of they have a sovereign wealth fund, I think it's called, because of all their oil production or whatever. And they like help out their citizenry a lot. That's not possible if you have like mass amounts of immigration to Norway. Like they're no longer going to be able to watch out for their actual citizenry. So like the reality, let me ask you a question. Of all the people who want to come to America, who want to live in America, how many people do you think that is in the world?
How many people want to live in America?
It's probably billions. It's probably 1 or 2 billion, right? Who either they're in India or China or whatever. How many people would want to live in America if they could?
Sure, that sounds like an okay.
This chick's name is definitely Michelle or freaking Esther.
How are we like? Do you see if we just dumped every single person who wanted to be in America and we just let them in? Do you think that would be feasible?
No, I'm not saying to do that. I'm not saying that it's okay for illegal immigrants to come here. I'm saying that our economy the whole America is built on illegal immigrants, and you can't deny that. It is.
No, it's not.
It is physically built by illegal immigrants. Yes.
Sure. Yes. Our illegal immigrants.
I paused. I didn't expect Brian to concede that quickly. The United States is most definitely built. I don't want to say on the backs of immigrants because that has a weird connotation, but immigrants build the country and uphold the country. If it wasn't for them, the country would collapse because look at this chick. She's asleep. That's what you got going on in the US. Is people that be sleeping. They sleep in.
Immigrants in certain job sectors that are essential to the economy. Yeah, sure. But we can fill those jobs with citizens.
Okay. I mean, I go back to
You can, but will you? Will those citizens go to work? Or are they drinking freaking Carling or whatever the heck they drink?
Question. Explain to me step by step how we would deport millions of illegal immigrants, where we would put them, how we would fly them out, where they would go. Explain the whole process.
Yeah, I mean, well, I'm not a law enforcement officer, so this is not like my particular field of expertise. But in terms of the deportation, first off, what we've already been doing, if they've already been if either in their home country.
These dudes don't want to work, Brian. They don't want to work. It's not about immigrants. They just don't want to work. That's the end of that's point final, right? Brian understands French. He knows what I'm talking about. Point final, Brian. They don't want to work. Immigrants come in the country. They work freaking hard, and they end up lapping many natives. I've covered this on the channel before, how a lot of these immigrants, because I have family that actually teaches students, what are they called? English second language students. And a lot of these people, they'll come here with nothing, and in a few years, they're chilling. So that's because they have a different work ethic. It's because they value different things. They're not materialistic. Americans just have a culture that is not very productive nowadays. It's just sad to say, but that's just a fact.
Country they committed.
It's nothing to do with immigrants. It's nothing to do with other races. It's nothing to do with anyone. It's a matter of drive, go-getterness. There is no more go-getterness in the American culture. That died out with maybe the boomers or before the boomers. The boomers actually did work hard. Things were a lot less expensive, so they get a bad rep, but they worked hard.
a crime or they've committed crimes in the United States, they're the first ones to be deported. We find them, we have records of where they live, so you can deport them. And then from there on out, you send them back to their home country. So you fly them to their home country. If you can, you have the home country, maybe pay for it if you can. But otherwise, yes, I'm all in favor of the US taxpayer paying for the cost of deportation.
It's a waste of money because you have a lot of people that think that this is the answer. You could deport every illegal tomorrow and you would see the country actually collapse. The country would collapse. Anyone who says it wouldn't is delusional, because these people, like I saw online, I saw videos of ICE raids in these meat packaging plants, all kinds of industry jobs. Like, you're going to see prices skyrocket overnight. You're going to have lawns just growing uncontrollably.
Okay, but again, you're talking about criminals. That's less than 1%. Now,
I mean, technically,
they're all criminals.
So technically, they're all criminals.
But you're talking, you have their address because they've done something illegal besides being
or
here illegally.
Yeah, or
So
I mean,
how are you going to deport everyone else that's just here?
you probably can't deport all of them, but you try to deport most of them.
How? Explain the process.
A
to
law
me.
enforcement
How?
agent finds them.
Where do they put them?
Probably in a detention center.
But again, going back to the whole South African thing, it just goes to show this was never an issue. This is a racial issue because none of these people are complaining about the South Africans. Literally zero. Can't say literally zero, but a very, very small number. And these people are less work-oriented than the Mexicans. Not only are they less work-oriented, but they don't share a land border. Land borders, let me tell you something. When someone shares a land border with you, it is magnitudes of difference to someone who's coming from overseas to your country. It's like the difference between your next door neighbor knocking on your door asking for sugar, or someone from a total other city coming to your house, ringing your bell and saying, "Do you have sugar?" Sure, you have the sugar in both scenarios. You can give them the sugar in both scenarios, but who are you more inclined to give the sugar to? Your next door neighbor or a stranger? It costs you the same thing, but it's like, it's a freaking no-brainer, right? So the fact that now we fast forward and we see that Trump doesn't care. Trump is bringing in people from South Africa and no one says anything because, they're perceived as going to be blending in with the, with the visual that people are looking for. I don't know. People just don't like Mexicans, apparently.
Center.
Okay, who builds that? Who pays for it? Where is it? How big is it?
There's existing detention centers
that
that have been
holds
used.
1,000 people.
Yes, you do it piecemeal. You do it piecemeal.
Okay,
You
again,
put them on an airplane and you send them to their home country.
how long would it take for us to deport millions of illegal immigrants if we have a detention center with 1,000 people and a plane that can hold a couple
There's
hundred?
hundreds, perhaps hundreds. I don't know the exact numbers. Hundreds of detention centers, hundreds, thousands of planes that can
Okay.
be used to deport people.
Right.
Yeah.
And all of these.
That's Brian. Like, I know he's trying to hammer this point home, but that's not a feasible system. You're going to spend all that money to get people out of the country that are, the majority of them are going to end up back in the country. Let's be honest, because if you're deporting them and you don't have a system set up to keep them out of the country, they're going to be back, especially because now they have a built network. They have communication with people in the United States. They're going to be back.
These detention centers.
So
have to
what's
be
your
run
solution?
and
Should we
paid
just
for.
just keep the status quo?
Honestly, I don't really know what the solution is. That's beyond my reach. I'm not a
It's beyond her reach. She's not a politician.
politician.
Are you in favor of open borders?
No, I'm not in favor of open
Okay,
borders.
so then what's wrong with deporting people then?
I don't think there's anything wrong with deporting.
That's the thing. That's where people conflate. Open borders and deportation are two separate subjects. They are related, but they're separate subjects. If you deport everyone and your border is still open, it doesn't matter. You haven't deported anyone. You need both a closed border and a deportation for it to work. And right now, they kind of have half of each. You can't just deport. It's like trying to, you guys get it.
So what's your argument? You're just asking about the feasibility of actually doing it?
Well, yeah. Because
so then why not do it?
Well, because it's not feasible.
Why would it not be feasible?
I just explained to you how.
Why would it not? But hold on, that's a very hold on. You don't think the most powerful and richest country in the world doesn't have the means to deport?
That's debatable. Is a country the richest if they're in so much debt? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not an economist.
People who are here illegally from the country, we absolutely can do it. It's like more so. Well, one, the will of the people is there. Mm-hmm. They elected Donald Trump, who wants to deport illegal immigrants. Mm-hmm. The will of the people is there. The government can do it. What's the problem?
I don't think that there is a problem with deporting people that have committed crimes besides just illegally crossing here. I don't think that that's a bad thing, but I think going out of their way to deport people that have lived here since birth, that have grown up since birth, if they've grown up, that's not true, because the DACA program, they're trying to get rid of that, which would mean, and I think it's up to the third generation, which would be their parents and their grandparents, deport them, people that have never lived in other
deport them. Y'all know that Sean Paul song? That was before everyone got canceled.
Countries besides America, we're trying to deport them, and you think that's okay?
How about this? If we grant the people who have been born, if we go ahead and grant them, they are citizens based on the law. I mean, there's some dispute over if we can roll that back or not, which is perhaps something Trump is trying to do. If we go ahead and grant that people who have been born here, they're going to remain here, they can remain citizens, but the people who came here illegally, we're going to deport them. Are you in favor of that? Regardless of their criminal status, they've never committed a crime, but we're going to deport them.
No.
Do you think that people should be able to cross the border and have anchor babies? Like, are you okay with that? Like, you come over the border illegally, you're 9 months pregnant, you pop it out right on the other side of the border in the U.S.
Well, here's
and
the
then now your mom and your grandma can all stay there.
America
donated $200. So you're advocating for an underclass of people to be exploited, to decrease prices, or to do undesirable jobs. Congratulations, you just made the same.
Sure, there's a lot of exploitation. It's very true. It's a good point, but I don't know. Look, I think these are grown adults. They're crossing the border illegally and they're trying to work. And if they think America is a better life for them, then they're willing to be exploited. I don't think at the end of the day, no one has a gun to their head making them work, right? So I think it is a bad argument. This guy's not being genuine. He's trying to like have a gotcha. Because he believes they should be deported too. So I'm not saying he believes this, but I think it is a misstep to say, oh, they're being exploited. They're not being exploited because they're willingly traveling to the United States to work and to be exploited. So they are willingly agreeing to be exploited.
Ooh. Oh my goodness. Tagilla, thank you for the TTS. Do you want to respond to that?
That's not, no, I didn't. I don't know.
But you do acknowledge like these corporations.
That's another thing. You may even have, these corporations may not even take a hit. They may not even get to do a job search for Americans. They may just say, hey, because think about it, if these corporations are so big and bad and they're evil and they're taking advantage of all these Mexicans, if the Mexicans get deported, they're not even going to try to hire Americans because they're like, oh, well, we have to pay Americans a higher wage. We have to have better working conditions. They're just going to move the businesses out right away. They won't even do a job search or an employee search, right? They're just going to move right away because they're going to say, hey, we can't take advantage of our laborers. So that's a point.
Are absolutely exploiting these people because
they're exploiting everybody that works for them. Even people that live here legally.
These companies are like actually paying them lower wages, and they're like, hey, they might report you to the immigration.
I think that if they start deporting these workers en masse, you're going to see a lot of companies leaving the United States. It doesn't make sense for them. They've been leaving before deportations because already paying the Mexicans in the United States is too expensive for them. And I'm speaking not from experience that I own one of these companies. I'm speaking because I know people who own those types of companies who have moved offshore for those exact same reasons. The people they're exploiting, they're not making enough of a profit. So they're like, okay, we're going to Bangladesh.
Immigration services, if you like, these employers have massive amounts of leverage over this specific set of employees who happen to be illegal immigrants.
You understand that the illegal immigrants are here by choice, working these jobs by choice, right? And they are getting paid completely different from
Shoddy is sharp.
Slavery, where you don't have a choice and you're not getting paid.
Yeah, it's different. Sure, it's different than slavery.
No, it's
wait, hold on. You don't think that corporations and companies, even for citizens, are exploitative to their own?
No, I 100% think they are.
Right. So they just in that same way, how they can be exploitative to citizens who are legally employed, they can just as easily be exploitative to those who are illegal immigrants.
Yeah, 100%.
And they're probably more likely to be exploitative towards them than like people who are actual citizens.
Yes, 100%.
Anyways, we can't linger too long on the immigration thing. But
okay, I mean, I am in favor of people that have committed crimes being deported. I am not in favor of people that have lived here for their entire lives being deported. And I'm not in favor of barging into people's homes and kicking them out. I'm not okay with that. I think that's cruel. I think America was built on diversity. This was the whole point. We're supposed to be a sanctuary for people that need it. And if we're not that, then we're not the greatest country in the world.
Let me ask you a question. Just because something was the case a long time ago, who's to say that there has to be continuity in some sort of like vague American value or virtue? Like if the economic social reality is like, okay, now we've reached a point where we can no longer provide for our own citizenry because of the illegal immigration that's happening. I'll give you an example. There are people that are homeless in this country, and the Biden administration is flying in people, they're not crossing the border.
To propaganda, first
That's
off.
not propaganda. The Biden administration was literally flying in illegal immigrants.
How?
And then they had them staying in like I don't know if it was 5-star.
That's the thing. The Trump administration is at least flying in legal immigrants. I'll give them that.
Luxury hotels. We have American citizens who are homeless on the street, but we're able to provide all this like cash flow.
This is a terrible argument because governments never help their homeless ever. It's like unheard of. They will help everyone above their own homeless.
And cell phones and food and housing to legal immigrants. Yes, this is happening.
Do you have a source
I think the moral of the story here is don't become homeless because you
for this? It's not Fox News.
I'm sure
Then pull it up.
I have not committed the precise source to memory. Yes, illegal immigrants have been financially funded by the federal governments and state governments. They've been provided housing. They've been provided like just here's a stipend, here's a couple $100 or whatever it is, food, shelter, clothing, cell phones, all this stuff.
Until you bring up a reputable source,
Google
there's
it.
just nothing I can
Google
say
it.
about
Here,
that.
I don't know the precise source. I don't commit all my sources to memory.
I think that's a deal breaker. She says reputable instead of reputable. I don't know, baby girl. Ooh.
But are you disputing that this is a thing?
Well, I'm saying that I've never seen that as a source. I've heard people say that. I looked it up and I've seen that it wasn't true.
Damien,
so
Google like New York hotels.
No, Googling flying illegal immigrants over here on planes.
They did that from the southern border.
Nobody knows how to Google. She on OF. She like, oh, I know how to Google.
Okay, Google it.
Because in the Tucson International Airport, they actually have a line for
What's the Tucson?
illegal immigrants and stuff like that. Like from
Those are green card people, by the way. I literally live there. Yes. People without passports. Like, what the fuck?
Look, Damien, just here, do 2 Google searches. Do a search for
what the helly? Thought she was gonna freaking drop a what the helly.
Were illegal immigrants flown into the country on airplanes? And then Google.
By the Biden administration.
Yo, Brian, for a guy that runs a podcast, he Googles like a freaking boomer. Were illegal immigrants like no? You just Google keywords, bro.
Make sure you add that in.
It was
I mean, if it's in the last 4 years, it was the Biden administration.
And then
Right.
Google, were illegal immigrants being housed in hotels? I think
I think he knows what he's doing. He's trying to not get Google search results.
it was in New York. Look,
So it happened once in New York, one place.
oh, I'm pretty sure this has happened. Look,
He's trying to sabotage his own campaign here. What is he doing?
Pretty sure.
this is not my area of expertise,
Well, you
but
just
this
have a
is
lot to say about it.
you have a lot to say.
Ooh, she is feisty. Yo, I know how to pick him. She quiet, but she got the feisty. She's like the girl that's not gonna say anything all night, and she'll make one remark, and I'll just look at her like, oh yeah, missionary tonight.
Say about you're
because
denying my claim. I'm happy to pull up sources. But look, I have empathy for these people. But the reality is like, bro, we can't have unfettered immigration, illegal immigration into this country.
I understand.
And I understand they're trying to get away, like they want a better life in the United States. The United States is one of the best places you can live. But
facts,
you can't like it's untenable. It's you can't have this amount of illegal immigration. And also, what's really happening, one of the other things that's really talked about when it comes to illegal immigration, and this applies also to legal immigration, is called brain drain. So like the most ambitious people, the most intelligent people.
Brain drain, is that similar to N fatigue? No, I'm kidding.
They're going to leave their countries and go to another country, and there's a term, it's called brain drain. So these countries, they're going to just continue to flounder. The people that live in these countries, I'd love to see these countries get built up where the quality of life is so fantastic in whether it's these South American, Central American countries, get built up to a point where you're happy to stay and live in your home country.
These people don't realize that these countries are actually amazing. Yes, there's a lot of poverty, but you know, these countries are amazing. The values completely different. You have natural splendors, natural wonders. You got waterfront, you got beaches, you got people. The vibe is completely different. Everyone's chilling. There's like a filter on everything, like that freaking CSI Miami filter. That's everywhere in Mexico. Mexico's great, right? They don't realize. They don't know what they're missing by leaving it.
But if everybody's leaving, especially like the highly intelligent people, the people that can be leaders, the people that are, you know, whatever, they're engineers or whatever it may be, they want a better life here in America. Those countries need those intelligent people in those countries.
If you're an engineer in Mexico, you're not freaking starving. The people that are starving in Mexico are the unskilled laborers. So those are the people that are coming. It's not freaking engineers that are running across the border illegally
to build them up.
Right.
Do you have anything, Damien?
Yeah.
Let's pull it up. Biden's DHS flying thousands of illegal immigrants to the U.S.
Okay, let's read it.
This is what's
Has
the
been
source?
quietly- yeah, where's the source?
Ralph Horman. What is it?
Ralph Norman,
House
Everyone
Republicans
knew this was taking place.
list all of the U.S. cities to which the Biden administration has quietly flying hundreds of. They've flown hundreds of thousands of illegal
hundreds of thousands in bold, not bold, but in caps. Just makes me feel that this is not a reputable source, because that's crazy to capitalize.
Hundreds of thousands of illegal.
United States cannot be the place of refuge. This source sketchy as hell, Brian. Tags, border security, election integrity, immigration. This is a sketchy ass source.
There's your source.
Okay, but the grammar on this isn't even correct. So like, how would you?
Yo, Shawty, I know how to pick him. Shawty's calling out the grammar.
You say this is a reputable source?
Okay, she's not happy with the source. I mean,
I'm
I don't
not
have to tell
happy
you.
She just has to work on saying reputable, but we could work on that, baby. No, it ain't done.
Show me another one.
Related news: 400,000 individuals into the interior of the U.S. through this program.
Okay.
State.gov website. So it's the government agency who has made this post. This is Ralph
Can you-
Norman, a South Carolina congressman.
Can you pull up another one, or is that the only one that you can find on the internet?
No, just press that one. I think they should
The U.S. taxpayer should not be paying for illegal immigrants to be flown into the United States.
I agree.
This is what you need, dudes. Y'all need to read between the lines. I'm not gonna give up too much game for free.
I just don't think that's happening.
It literally did.
I'm just saying, you've shown me one source
from
Congress. This is why this.
I'll put in a bit of game. Okay, this is the type of chick that you need at the barbecue when someone's shitting on you, and this chick comes to your rescue at the barbecue. I'm gonna leave it at that. This chick, feisty.
This is why America is in the spot it's in. This is why we voted in this idiot, because of people that just believe everything they see on the internet.
I do believe stuff when it comes from a congressman on a .gov website, because it's all fact checked. Yeah, there you go. I have comments.
Totally.
Sure. Yeah, you can show it to us. New York City's notorious Roosevelt Hotel
New York
shelter
Post
will be Michael.
This is the type of chick. Okay, I'm sorry to go off on a tangent, but I was dating this freaking Moroccan chick, for example, and she was feisty like this, complete sicko, savage. We were drinking wine, and she's like, "Let me taste your wine." She tastes my wine. She smells it. She's like, "This is disgusting." She's like, "I'm sending it back." Halfway through the glass, she's like, "No, I'm not gonna let you drink that. I'm sending it back. They need to give you a new glass of wine." I respect that. That's the type of chick you need in your life. Send that wine back.
Really?
Free incoming mode. She's not gonna be happy. I mean,
New
look,
York Post.
Pinky would send my wine back. I'm telling you right now.
That's not.
I agree with you. The New York Post is not like a particularly reputable news source,
show
but
me an actual source.
They did, and you weren't happy with it.
That wasn't an actual source.
as a government agency, the government themselves.
Why should she be
That's
happy?
appeal to authority.
Why should she be happy with it? Freaking chick over here, OF with the bull nose piercing. Why should she be happy? I didn't even see a URL. You didn't even see the website. The guy just freaking, there's blue on it and a nice wavy freaking graphic, and the guy thinks that's a reputable source.
That is a fallacy. It's appeal to authority. That's what it is. Look it up. It's a fallacy.
anyways, look, we can't linger too long on this topic just because we have like a bajillion other things to get through. But
Michaela, who donated $200. Logistically, the US provided fresh ice cream to troops in the Pacific during World War II. Moving people is easy work when we need it to be.
we were operating in two different theaters. We were in the European theater and we were in the Pacific theater. Trust me. And that was in the 1940s. The US government is more than capable of removing people from our own territory. It's feasible.
Okay.
All right, we gotta go to the next thing.
Brian.
We can't. Let's blast through. Let's blast through. Yeah.
Brian, could you do my questions? I need to leave.
Yeah. In just a sec.
Really
I
sorry.
need to leave.
Just a sec. You know.
Brian, I need to leave.
All right.
Like,
Let's Twitch.
I don't know why I'm making fun of her. I'm sorry. I don't mean to make fun of this poor girl.
We're not.
Not poor. She's loaded. She got three houses. What did she say? Abroad. She's got houses abroad.
Sorry, not Twitch. Tweets. My bad. My bad.
I got abroad, but not as many houses as her.
Oh my God.
Whoa. Okay, read it.
Okay, somebody tweeted, a Twitter e-girl is way more ran through than any normie, even if she has a low body count. Her mind is penetrated by the corrupting thoughts of thousands of perverted anons. She is subjected to their horny DMs. She parrots their depraved ideas.
Wait, what?
That kind of.
This is the problem I have with, and people are gonna see me reviewing the whatever podcast. They're gonna be like, this freaking incel. This is the problem I have with dudes in this freaking. People will throw me into a box with this guy, right? When I speak about these issues, I'm speaking from experience. I'm speaking from things I've seen in the real world, things I've heard chicks be talking about when they think that no one's listening, you're a fly on the wall. I don't speak because I'm watching Myron Gaines. I never even seen an episode of Fresh and Fit. I've never even watched the podcast. I've never watched 1 minute. I've never searched Fresh and Fit in the YouTube browser. Never have I once. But the thing is, because it's so saturated with a bunch of losers, I'm not calling Fresh and Fit losers, but I'm saying a lot of these men that watch these types of programs, they get these ideas from these podcasts. I don't have these ideas from these podcasts. I have these ideas the same way the people that gave those guys that start the podcast got those ideas. So the people that they got those ideas from, I got those ideas the same way. It's primary source. And I see guys like this going ham on chicks on the internet. And I'm like, yo, they making me look like, yo, because chicks be in my comment section and they think I'm this guy. They think I'm this guy. Way more ran through than any normie. This guy is dreaming. Speaking from experience, this Sav girl is way less ran through than many chicks you will find outside. Many chicks.
Damage doesn't fade. And then I quoted it and I said, so men are so fucking disgusting and tainted that women can't even be on the same social platform as them without having their minds warped. Interesting. Maybe you should jump off a
Wow,
cliff.
you're advocating for self-harm? What the fuck, Savannah?
I said maybe.
Next.
Maybe.
Maybe.
If you're a man that's mean to women, I'm just going to assume your penis is less than an inch long.
I mean, on the right day, you could interpret me as being mean. And, you know, I'd like to think I have a bit more than an inch. Just a bit.
If you're a woman that's mean to a man, I'm just going to assume you have a loose vagina.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Whatever.
Okay. All right.
You make your own.
Sweet.
Ooh, Brian, take that personally. Ooh.
Next.
There
Mine
you
is
go.
small, but I'm nice.
This country hates women, and this election is just proving that.
Wait,
we
why?
don't need
Why?
to talk about politics.
Let's just
anymore.
let's talk
I don't
about that
wanna
one
talk about
though.
politics anymore.
Really, the immigration was the why does this country hate women though? It's not even politics related.
The country hates women.
It is though, because
Look,
that's what my tweet was about. It was
the country hates women. I could understand how a woman gets that perspective, or how she gets that vibe. We'll say, because dudes be acting a fool.
politically related.
You talking about like Roe v. Wade or something? Or
No, it was about the fact that we elected Trump over a woman.
Over a woman. Who is the woman? The woman was freaking terrible candidate.
The reason she didn't get elected was because she's a woman.
Incorrect.
Brother Cope. Wait, hold on.
You can say
That's like when a dude, you know, because as you know, I'm not gonna say as a black person because people are gonna start tuning out. So many people overuse that. But you'll have a black person do something absolutely reprehensible. They'll be robbing a liquor store. They'll be in a foot chase with police and, you know, shootout with the cops. They'll be beating their baby moms. And they will say, oh, so-and-so is treating me like this because I'm black. It's the same thing. It's like, okay, yes, you are doing X, Y, Z thing. And you are also black. But the thing is, the XYZ thing you're doing is also not chill. So people are not down with that thing you're doing. You are also black. So you could say that people are hating on you because of your race, or you could say people are not voting for Kamala because of her gender. But it's also that she's a garbage candidate. You know, is that possible that the two things could be true at the same time? I don't know. What do I know? I'm black and slow.
hey, it's Cope, but it's
total
people
Cope.
like you two that
Like
are the
us too,
reason
yeah.
that the entire world is falling apart right now. It's because
Oh,
of you
okay.
guys.
Because of us.
Yes, if you didn't vote for such a fucking idiot, then we wouldn't be in this
Do
position.
you, I have a MAGA hat. Do you want to wear it?
Please.
Wait, you'll actually wear
I'll
it?
wear it.
Later in the show. Later in the show. I'm gonna fix. I can fix her.
Yeah, fix
I can
me,
fix her. I'll make her.
Brian can't fix you. I can't even fix you, but you could fix yourself in my presence. Baby girl.
For a based Republican.
Go for it.
So wait, you think they voted for Trump because he's a man, and they
Yes.
didn't vote for Kamala because she's a woman?
Yes. I have nothing else to say on the subject. Yes.
Wait, so let me ask you a question. So did you vote for Kamala because she's a woman?
No, I like her policies.
What were her policies?
Got her.
Genuinely, she never answered a question. What were her policies?
If you don't think that she ever answered a question, it's because you never watched her talk.
I did.
Ooh, deflection is coming. Yo, this chick's just doing her nails. She's like, I need to get back to the flat. I need to get on my flight.
I saw her on Call Her Daddy.
Okay, you saw her on a podcast.
Yeah, she didn't do any. She barely did any interviews.
You guys, it is your responsibility to look this shit up. If you don't,
Listen, y'all putting homegirl on the spot. I don't like it. All right. you see her body language. I don't like that. I don't like to see my girl having this angle on her arms. All right, Brian?
Don't do it. That's your own fault. You can't sit here.
This is still a code.
You can't sit here and just like assume that everyone's going to be giving you information.
Wait,
Isn't that what you just did with the immigration thing? Like you said, you need to give me a source because I don't believe you. So I'm saying you need to give me a source. I don't believe you.
Do I have my phone with me right now?
Wait, so hold on.
You're asking me about policies. You're not asking me for a source.
Wait, but you do acknowledge that there's a lot of women who they will vote for a female politician just because she's a woman. Like people do.
Sure, just like how guys will vote for Trump because he's a dude.
I actually think most men.
I honestly don't believe more than 20 people voted for Trump because he's a man. More than 20. And I think 15 of those people were women.
And don't vote for him because he's a dude. They just like his policies. But in any case, you do realize like people will just vote for somebody because they share some characteristic. Like, for example, when it came to Obama, like people weren't really super heavily invested in his actual policies. They're just like, okay, I'm black. I want to vote for him because he's black. No, I'm not saying
over 50% of America is black.
I think it's way more likely someone will vote for someone based on race than gender. I think more people would vote for Obama because he's black or vote for Trump because he's white than people will vote for Trump because he's a man. That's not even something that crosses our mind.
No,
no, it crosses our mind, but they needed a better candidate.
Well, but you just said that.
That's literally not what I said.
Okay.
I'm saying there's a cohort of black people who,
with the amount of SIMPS there are in the world, in America, married men that are in the right wing, I don't think that they would not vote for a woman. If the Republican Party had not a strong woman, but I mean a strong candidate who was also a woman running, they would vote for her. They don't care. They don't give a damn. Especially if she was white. Oof.
Who voted for Barack Obama just because he was black. And that's fine. But it's weird when, like, if a woman wants to vote for a woman because she's a woman and that's the basis of her vote, oh, I want there to be the first female president. Why would it ever be wrong then in the reverse to say it's my preference to have a male president?
Well,
what would be wrong with that?
Well, I just think that we've never.
I personally would only vote for a woman if she was Jewish.
Never had a woman president before. I don't think that there's anything wrong with wanting women to have power in this country.
If that's your preference, but it could also be people's preference of, it could either be I want a male president or I don't want a woman president.
Right.
What would be wrong with that preference?
Well, it's a democracy. That's why we have it. Most people voted for Trump, and that's why he's president.
Not because he's a man, though.
I mean, maybe not. That's not why you voted for him, but there's plenty of people out there that voted for him because he's a man. Sure.
What would be wrong with that, though? I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Well, I mean, that's an opinion. That's okay.
But you said you want to vote for a woman because she's a woman.
No. I didn't say that. I said that people probably did vote for her because she's a woman. I voted for her based on policy.
Yeah, but what would be wrong? So if somebody's voting for a woman because she's a woman, it establishes that they are not voting for a man because he's a man.
Right.
So the reverse cannot be wrong unless the other is wrong.
Well, it's vice versa. But I never spoke on that.
But it sounds like you're saying it's sexist to vote for a man because you don't want a female president. But then it would have to be sexist to vote for a woman because
this is how Brian kills his dates.
You don't want a male president.
Well, I think there are a lot of people that agreed more with Kamala's policies, but they voted for Trump because he's a man.
Wait, you're saying there's liberals or Democrats that voted for
100%.
Trump because man?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Weak argument, lady. Sorry.
You do realize Trump won the popular vote.
Yes,
right? So majority of
what I'm talking about.
Will.
Yes.
It's literally the people's will.
I said that. It's a democracy. We voted him in. I don't know what you're arguing right now.
I don't know. Hold on one sec here, boys.
I'll heard that list.
Blah 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 blah. Okay. Not you. Not what you're saying.
Okay.
No, I appreciate at least 5. And I'm like, okay, then you can get into some other kind of more generic questions. Have you had a one-night stand? Have you had threesomes? Have you done ask questions like that? And then you can also make some determinations based off of.
Homegirl definitely has a low body count. I can see it in her eyes.
Are they party girls? Do they have a history of partying? Do they drink? Do they do drugs? Now, that's not going to tell you a precise number, but you can.
I don't really care about body count. Look at this. Freaking British girl's about to fall asleep. I don't have any British slurs right now, but she's about to fall asleep. Some
inferences based on the fact of, okay, they do drugs, they do parties. Is she blasted in tattoos? I'm not saying
she blasted in tattoos.
You could.
Brian's a savage for that one.
Technically, you could be a virgin and be fully blasted in tattoos, but I'm sure you'd agree that you're probably, if you see somebody blasted in tattoos, a woman.
I'll do the makeup removal.
All right, one sec, guys, while I get these TTSs in here. Uno momento, por favor. All right, we're gonna let these come through the roast session. We've lost so many. We've lost so many good men out there on the Whatever podcast. I don't want to talk about it. Lost so many good men on the Whatever podcast. All right, guys, roast session has begun. $20 TTS. Get it in, boys. Get it in. Oh, did the freaking thing fall off on Twitch? Oh wait, hold on. Scuffed as usual.
Scuffed.
Yo, Twitch. I'm pretty sure it's micro, not macro. I don't know. These guys are gaslighting me.
He's still on the micro macro.
That's crazy. Damien, while I'm pull up the supers, just while I'm getting this sorted.
Do you need another?
Oh, Felicity doesn't remove the makeup. What a legend.
I think I'm okay. Yeah, thank you though.
Ooh. Oh,
This is so nice. I forgot to bring these.
Yeah,
I was like,
literally.
I'm gonna have to sleep with my makeup on.
Oh, sleep with the makeup on.
See, we're considerate here at the Whatever Podcast.
Ever press like a face into the pillow and then you look after and the face is still there? I've never done that. I've heard people do that.
It's all night.
We look out for the women here.
What is your body count, Brian?
Yo,
I'm a virgin.
You're a virgin. Experience with
I'm a virgin.
Clearly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Waiting till marriage.
This chick looks completely different without makeup. That is crazy. It's like
He doesn't want to get married.
He doesn't want to get married. Had sex with.
Yeah, he's trolling. But he doesn't want to get married.
I'm a virgin. I don't know.
Bro, look at Pinky without makeup. That is crazy. Can we go back here? I need to get a good picture of her face. I'm gonna lose. Where are we? We're at 7:03. I'm gonna go back here. I should screenshot this and put it side by side, but I'm not gonna do this very well at the moment. I'm gonna do it fast. Okay, look at her face now and look at this. That's crazy. Yo. That's crazy.
All right. One sec, guys, while I get these TTSs in here.
That's great. Look at her face now before she...
All right, we're gonna let these come through the.
You said it. You were like.
That was hilarious. Thank you, Randy.
Thank you, Randy.
Yo, that's crazy, guys. That's crazy. I can't tell if she looks more Jewish or less. I'm still down. That's crazy, though. Does she not look completely different? That's that's crazy. Yo, she's not ugly or anything without makeup, but it's completely different. What the? Whoa, sorry, I forgot how live streaming there.
I don't know what else to say. I'm raging or not.
Ooh, that's yo, did you guys see that? That's crazy. Look at her. That's crazy. I'm not overreacting here, right? That's insane. She's not a bad looking chick, but it's just a matter of it's two different people. Like if she robbed a store before and then she took off her makeup and put a wig on, a black wig, I'd be like, oh, it wasn't this chick, wasn't her.
Pretty funny looking. You can use filters and angles all you like, but we know you got a massive forehead, megamind. Probably lost her virginity from an electric toothbrush.
I can't get over that.
At 11 also.
She's so cute. She's still cute as hell.
Schnico04 donated $20. Red shirt. Glad you did the work.
She looks she looks freaking like she looks young now.
And not following your husband's lead. Please preach that to these other girls and save them from being single with cats. Especially Priscilla.
It's too late. Thank you. That's why I'm here.
late.
Too late. Too late.
Still down. Homeboy saw her without makeup. I'm not gonna say who.
Okay. Let me let the rest of these come through.
That is crazy, folks.
Yeah, thank you, Randy.
If this panel was any more blame, Osama would fly.
I'm traumatized. I can't deal with this, guys. That's crazy. I'm traumatized. I gotta get out of here. That's crazy. Yo, thank you guys for coming through. We're gonna do another one of these. Peace.